733. Above the vast battlefield between the Jade Gui sect's protective formation and the Wasteland World's military tents, an ascendant realm great demon Chongguang in a bright red robe hovered in the air. His robe was called Sunken Color. After entering the vast world, he was in charge of overseeing the battles of the 3 military tents. He had refined countless souls from the battlefield in the Tongyi continent, and his robe had become even brighter. Upon closer inspection, every time the surface of the robe rippled, it was the tragic scene of rivers and seas of blood in the small world. Millions of souls seemed to be placed in a hellish pot of oil, being cooked by a refinement technique that was similar to fire and water. This robe was Chongguang's attempt to recreate the dim radiant time. It was the fundamental opportunity for Chongguang to reach the 14th realm in the future. Now that there were no other battles in the Tongyi continent, he had set his sights on the Jade Gui sect. This was because the Jiazi tent had promised that as long as Chongguang could kill Jiang Shangzhen, his battle merits would be equivalent to an ascendant realm expert. It was similar to how Xiao Ling had killed the previous sect leader of the Jade Gui sect, Zun Yuan. Because the young hidden official from the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a robe of the same color, Chongguang now had the nickname of Old Hidden Official. He was quite proud of this. Great demon Chongguang, who had been waiting for the Jade Gui sect's destruction, suddenly raised his head. Without hesitation, he activated his natural mystique, and a river of blood floated out from his sleeve. Without the restriction of the robe, the wails of the hundreds of thousands of broken souls in the river resounded through the heavens and earth. The river crashed into a golden talisman the size of a prayer mat. The latter's sudden appearance brought with it a vast aura of Tao that made great demon Chongguang's heart tremble. Chongguang did not dare to be careless. However, before the river of blood crashed into the tiny talisman, hundreds and thousands of talismans appeared almost instantly. They were mountain and mountain talismans. The 5 mountains and rivers of the various countries of the Tongyi continent, as well as the ancestral mountains of the various immortal abodes, appeared on the talisman. The mountains and rivers of the various countries of the Tongyi continent, as well as the ancestral mountains of the various immortal abodes, appeared on the talisman. The mountains and rivers of the various countries of the Tongyi continent, as well as the ancestral mountains of the various immortal abodes, appeared on the surface. Could it be the talisman of the central plains, Yu Xian? Zhongguang hesitated for a moment before commanding the powerful valiant spirits and ghosts in the river of blood to retreat to the water at the end of the river. Sovereign Yuan Shou was in charge of overseeing the battlefield anyway. Zhongguang and Yuan Shou had an agreement in private. Zhongguang only wanted Jiang Shangzhen's life, while all the mountains and cultivators of the Jade Medallion sect belonged to Yuan Shou. A young Daoist with an ancient aura appeared on the battlefield at the southern end of the Tongya continent with the help of his self-created mountain river transcontinental talisman. The young Daoist in a yellow-purple Daoist robe held a 5 thunder seal in one hand, while his other hand formed a sword seal. A snow-white rainbow suddenly lit up the world, making it impossible for others to tell if it was a talisman's art or a sword immortal's flying sword. It instantly sliced the river of blood in half. Zhongguang was horrified and complained incessantly. He didn't dare to show off his dim radiant mystique in front of this person. He tried his best to gather the scattered river of blood back into his sleeves. However, the yellow-purple nobleman from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu formed another Dao seal with one hand. A mountain and river seal that combined heaven and earth appeared in a radius of 100 miles around Zhongguang. It seemed to have imprisoned Zhongguang within a seal of Dao condensation. He then raised his hand high, and the seal suddenly became as large as a mountain, smashing down on the head of an ascendant realm great demon. Zhongguang could only reveal his true body, but he still couldn't break free from the seal. Not only that, Zhongguang was suppressed by the seal and fell straight to the ground. The great demon's true body was suppressed to the ground. He didn't want to die like this. He supported himself with both hands, wanting to use his back to break free from the seal. Zhongguang wasn't just good at fighting a battle of attrition. His innate escape art was also one of the best in the wilderness. Therefore, Zhongguang wasn't afraid even when facing a great sword immortal. For example, even if Zhu Shunji and Huai Qian teamed up, Zhongguang wouldn't have much of a chance of winning against one of the 10 from the Central Plains. However, he could still retreat if he wanted to. At most, he would be a little embarrassed and lose some of his worldly possessions. However, Zhongguang was afraid of old immortals like the talisman Yu Xian, who wasn't afraid of fighting a battle of attrition. He was even more afraid of Zhao Tianlai of Mount Longhu, who was rumored to have a celestial master dharmic seal and 10,000 immortal sword. The young Daoist landed on top of the seal. When his feet touched the surface of the seal descended with an unstoppable force, suppressing the great demon who was struggling to get up. Dust flew up from the battlefield, covering the sky and the sun. Other than the great demon that was suppressed by the seal, there were also more than 9,000 lightning whips. It was a spectacular sight. It was as if 4 waterfalls were pouring down on the earth, imprisoning the great demon that couldn't break free from the seal and was about to escape. The seal wasn't only used to suppress the demon, but also to kill him on the spot. A staff smashed down quickly. It was a strike with all its might, and it had the power to split the heavens and earth. The young celestial master's true body didn't move at all. However, above the seal, a Daoist robe with fluttering sleeves appeared. It was covered in yellow-purple Daoist chi. It raised a hand to block the staff. At the same time, it formed a seal with one hand. 5 lightning bolts gathered and boundless fortune appeared. Finally, the Daoist closed 2 fingers and extended it, using the 5 lightning righteous technique to counter the great demon, Yuan Shou. The lightning technique that was close at hand exploded in front of Yuan Shou. The attack made Yuan Shou, who was holding the sword and the staff, see stars. He had to drag the staff and stagger back on the flying sword. He retreated dozens of miles in one breath before he could stabilize his body. What a good Daoist, what a good thunder technique. He was indeed the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Although Yuan Shou didn't care about the life and death of the ascendant realm under the seal, if Chongguang died under his nose, it would be hard to explain to the Jiazi camp. Especially Zhu Mi, that guy, now made Yuan Shou extremely afraid. He and Yang Ji had discussed that it was best for both sides to stay away from Zhu Mi. That was why Yuan Shou came to the battlefield of the Yugui sect in the southernmost part of the Tongya continent, while Yang Ji went to the battlefield of the South Soro continent. Zhao Tianxi's Daoist Qi of yellow and purple Daoist Qi condensed in the 3 dantians. It was as if there were 3 stars circling and moving. It was dense but orderly. One hand blocked the long staff, and the Daoist formula retreated. Zhao Tianxi's real body looked around and smiled. He raised a white jade-like palm. It was crystal clear and unreal. Finally, he looked at one place. Zhao Tianxi's eyes vaguely had the brilliance of the sun and the moon flowing. Then, he softly shouted, "Freeze. My Daoist Qi is determined, the spirit is focused, and the Qi is combined into the real. It is specialized in restraining escape techniques. 10,000 ghosts and monsters, demons and monsters, although they can change shape and hide, they cannot change in the slightest in my mirror." The great celestial master of Longhu Mountain used his superb mirror art to immobilize the great demon Chongguang, who seemed to have shed his skin and left his true body, in a river of time that seemed to have been frozen. The great demon Chongguang roared, "Yuan Shou, save me. Trash only knows how to talk." Yuan Shou scolded, but he still chose to save Chongguang. He suddenly became 1,000 feet tall and smashed his staff at the Daoist Qi image. The latter's 5 fingers were folded in the palm of his hand. The 5 fingers gathered together and the thunder spell split into 5 colors. It was one of the secret techniques of the Daoist Qi image of Longhu Mountain, the Daoist formula 5 thunder finger. It was said that wherever there were demons, there would be Daoist masters of the Peachwood sword. However, they didn't know that anyone who entered the mountains, crossed the river, cured diseases, asked the gods and ghosts, and the Daoist Qi image of Longhu Mountain all had Daoist formulas and talismans. The thunder spell was vast and evil spirits were repelled. The heavenly might killed thousands of ghosts. The Daoist Qi image of the Daoist Qi image changed the Daoist formula. The 5 thunder wrapped around his wrist and his hands were behind his back. The right hand was up and the left hand was down. The middle finger and the ring finger of both hands were hooked together. The left hand rotated outwards and finally the palms of both hands were facing up. There were thousands of fortunes on the palms as if thunder was vibrating. At the same time, the index finger hooked the index finger and the little finger hooked the little finger smoothly. The lightning intertwined and formed a backhand overturning sky print in an instant. In addition to the 5 thunder finger that was ready to be released, Zhao Qianxi's Daoist Qi image already had 2 prints in his hands. The Daoist Qi image of the Daoist Qi image was like a thunder spell, heavenly tribulation hanging in the sky above the battlefield. However, the young Daoist who came from afar still wanted to continue. In a flash, he formed the crepe myrtle print and performed a mysterious supernatural power. The crepe myrtle print was as still as a mountain, but the Daoist Qi image's hands were illusory. He slightly changed the Daoist formula of his fingers and formed the demonic seal and the Tiangang print in a spurt of energy. Then, he used the 3 pure fingers to create the 3 mountains incantation, and then the 5 mountains seal. In the end, he decided to create the thunder layout, a secret technique of the celestial master abode of Longhu Mountain. 1 law gives birth to 10,000 laws, and 10,000 laws return to the thunder law. Furthermore, there was an 8 trigrams formation that rotated slowly in his hands. In addition, there were 3 great kiliocosm phenomena of the great kiliocosm and the 5 thunderbolts gathering palm of creation. A young Taoist priest who didn't say a word after arriving at the battlefield, and wanted to kill an ascendant realm cultivator. Not only did the Taoist seal under his feet suppress the great demon Zhongguang, but it seemed that he wanted to fight the throne Yuan Shou to the death. The Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu seemed to want to see through the true meaning of the heavenly Tao all by himself. Finger incantations, hand seals, and thunder formations were executed in the blink of an eye. Even a pure Jade Realm cultivator would not be able to see how many Daoist incantations Zhao Qianlai had performed, let alone how he was holding the incantations. Moreover, Zhao Qianlai didn't seem to need to chant incantations to stabilize the true meaning of the Daoist technique. Therefore, this was not some mysterious technique, but the Tao arises from the heart, and all laws return to one that circulated among the cultivators at the peak of the mountain. In the end, the Celestial Master's Dharma idol completed the incantation. He actually combined all the Daoist incantations and Taoist seals into a sword technique. It was as if he was holding a white sun in his hand, and the light was boundless. It was as if 90,000 sword chi shot out at the same time. The cultivators of the Jade sect and the attacking army of the wasteland world, no matter how far they were, had no choice but to immediately close their eyes without exception. They didn't dare to take another look. After a moment, the world fell silent. It seemed to be the scene of loud thunder but small raindrops. However, when they looked again, the throne Yuan Shou actually didn't have a long staff in his hand. Instead, he held a sword in one hand for the first time. He stood in the air 100 miles away, dragging the great demon Zhongguang whose robe was mostly torn. Zhongguang's entire back was a bloody mess. Even with the tough physique of an ascendant realm cultivator, there were still no signs of recovery. The great demon Zhongguang said with his last breath, "Thank you for saving my life, Ancestor Yuan." Yuan Shou looked down and suddenly let go of his hand. He stomped his foot through Zhongguang's chest again, gently twisting his ankle and crushing his opponent's chest even more. He raised the long sword in his hand and pressed it against the bastard's forehead. He said angrily, "Good fellow, you were pretending to be dead all this time? Do you think my natal item is worthless?" Zhongguang let Yuan Shou vent his anger. How could the injury on Yuan Shou's foot compare to Zhao Qianlai's Daoist seal Dao intent, which was overturning rivers and seas in the sea of blood in his natal robe? Today's brainless battle almost made Zhongguang return all the great Dao gains he gained in the Tongyi continent. However, Zhongguang was still extremely grateful that Yuan Shou was willing to use his sword to execute the sword art and save him. He didn't even dare to stretch out his hand to slightly push away the tip of the sword. Zhongguang said helplessly, "Ancestor Yuan, that Dragon Tiger Mountain's great heavenly master and his sword seal are the 2 things that naturally suppress my spells and abilities. Ancestor, I will definitely repay you double for your loss today." Yuan Shou stretched out his arm, and a long staff with the inscription "Sea Calming" appeared in his hand. However, it was damaged even more severely. After experiencing 2 great battles with Bai Yi and Zhao Qianlai, This long staff actually existed in name only. It could only be restored if he could refine the entire great blasphemy in the future. However, Yuan Shou wasn't willing to approach the closer Aquarius continents Chidu and the further northern Reed continents Jidu. Zhao Tianlai had already put away his Daoist seal and arrived at the Jade Gui sect's ancestral mountain. He bowed to sect master Jiang Shangzhen, who had been waiting for a long time. In the great heavenly master residence of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a boy named Wu Tiring was in charge of watching over the residence. He sat cross-legged alone outside the demon-subduing hall, staring at the talisman cover that had been heavily blessed by generations of great heavenly masters. As for the scabbard of the immortal sword Myriad Arts, the little Daoist boy had placed it by the well. Jiang Shangzhen returned an unconventional Daoist bow, which could be considered a great gift. However, people like Jiang Shangzhen had always done things without any restrictions. As long as this great heavenly master who had helped the sect resolve its urgent situation was willing, he might even rub shoulders and knock on the back without a problem. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. Great heavenly master's spells are invincible and can be used freely. I didn't even have the chance to take out my flying sword. It turns out that the difference of one realm is more than the difference between heaven and earth. Zhao Tianlai laughed and shook his head, then sighed with emotion. What a bitter battle to the death. Jade Gui sect didn't have it easy. Jiang Shangzhen said, compared to our Tongyi sect, which is the leader of a continent, Jade Gui sect's cultivators' bones are indeed a bit harder. The Tongyi sect in the north of Tongyi continent had now submitted to the Jiazi camp. A group of old bastards, like corpses, had become traitors. Therefore, in a continent whose territory was equivalent to 2.5 Aquarius continents' mountains and rivers, only Jade Gui sect was still stubbornly resisting. After Tongyi sect defected to the Jiazi camp, Jade Gui sect suddenly became more and more precarious. If it wasn't for the sect leader Jiang Shangzhen, who was originally wandering everywhere, returning to the sect, it was estimated that there really wouldn't be any battles in the continent right now. Jiang Shangzhen was originally forced by the dangerous situation of the continent to appear and return to his own mountain. He was indeed somewhat vexed. If it wasn't for the fact that Jade Gui sect was about to fall, Jiang Shangzhen really couldn't continue to be free and unfettered outside. Otherwise, he would rather be a street rat scurrying everywhere freely and earning military merits everywhere. As expected, the sect leader's seat in the ancestral hall was rather hot. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been a sect leader. He would have been a wandering Ju Feixiong, secretly throwing a sword and immediately running away. Wouldn't that have been satisfying? Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall, which was originally filled with cultivators of the upper 5 realms, was more than half empty. Not to mention the various ancestral masters and direct disciples, even many of the consecrated guests had died. That wasn't all. The key was that so many young faces of Jade Gui sect were gone just like that. They didn't cherish their lives and died vigorously in battle. Weren't they stupid to think that they had died a worthy death? Even Jiang Shangzhen, who believed that he had a heart of stone and was heartless, couldn't help but feel bitter to the point that his heart was almost broken. Jiang Shangzhen asked, Heavenly Master, Bai Yi really died? Zhao Tianlai nodded. If it's the 14th realm, Bai Yi really died. There's no more immortal sword Tai Bai in the world. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. This battle really caused everyone to die. Zhao Tianlai said, in the past, the cultivators on the mountains of the vast world, especially the central divine continent, felt that the so-called 14th throne of the wilderness was at most the weakest of the 10 in the central divine continent. Now that Bai Yi is dead, they feel that the entire 10 or 15 people of the vast world are no match for the 14th throne. Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, when it comes to fighting, doesn't the central divine continent know whether the beasts of the wilderness can do it? Soon, Jiang Shangzhen answered his own question. Of course not. The Great Wall of Sword Qi knows, but the vast world doesn't. The 9 sword formations of Zhouyi Peak had long disappeared. Other than the great demon Zhongguang, Yuan Shou had also personally come to Jade Gui sect. Other than helping Zhongguang to command the demon race to attack the mountain in name, he would also reveal his true body from time to time and smash the mountain formation with his rod. However, He didn't use all his strength and didn't deliberately target the cultivators or Jade Gui sect's ancestral mountain. He only said that since the mountain was rich and had a strong foundation, he would see how many divine coins there were. Yuan Shou even said, "Grandpa can even kill by Jiang Shangzhen, an immortal, is really nothing." Before the destruction of the Gold Armor continent, a military tent in the wilderness once again used the catoptric deflection technique. A picture scroll repeated over and over again. In just one picture, Liu Cha killed the 14th realm by Yi with one sword. In the vast world, there was no one who was most proud of, no one who was invincible in poetry. This boring and soul-stirring picture scroll was also seen by the cultivators of Jade Gui sect. If Jiang Shangzhen hadn't heard the confirmation from the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, he wouldn't have dared to believe that Bai Yi was dead. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen was so distraught that he took the initiative to leave the mountain formation and find that Ascendant Realm beast to have a real one-on-one battle. Both sides used all their trump cards and fought with their lives on the line. Not to mention the demon race, even many of the relatively young immortal masters of Jade Gui sect didn't know the depth of Jiang Shangzhen's true combat strength. Most of them heard it from their elders and ancestors. In the early years, they only knew that the distinguished and notorious Jiang clan head was the best in the world in terms of running away. Therefore, all along, as long as Jiang Shangzhen attacked, he could guarantee his survival if he attacked those with a higher realm. If he attacked those with a lower realm or those with a similar realm, the other party would definitely die. After witnessing that battle with their own eyes, they realized that sect head Jiang was actually so good at fighting. Killing an immortal with a willow leaf was so fierce and unparalleled. Zhao Tianlai said apologetically, "The 10,000 arts of the immortal sword must be left in Mount Longhu, because accidents are very likely to happen." For the first time, Jiang Shangzhen didn't look stingy, nor did he speak shamelessly. Instead, his face was solemn and his eyes were sincere. He nodded and said, "Heavenly Master, you've already done your best to cross the continent to come here to subdue the demon. Our Jade Gui sect won't go against our conscience and ask for more." This was the ease of dealing with a truly smart person. Jiang Shangzhen squatted on the edge of the cliff and said softly, "Heavenly Master, take a rest. It's best to protect that parasol tree. That's the center of the formation of the demon-subduing pagoda. Jade Gui sect can still hold on for a while, at most half a year, at least 3 months. I'll just have to trouble you to take away a cloud cave-blessed land when you leave. Some of the younger ones will be pressed by the head and thrown into the blessed land. As for those who are relatively older and have a higher seniority, they can stay if they want." Zhao Tianlai said, "Since things have come to this, why don't sect head Jiang take the people and leave together? If the people survive, the land will be lost. In the end, there's still hope. However, if the people die and the land survives, we'll definitely lose both the people and the land." Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. "Our Jade Gui sect can't learn from Taiping Mountain and Fuyo sect. However, no matter who we learn from, we can't learn from Tongye sect. No matter how shameless Jiang Shangzhen is, he still needs to have this bit of face. If he didn't become the sect head, he naturally could go anywhere. However, since he became the sect head, he had to obediently accept it even if his face was slapped swollen. Furthermore, if I were to leave, then the thousands of years of accumulated spirit of the Jade Gui sect cultivators would be completely destroyed in my hands. In the future, no matter how prosperous the Jade Gui sect is on the surface, no matter how many immortal masters they have, it would still be an empty shelf made of bamboo strips and paper." Zhao Tianlai smiled and nodded. He had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Shangzhen. The rumors on the mountain were both true and false. In the mountain and mountain bulletin, some righteous words were actually just that. Some of the truth would only be far from the truth. On the other hand, some of the words were brushed over in a few words, but they hid an endless sense of awe-inspiring righteousness. Jiang Shangzhen found a stalk of grass from somewhere and chewed it in his mouth. Suddenly, he laughed and looked up. "In my early years, I brought Sister Zhonyang back from the Great Spring Dynasty. I heard that she has some relationship with the Heavenly Fox Senior of Mount Longhu. Zhonyang is proud and arrogant. She never pretended to be nice to me, the sect head. However, She has always admired Grand Celestial Master. Why don't I take this opportunity to ask her to come to Grand Celestial Master's side and get some immortal chi? Maybe she'll be a little nicer to me in the future. Great Celestial Master, can you not be calculative with me about this? Zhao Tianlai smiled and said, of course. The real identity of Zhonyang, the shopkeeper of the Great Spring Dynasty's border inn, was Lady Huan Shuo, a nine-tailed heavenly fox. However, the famous mountain guardian of Mount Longhu's celestial master residence, Lian Zhan, was a ten-tailed heavenly fox. After receiving Jiang Shangzhen's imperial edict, Zhonyang immediately flew over from the place where Jiang Shangzhen had cultivated in the past. She landed quite a distance away from the two of them. Then, she quickly walked over and bowed to the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu. Zhao Tianlai, on the other hand, returned a Daoist salute. Jiang Shangzhen turned a blind eye to this. He squatted on the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. For some reason, he thought of the meeting at the Hall of Ancestral Masters, which was originally to congratulate the old sect head on his breakthrough. For some reason, he thought of Old Man Zun staring blankly at the white clouds gathering and dispersing outside the door. Jiang Shangzhen knew that Old Man Zun didn't really like poems and songs. However, he liked the lyrical poem with the line "return and come" the most. The reason was even stranger. Old Man Zun liked it for the rest of his life just because of the three words at the beginning. The Yu family is poor. The old sect head, Zun Yuan, was actually born in the mountains. He didn't have to worry about food and clothing, nor did he have to worry about his cultivation. His path could be said to be smooth sailing. Therefore, even Jiang Shangzhen couldn't understand why Old Man Zun liked these three words so much. Jiang Shangzhen squatted on the spot and allowed Zhonyang and Zhao Tianlai to ask about matters related to cultivation. Jiang Shangzhen chewed on the grass root until there was nothing left. However, he still chewed on it subconsciously. The Yu family is poor. They borrowed the green bamboo staff from their lord and went deep into the white clouds. No one cared if their straw shoes broke. Will the fields never return? Jiang Shangzhen leaned back and rested his hands on the back of his head. Luopa Mountain, where he served as a consecrator, the lotus root blessed land, was upgraded to a superior blessed land. Jiang Shangzhen was destined to be unable to attend the ceremony. Therefore, when he held the blessed land and took in the refugees from Tongya continent, he left a few gifts in the blessed land. In addition to the necessary heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Jiang Shangzhen also casually planted a willow tree and marked out a private territory in the blessed land. He finally had some of the heirs a consecrator of the Hall of Ancestral Masters should have. However, for some reason, the man personally planted the most common wild herb by the willow tree water. It was called Heng Wu. The willow tree was shady and the flowers bloomed. He only hoped that one day, his sweetheart would be far away and his lover would still be there. He could enjoy the cool shade of the willow tree and watch the flowers bloom. There was a bright red Daoist robe that floated several feet above the top of the city wall. His sleeves hung down, and when the wind blew, they fluttered in the wind. He was like a leaf floating on a river, or a lone red cloud above the top of the city wall. Chen Pinggan was used to being isolated from the world. When Zhu Mi removed the restriction of the Jiazi tent for some reason, he was not used to it. Fortunately, this feeling was not unfamiliar. In the past, Chen Pinggan practiced boxing in the bamboo house for a long time and was fed too many punches. When he left the mountain and traveled far away, he would feel uncomfortable all over. After that, there were really demon cultivators who were not afraid of death. They shouted and rode the wind to cross the border, completely ignoring the young hermit under their feet. They did not dare to climb to the top of the city wall to enjoy the scenery, because the immortal sword spirits who could not be killed but were equivalent to earth immortal sword cultivators were still guarding the city wall. In the beginning, Chen Pinggan was still worried that it was Zhu Mi's plan. He was stubborn and let the demon cultivators pass by the city wall from a high place. He politely asked a great demon who was at the same level as him to stay. After some polite greetings, he let the other party come to his door to give him gifts. He threw a bunch of spells at him and beat him to his heart's content. As Chen Pinggan was beaten up obediently, he asked some small questions in the language of the wilderness. It was a pity that the other party did not treat him as an outsider and really treated him as an important guest. There was no useful information. In the end, Chen Pingan could only disperse his body. The golden core great demon laughed wantonly. Then, the hermit on the city wall behind the other party rubbed his chin and looked at the heroic great demon from afar. He did not know if he should accompany the other party to have fun or send him on his way. How was he not a man? Except for the unlucky demon who crossed the border at the beginning, Chen Pingan dragged him down and killed him on the spot with his fake jade pudding realm. Other than that, the one who punched was the previous hermit, Xiao Chuo. The one who attacked was the dragon monarch of the throne. He was one of the 10 young people who competed in spells and abhijna, Jian Yu. How could anyone be able to kill the hidden official once? Therefore, as a form of hospitality, Chen Pingan twisted off the head of the gold core great demon. He didn't care about the headless corpse and just threw the head high up into the air. Then, he spun around and kicked it a few thousand feet away. Once the restriction was removed, there were many such strange and interesting things. There were demon cultivators who did not dare to jump over the city wall. They only flew up and admired the words on the city wall from a closer distance. On the opposite city wall, there was a young demon martial artist who climbed the wall. He said that he wanted to spar with Chen Pingan, but he had to wait for another 30 years. There were also 3 demon sword immortals who came from the southernmost territory of the desolate world. They came together on their swords to travel. However, they did not go to the vast world. They just admired the scenery and returned to their hometowns. There was also a group of demon cultivators who looked like young women. They were very bold, probably because they came from a large sect. They pulled a huge carriage with several white cranes and green wands. They stood on top of it and chattered non-stop. One of them used the abhijna to look for the young hermit. When they finally found the young man in a bright red robe, they were all very excited, as if they had seen the man of their dreams. Great, big and small, male and female. Did they all think that this was a tourist attraction in a faraway corner of the world? Chen Pingan raised his palm. 5 bolts of lightning gathered and smashed out a bolt of lightning with astonishing momentum. The woman in the palace robe who used the mountain river observation divine art seemed to have lost her mind. Instead of dispersing the thunder technique, she used the upper 5 realms divine art to forcibly store the thunder technique into her sleeve, which blew up most of her sleeve. Then, not only did she not feel the slightest bit of heartache, she raised her hand and shook her sleeve. Her face was full of pride, as if she was showing off something to her friends in the boudoir. Chen Pingan stood at the top of the city wall. He smiled and waved at the chariot that was glowing with precious light. You want the thunder technique, right? Come closer, I'll give you all you want. Seeing that you're all women, I'm famous for having tender feelings for the fairer sex, so I can give you more. When the time comes, courtesy demands reciprocity. You only need to leave the phoenix carriage behind. Looking at the style, there was no doubt that it was an emperor's carriage. Other than a few celestial birds, the wheels were refined with the essence of the moon and the essence of the sun. As for the exterior of the carriage, it was extremely luxurious. There was a curtain hanging in front of the carriage. It was actually the picture of the Yu Luo Xiao Tai and the Yu Jing Dan Q. If it was just a ferry boat and not a quasi-immortal weapon, then Chen Pingan would have wasted all those years of his life as a bag dealer. Unfortunately, the chariot was still hovering in the air. The eyes of the female cultivators were shining, and they suddenly quieted down. They stared at the young hidden official in the painting of mountains and rivers in their palms and whispered to each other. It was as if they were commenting on the famous hidden official. Every dog has its day. In the past, only Chen Pingan was disgusted by the dragon god and Li Jun. Now, he was receiving his retribution. A gust of strong wind blew across the city wall. The eye-catching bright red robe fluttered in the wind again. The demon cultivators who came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to enjoy the scenery came in an endless stream. It was a mess. However, there were fewer and fewer great demons who came to the city wall to seek death. Chen Pingan seemed to be sleeping soundly. His hands were folded on his abdomen, and his breathing was long. He was slashing with a narrow saber behind him. However, The saber was covered by the wide robe. Chen Pingan's thoughts wandered thousands of miles. Some crossed each other, some were born at the same time, and some collided together. It was chaotic. Chen Pingan did not deliberately restrain himself. The law was equal, and there was no superiority. The heart has no worries, no fears, and is far away from the inverted dreams. The scholarly sage who was guarding the city wall once said that he was thinking about that person's struggle for justice. However, he could not figure it out. He just felt that such a conclusion wasn't too appropriate. The items on the mountain of the Fuyao sect were really good, but the price was really high. When Yu Qing and Mi who died in battle, the city had already ascended far away. Those traveling sword cultivators did not see the last sword attack of the two great sword immortals in their lives. The two great sword immortals, the top 10 candidates of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, left just like that. They did not even say a word or say anything. If even I die here, who will tell the world in the end what kind of sword immortals you sword immortals are and what kind of heroes you are? All of you, King come back to life. I want to challenge the sword. I want to challenge all of you sword immortals, including Yu Qing, Mi Hu, Sun Juyuan, Gao Kue, and Dao Wenquan. If I frown, I'll have the same surname as Boss Sword Immortal. Apart from sword immortals, there were even more sword cultivators who were not sword immortals, old and young, who died. They stayed on the battlefield and died on the battlefield. I have not been to Taiping Mountain. He had never seen the Mirage City after the snow fell. What kind of a place would it be like in the human world? One of the 3 sages guarding the sky screen was the city lord of the Beko Keikyang building. I wonder if Dong Haitan, Fatty Yang, and the others, who are traveling far away in the sky screen, will go sightseeing. I wonder how the 3rd sect master of the Beko Keikyang building with a lotus crown, Wu Meng, and the 7 objects of the great Tao will be like. Previously, I saw the dew armor on Jiuyu's body, which was like wearing a 7-colored garment. It was hard not to think of the female sword immortal Ju Cheng who liked to swing on the city wall. Her natal flying sword was rainbow, and the sword light was also divided into 7 colors. It was as if one person had 7 natal flying swords. There were too many regrets like this. Liu Cai. Land platform. As a Qi refinement warrior, he was afraid of heights. There was also that mysterious body constitution. Although Lu Tai was a direct descendant of the Lu family, his cultivation level was not high. Although he relied on many Dharma treasures and could dispel many doubts, he dared to travel across continents to the Aquarius continent, the Inverted Mountain, and the Tongya continent without a Tao protector. They first met on the Fan family's ferry Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City. Later, Chen Pingan secretly asked Wei Wenlong to look through the boarding records of the last 30 years in the Spring Banner House. Lu Tai did not board the ship midway. He indeed boarded on Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City. However, Lu Tai never talked about his trip to the Aquarius continent. However, at that time, Chen Pingan did not trust the Lu family of the Middle-earth Yin-Yang sect, and not Lu Tai. In fact, Chen Pingan had long regarded Lu Tai as a true friend, just like the gentleman Zhong Kue. However, Chen Pingan once had a strange feeling in the Eagle Fortress and met a person. Lu Tai said that he had 2 masters. Later on, Lu Tai was able to possess a woman's body, hinting that he was already in a blessed land. The old monastery master of the East Sea Monastery, as one of the few 14 realms, had very strict rules. Therefore, Lu Tai definitely did not have the ability to break the rules of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Given the old monastery master's identity and background, he would definitely not give the Lu family of the Middle-earth face. Therefore, Chen Pingan desperately hoped that the round-faced lady in cotton clothes who visited the Great Wall of Sword Qi was that Wn Yi, Liu Cai. Therefore, Kui Yu was puzzled. He asked Chen Pingan why he was angry after confirming that he was not Liu Cai. Chen Pingan was not angry that Lu Tai was that one, but he was angry that Lu Tai was gradually becoming that one behind the scenes. Chen Pingan even thought of countless possibilities. For example, if they had the chance to meet again in the future, would Lu Tai walk towards him with a stick of candied hawthorn in his hand and a smile on his face? What to do? He could only wait. Otherwise, what else could he do? The many years of hardship after the age of 4 and the sudden desperate situation in life made a stubborn young man who was used to having nothing and felt that even if he had something, he would not be able to keep it. However, he seemed to have naturally turned into another person. The great Tao should not be so small. Traveling the world, he had never encountered a situation where he could bypass a hurdle. Chen Pinggan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He flipped his sleeves and instantly stood at the edge of the city wall. A group of sword cultivators who were not part of the 100 sword immortals in the wilderness came to the city wall one after another. Most of them were young and started to practice swords. However, without the dragon monarch guarding the city wall and without the restrictions of the Jiazi tent, more than 100 sword cultivators stayed far away from the edge of the cliff to avoid being beheaded by someone on the other side. When a young demonic sword cultivator obtained a wisp of pure sword will, a young secluded official in a bright red daoist robe stood at the edge of the cliff with both hands on his saber. He looked at the other side of the cliff and did not move at all. That young genius in the way of the sword slightly changed the trajectory of his sword before he went to the vast world. However, he was still extremely cautious. In the end, he grinned at that young secluded official. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked towards the south. From afar, a ray of rainbow light shot over and suddenly stopped. It landed on the city wall. It was a thin old man with a thin appearance. He was wearing a daoist robe with a bamboo flute hanging from his waist. The color of the bamboo was lush and green. One look and one could tell that it was a valuable item that had been around for a long time. The old man looked around and did not see the figure of the young man. However, there were some clues. He smiled and asked in an elegant manner, "Where is the secluded official?" Chen Pinggan slowly appeared on the opposite city wall. The two of them were separated by a city wall road. He smiled and asked, "Elder, you look very elegant. You are wearing a daoist robe with a clean and sharp appearance. You look very dignified. Are you here to replace the dragon god?" The old man did not care about the other party's insinuation. He smiled and shook his head. "I have been using the name Lu Feiyan for many years because I wanted to go to your hometown and meet this Lu Feiyan. As for my real name, coincidentally, it is engraved on your body." Chen Pinggan was suddenly enlightened. "If that's the case, you are really a little old. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to become Cheyun's teacher. The secluded official is indeed knowledgeable and quick-witted." The old man smiled and said, "However, the limericks of the secluded official don't match the rhythm. It is also difficult to explain in a few words. It really makes me worried when I hear about it." Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "You have reached the 14th realm?" The old man nodded. Chen Pinggan also nodded and said, Yes, if I live to your age, I will be at most 28 realm." This sovereign great demon, Cheyun and Feiran's master, chuckled and said, "You are young, but you live like a child under the Medicine King. You can indeed say a few more ridiculous words." Chen Pinggan said righteously, "If you continue to be so eccentric, don't blame me for making an exception and scolding you." The two sides seemed to be reminiscing. However, if it was any other place, as long as it was not this Dao integration city wall, Chen Pinggan's soul would probably have been shattered by the other party's slap, or he would be living a life worse than death. The current Chen Pinggan was indeed unable to fight against an ascendant realm cultivator who had reached the 14th realm. The old man asked, "Do you want to know what the sword cultivator, the dragon god, said before he faced Chen Qingdu's sword?" Chen Pinggan sighed and said, "What else could it be? It was most likely those scolding words. The dragon god is indeed good at this. Over the years, I have experienced a lot of dragon god and suffered a lot." The old man shook his head and said, "Wrong, it was the words dragon god receives the sword." Chen Pinggan sighed. As expected. Then the old debt would be written off. The old man asked, "What are you after?" Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, "I've been standing here for many years. Sovereign great demons have come and gone one by one, but I'm still standing here. My disciple, Yun Qing, died in your hands. If he's dead, so be it. Anyway, he couldn't persuade old Deaf to betray the Great Wall of Sword Chi." The old man suddenly said, Did Yun Qing leave behind anything? For example, that semi-immortal weapon, the bamboo flute called Banished Immortal. Chen Pinggan remained silent. Yun Qing's bamboo flute had a line of small words beside Banished Immortal. The words and text were extremely beautiful, once approved to Lu Jifeng. Now that the dragon god was dead, everything seemed to be easy to use. However, the more it was so, the more Chen Pinggan did not have any thoughts about it. As for the 5 demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms who were imprisoned in the cage back then, they were Yun Qing, Qing Qiu, Meng Po, Zhu Jie, and Hu Changjun. Only Yun Qing had a good relationship with Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan even often went to chat with Yun Qing. Chen Pinggan glanced at the bamboo flute on the thin and elegant demon's waist again. The 7 words in Xiaozhuan were slightly bigger. Chizhou's crest does not need wine. It was almost the same shape as Yun Qing's bamboo flute. In addition, there was also a line of inscriptions: blue water and blue sky are 2 wonders. The old flute's sorrowful bamboo will crack. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked without rhyme or reason, "You can be considered to be Ju Mi's yin spirit traveling far away? Did the former 14th realm fall to such a state? Isn't it a little too tragic? Is your family's grand ancestor really not going to care?" If he had asked, "What's your relationship with Ju Mi?" there would probably be no answer. The old man sighed and said, "Mr. Ju is right. You really have to read more." Chen Pinggan couldn't help but laugh and said, "You like to praise yourself so much. Mr. Ju, did you learn from me? Have you become my disciple?" In any case, he was certain that the person in front of him was one of Ju Mi's incarnations. Chen Pinggan said again, "Now, my Dao heart is broken because I have accepted my fate. No matter how bad the situation is, it can't crush me to death. So, you deliberately opened the restriction and let the demon cultivators run around. Was it to take advantage of one of my drinking sessions to take something so that you could break it? Or are you here for my hairpin?" The old man smiled and nodded. It was a pity that the guy in front of him was still more cautious. Ju Mi's young spirit body was the white jade of the throne. He cultivated the great Tao on his own and climbed to the throne step by step. However, the yin spirit had fused with the skin of the 14th level. However, the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain did not help at all. He only watched coldly from the sidelines. Hence, Ju Mi had used the methods of the desolate world to forcefully snatch it away. Looking at the young hermit who seemed to be in his 40s, Ju Mi made a gesture with 2 fingers in his sleeve. He first isolated the world and then controlled the river of time above the city wall. He said slowly, "Chen Pinggan, I changed my mind. The one wearing the armor is still Li Jun, but the one holding the sword can be changed from Feiran to you." The young hermit jumped up and spat. He scolded, "If you are so King awesome, why don't you fight with the Holy Master Dao Zu Buddha?" Ju Mi smiled and reversed the flow of time. He took back his words. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Sorry, I must have scolded you just now." 734. The previous chapter was a slip of the pen and will be corrected. Might change to earlier preamble. Inside the Ascension City, Twister visited the Ning mansion for the first time. The second-in-command of the criminal division came to meet the current hidden official of the Ascension City. Ning Yarrow stood at the old site of the dragon-slaying cliff. Other than Ning Yarrow, there was also a young girl with an ancient inkstone and a bamboo box on her back. She was running around with a cute little girl in white, beating gongs and drums. One asked if my master was powerful and how powerful he was. The other answered that my father was powerful and invincible. The other asked what my mother would do to you later. The other answered that I was not afraid of kowtowing. With gongs and drums, I could rule the world. The 2 of them who had a harmonious relationship suddenly turned hostile. One said that her master was her father, so she was closer to him. The other said that she recognized her master first and her father later. First come, first served. Her seniority was still lower. The so-called falling out was actually just a competition to see who could make the loudest noise by beating their gongs and drums. Twister Shin felt that it was really difficult for Ning Yarrow. She had Guozhujiu and a daughter who fell from the sky. Ning Yarrow did not seem to mind the commotion and nodded to Twister Shin. Twister Shin came to Ning Yarrow and said, Zhao Yarrow had a drink with Zheng Dafeng and left the Ascension City. Qi Shou personally sent him out of the city. It seems that Zhao Yarrow is going to the westernmost side to learn Buddhism from the monks of the Shoshin Temple. Ning Yarrow nodded and said, he probably wants to learn Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Was he going to walk the same path as Mr. Qi? Twister Shin smiled and did not speak. Ning Yarrow asked, what's wrong? Twister Shin said, I'm curious. Why did you choose Chen Pinggan, who was just a teenager in a shabby alley when you traveled alone? Can you tell me about it? Logically speaking, Ning Yarrow had seen all kinds of sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi since she was young and then traveled the world. She should have seen many young talents. Bookish, heroic, and immortal. She must have seen all kinds of things. Ning Yarrow said, what did he say to you? Twister Shin shook her head and said, Chen Pinggan never talked about this. Ning Yarrow narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Twisting Heart was helpless. Should she call this man and woman an immortal couple, or should she call them an adulterous couple? Even a seamstress like Twisting Heart, who had no feelings for love, could not take it. Therefore, Twisting Core corrected herself, I was just asking casually. You don't have to answer. Actually, Ning Yarrow didn't intend to say anything. The two of them strolled together. Ning Yarrow turned to Guozhujiu and reminded her, you guys can have fun, but you're not allowed to leave this place. Guozhujiu nodded vigorously and said, if anything goes wrong, I'll bring my head to mistress. The little girl threw the gongs and drums to the ground. She put her hands on her hips and asked, whose head? Guozhujiu squinted at the little girl and said telepathically, we're on the same team. Why are you trying to undermine us? Ning Yarrow no longer paid attention to the two children's frolicking. Twister Shin made an exception to appear in the Ning mansion this time. She was definitely not here to chat. However, Ning Yarrow couldn't help but look back at Guozhujiu. Guozhujiu immediately straightened her back. Of course, Ning Yarrow knew why Guozhujiu didn't want to stay in her own home. Similarly, Ning Yarrow was even worse than Guozhujiu. She directly ran away from home. Even when Guozhujiu returned home, she was mostly busy in the flowerbed. She meticulously took care of the exotic flowers and herbs that she brought back from her travels. She no longer swept a large area with her rod or chopped a large pile with her sword. It was as if when one grew up, one would be reluctant to part with them. Every time Chen Pinggan returned home from his travels, he would go and add soil. There was no exception. It was the same principle. Twister Shin said telepathically to Ning Yarrow, that year in prison, Chen Pinggan made a deal with an ascendant state called Frost Descent. Frost Descent earned a grain of Guyu money from Chen Pinggan and bought half of his freedom. He promised to help you once. Therefore, when you were traveling, I almost twisted open the wick and released this otherworldly demon from Qingming Tian. Ning Yarrow asked, almost? Twister Shin nodded and said, Zheng Dafeng found me and told me not to rush. This person seems to be quite familiar with the inside story of Shinto. Ning Yarrow didn't want to talk about Zheng Dafeng's background. As the gatekeeper of Luopa Mountain, he was half a family member. Therefore, Ning Yarrow only said, Chen Pinggan's hometown, Lizhu Grotto Heaven, is the most unfathomable place in the world. If you have to deal with people from there in the future, get used to it early. Twister Shin smiled and said, Chen Pinggan, Zheng Dafeng, Zhao Yarrow, I have seen 3 of them. They are indeed very strange. Ning Yarrow said, you don't have to worry about this immortal sword naive. Before I reach the ascendant state, I will definitely make her obedient. When the time comes, I will confront the one-eyed one. In addition to that otherworldly demon, I will also ask Zheng Dafeng about some rules of Shinto. Twister Shin was a little surprised. I thought you would refuse the interference of outsiders. Ning Yarrow shook her head. I don't think you are outsiders. What's more, Dao is dangerous. There is nothing to be embarrassed about seeking help, just in case. Zhao Yarrow and the others were outsiders. Knowing her relationship with Chen Pinggan, he still came to see her alone. If it wasn't for Mr. Qi, Ning Yarrow didn't mind sending Zhao Yarrow out of Ascension City. She didn't send that person out of the country with a sword. It had a lot to do with Ning Yaro's good mood. That half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was still there. He was still there. Twister Shin said, "Then I will leave the wick in Ning Mansion?" Ning Yaro nodded. "Up to you." Inside and outside of Ascension City, naturally, no one dared to spy on Ning Mansion with the mountain and river palm. They didn't have enough courage, and their realm was even lower. Twister Shin took out the oil lamp. After twisting the wick, a white-haired boy floated to the ground. At first, he was in a daze. Then, he suddenly looked like he was about to cry. He raised his arms and shouted, "Ancestor Ingguan, your martial arts are unparalleled, your spells are heavenly, your sword immortal is outstanding, your heroic spirit is handsome, your promise is worth 1,000 gold, your plan is flawless." Ning Yaro glanced at the little bootlicker whose face was flushed red and said to Twister Shin, "You should take him back." Twister Shin smiled. "Anyway, there are already 2. One more won't make a difference." Shuang Jiang saw that the situation wasn't good. He immediately clasped his hands and raised them above his head. He lowered his head and said loudly, "I am willing to be Ancestor Ingguan's Dao companion. I will do my best." Ning Yaro stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead. She turned her head and asked, "Is this how you behave in prison?" Twister Shin shook her head and said, "It's even worse than this. In any case, Chen Pinggan enjoys it." Ning Yaro nodded. "Then let him stay." It was a good thing that he could ask Shuang Jiang some questions to pass the time. Otherwise, if he kept reading those 2 books, he would not be able to find any flowers. In the 2 books, one was hiding something, the other was open and above board. There were quite a lot of beautiful women. On Jiaoping Peak, which was opposite Mirage City, a green-robed swordsman named Chen Yin bought all the restaurants and inns on the entire mountain. He often drank alone here and enjoyed the sunset and the rise of the sun. In a place called Peach Leaf Ferry in the Great Spring Dynasty, Zhu Mi was riding on a small boat. He shook out a round-faced girl in cotton clothes from his sleeve and had her boil tea with peach blossom water. The Peach Leaf Ferry had an exquisite structure. The bow of the ferry was engraved with a jade head. Because the Great Spring Dynasty was once an ancient swamp country, the common people needed to use jade to suppress the flood dragons and water descendants. In addition, there were screens on both sides of the middle cabin. The cabin was quite large and could hold many books. The rear cabin had a stove and sleeping quarters. One could enjoy the scenery, drink tea, eat, play chess, and play zither without any problems. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. The peach blossom water, mandarin fish, and peach blossom fan of this ferry were once the favorites of the Great Spring Dynasty's officials and the female cultivators on the mountain. When brewing tea on credit, Zhu Mi stretched out his hand and casually flipped through a stream of time. Flipping through time was as simple as flipping through the pages of a book. When Fei Ran, who was disguised as Chen Yin, appeared at the Peach Leaf Ferry, Zhu Mi smiled and immersed his mind in the small boat that Fei Ran was on. Fei Ran of the past naturally did not notice. The person that Fei Ran had arranged to meet was Tongyi Continent's Golden Peak Monastery's master, Du Hanling. He was a nascent soul realm cultivator and was more sensible. The ferry stopped at the shore. Fei Ran got up and did not go ashore. Zhu Mi stood at the end of the boat with his hands behind his back. He used the Qi observation technique to size up the group of people other than Du Hanling. Fei Ran obviously did not expect Du Hanling to be so careless and bring outsiders here without permission. However, the nascent soul realm cultivator immediately bowed and apologized. He took the initiative to explain the reason to the messenger from the Gui Yu tent. In the northern boundary of Tongyi Continent, Heavenly Fault Peak, Green Tiger Palace, and Golden Peak Monastery were all big mountains not far from the word sect. It was just that the Green Tiger Palace had long moved to the Baoping Continent's old Dragon City, while the Golden Apex Monastery had gone against the flow of the flood of refugees. Du Hanling first used a demon clan sword cultivator to establish a relationship with the Wuxi army camp stationed in the old southern Qis capital city. Then, through the Wuxi army camp's matchmaking, he made an appointment with a Gui Yu camp cultivator named Chen Yin at Peachleaf Crossing. Du Hanling had a rough understanding of the 60 military tents in the wilderness. Jiazi tent was the leader. Other than that, there were a few other tents that were more eye-catching. For example, Jiazi tent was a group of sword immortal embryos. There were many young cultivators and each of them had a high status. Gui Hai tent was in charge of paving the road on the sea. Geo tent was in charge of moving mountains and opening up roads after landing on the shore. There was a king-level great demon overseeing each of them. They were Fei Fei, who was proficient in water techniques, and Yuan Shou, who was proficient in moving mountains. There was also Jiwei tent, whose leader was the sword immortal minister. There was also one of the younger 10 who was on credit. As for Gui Yu tent, its reputation was relatively unknown. Zhu Mi smiled knowingly. What a coincidence. It seemed that the people in front of him were old friends with the hidden official. Du Hanling was not the only one whose Dao heart had a ripple. There seemed to be a group of people who, after seeing Fei Ran's current appearance, were not as patient as Du Hanling. Their expressions changed slightly and could not be concealed. Du Hanling was worthy of being an old nascent soul cultivator. He quickly recovered his normal state of mind. Whether or not the other party was Chen Pingan who had messed up the situation of the Great Spring Temple in the past did not matter much. These people were now in high positions in the Great Spring Dynasty. One of them was a vassal surnamed Liu, and the other was the only remaining duke of the Great Spring Dynasty. Especially Jiao Shizhen, after seeing Fei Ran, his face was gloomy and terrifying. In addition, there was also a master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery. Xiao Yuan Ran, his master was Daoist Baozhen Yin Miaofeng, the master of the Dragon Gate realm and the disciple of the Golden Core realm. The master and the disciple were both cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm back then. They were not Earth Immortals, so they could not stay in the Mirage City as Master Jing. They could only go to the border and monitor the Yarrow family's iron cavalry for the Liu family of Daquan. They stayed there for more than 10 years. Among them, Xiao Yuan Ran looked young, but he was already half 100 years old. As for his master Yin Miaofeng, he was more than 200 years old. In addition, there was also a less conspicuous Lord City God, the city god of the Riding Crane City. The vassal kings and dukes of the Great Spring Temple, the Earth Immortals cultivators on the mountain, and the gods of the land gathered at the Peachleaf Ferry. In the end, they saw a person they would never have thought of, Chen Pingan. Fei Ran heard Du Hanling's explanation and nodded with a smile. Old friends meet again, turning enemies into friends. Life is really unpredictable. Then, Fei Ran stood at the bow of the boat and another group of people stood on the shore. They began to secretly discuss a plan. Zhu Mi listened to them one by one. As for Zhu Mi's real body, he was still sitting on the ferry. He took a cup of tea from Kuyu and said with a smile, "Boiling tea is just boiling tea leaves." The round-faced girl's heart was not ordinary. She was first detained in the sleeve, and now she was alone with Mr. Wen Hai, but she did not care at all. After pouring a cup of tea for herself, she said casually, "This is my skill. I can guarantee that it can be drunk. If Mr. Zhu is not satisfied, just call Fei Ran. He seems to be proficient in everything." On the shore of the ferry, the conversation went smoothly. Among them, the young Daoist probably did not know that Chen Yin in front of him was much higher than he imagined. He was leisurely chatting with his master and said with a smile, "Master once said that there are often 1,000-year-old trees in the deep mountains, and there are few hundred-year-old people in the human world. At most, she will be old in 20 years. It seems that master was wrong." Yin Miaofeng twirled his beard and smiled. "It is indeed a little strange. Maybe there is a heretical immortal secret book in the Great Spring Secret Treasury that can make Yarrow Jinji's face permanent. If you say that Yarrow Jinji did not secretly cultivate, I will not believe it." The Great Spring Secret Treasury. The two properties of the Jinhuang Mountain Immortal Mansion and the Pine Needle Lake Water God Temple were not to be underestimated. The Liu family of the Great Spring Secret Treasury had been established for more than 200 years and had countless treasures. Unfortunately, the emperor moved to the Fifth World. Who knows how much of the family's property was left now? A sword light turned into a rainbow and landed on the bow of the ferry. Zhu Mi smiled and said, "You came at the right time. Sit down and have some tea." Feiran tore off the mask and returned to his original appearance. He said in a low voice, "Ju am I, what do you want to do?" Ju am I asked back, "Shouldn't you ask me what I have done first?" In the blessed land of lotus roots, many strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. The brilliance caused by the dozens of heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared one after another in the beautiful land of mountains and rivers. There were also long swords left behind from ancient times that suddenly shot up into the sky. There were also thousand-year-old trees that suddenly bore immortal fruits. The immortal aura was ethereal and contained fate energy. It was not as simple as having abundant spiritual aura. It was the best location for mountain cultivators to choose. Among the mountains, lakes, and seas, there were also plants that were blessed by nature. Most importantly, they would give birth to a little bit of natural divine light and become a kind of existence similar to mountain gods, water immortals, and earth gods. They were only short of being bestowed with righteousness. There were also many ancestral temple statues that had enjoyed the incense of the mortal world for hundreds of years. They were originally just clay sculptures and wooden embryos. Even if some of them belonged to the local obscene temples, there were now a few embryonic golden bodies that were formed and began to open their eyes to the mortal world. Kui Dongshan performed a great supernatural power of immortals that copied mountains and rivers and spread the scrolls on the ground. It was good for those who were not in a high realm to see more vividly. The eyes of the accountant, Wei Wenlong, lit up. His hands were quickly pinching his fingers in his sleeves as he did not stop calculating. The longevity fellow was obviously in a good mood. He pursed his lips and smiled. Cao Qinglang was puzzled. Little senior brother? Kui Dongshan had nothing to do, so he stepped on the spot and flew up with his sleeves. He smiled and said, "You guessed right. Lotus Root Blessed Land not only became a superior blessed land, but also hit the bottleneck. In history, there were not many blessed lands with such good fortune. If I remember correctly, there were only 6. They were the result of many mountain peak sects preparing for hundreds of years. For example, the 100 Refinements blessed land of the talisman Yu Shenyi's sect was to let the blessed land have more fortune. Ordinary mountain peaks would not have such extravagant hopes at all. It turned out that other than the Luopa Mountain's own methods and the gifts from outsiders, the Lotus Root Blessed Land, which had just been promoted to a superior blessed land, had reached the bottleneck in less than an hour. Just the mountain of dragon pearls that Madame Qingzhong took out caused the blessed land's water luck to soar by 50%. In addition, during the battle of the 10 people in the world, the imperial tutor Zhongqiu obtained a celestial fortune. It was a 5 sacred mountains true form map. Zhongqiu tried to destroy it in order to guard against Yu Zhani. Later, according to Lu Tai's instructions, he gave up the idea and handed it over to Cao Qinglang for safekeeping. Cao Qinglang asked Zhongqiu and little senior brother. One was willing to take it out and the other said that there was no hidden danger. Therefore, the 5 sacred mountains that did not need to be conferred by the emperors of the 4 countries appeared in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. As for Yuan Lai's immortal fated chance, it was buried at the base of a tall mountain. Similarly, it possessed the embryonic form of a vast mountain. However, compared to the 5 great mountains' true form diagram, its grade was slightly lower. The small pond behind the Luopa Mountains bamboo building turned into a huge lake. A purple golden lotus swayed and wisps of purple golden light slowly flowed into the lake. The chi of Tao permeated the surface of the lake. The floating duckweed sword lake was one of the 18 lakes. Together with the Tai Hui Sword Sex Mountain, it had taken root and gradually merged with the heaven and earth. Other than that, there was a sea of clouds given by the ancestor of the White Cloud sect of the Lying Ground Peak, a peach forest given by the Peach Mountain sect, a fiery cloud given by the Tai Xia sect, and a white conch cup given by the Yuan Ling Hall of the Finger Shen Peak. It was as big as an island and was a natural small Taoist field. Pei Qian frowned and said, "When water is full, it will overflow. Once it reaches a bottleneck and can't break through, it will be bad." Kui Dongshan immediately turned his head and gave Pei Qian a thumbs up. "Senior sister, you have a good eye. You are insightful." Ju Mili finally had a place to use her skills. Holding the golden carrying pole and green bamboo cane, she clapped her hands quickly but silently. The so-called bottleneck was the size of the Blessed Land's territory. After all, the size of the Blessed Land was fixed. The Blessed Land of the Taoist temple in the past was considered the smallest among the 72 Blessed Lands. Once the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Blessed Land was too much, it would be as bad as not enough. Not only would it affect the physique and fate of the mortal teachers, it would also cause all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. For example, if the water was too heavy, it would cause the mountains and rivers to be turbulent and flood thousands of miles away. Or if a huge sun hung in the sky, the sun's essence would shine for thousands of miles and continue to burn the Blessed Land, causing drought to occur for a few years and killing all living things. The dense moonlight would sprinkle on the mortal world, causing the underworld to be filled with ghosts and spirits. They would form groups and wander at night. Or the mountain and lake spirits that were together with the moon would flock and run rampant in the mortal world. The moon's excess would lead to a loss. This was the truth of the great Tao. This was the root cause of many people who ascended in the Blessed Lands. These people were favored by heaven and earth. They were blessed by fate. In a sense, they had no choice but to come out. If they forced themselves to stay in the Blessed Land, they would either be crushed by heaven and be regarded as a traitor who tried to usurp the throne. They would be reduced to returning to heaven and earth, or they would take advantage of the situation and leave. Therefore, the truth of many Blessed Lands in history came to light. However, some of them would attract unexpected disasters. For example, the last official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi broke the restriction of heaven and earth by himself and attracted the attention of the cultivators in the world. In the end, the entire Blessed Land was destroyed. The Blessed Land of Cloud Cave, controlled by the Jiang family, was famous for its vast land and many people. Even if they spent a lot of money, because of the disasters caused by cultivation, the Blessed Land of Cloud Cave had never reached a bottleneck. The Blessed Land of Frost Crisp, owned by the Liu family of the Snow Mountain continent, was probably the least populated Blessed Land. There was only a large group of jade collectors specially trained by the Liu family, and they worked all year round. There were also female immortal masters from other sects who would take the initiative to find the Liu family of the Snow Mountain continent and become anonymous jade collectors without any salary. After all, the so-called jade collectors were dealing with snow all year round, which was greatly beneficial to cultivation. At the same time, the Liu family also owned the Blessed Land with the most people, the Tree Shade Blessed Land. It was an inferior Blessed Land that the Liu family would not spend a single immortal coin on. It had a total of 90 million people. Once a cultivator was lucky enough to reach the cave realm, they would immediately be taken away from the Blessed Land. Outsiders only knew that it was the request of the two ancestral masters. Of course, Kui Dongshan had a backup plan. He would never let the Blessed Land's bottleneck become a hidden danger. To be precise, he was one of the people in the world who only knew how to manage Blessed Lands. Jiang Shangzhen had long been prepared for this. Kui Dongshan looked down at a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There was a willow tree with a scroll hanging on the tree. Kui Dongshan reached out and grabbed it in his hand. He untied a golden thread wrapped around the scroll and placed it horizontally in front of him. The scroll was suspended in the air. Kui Dongshan touched it with 2 fingers and the scroll instantly unfolded. The images constantly swept out and finally revealed 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers painting. This was a great gift from Jiang Shangzhen to the Blessed Land. He bought it from an old ancestral master of Carte Blanche Blessed Land. It was originally a scroll that was tailor-made for the Blessed Land of Cloud Cave. After it took root, as long as the Blessed Land was empty and vast enough, it would become a real mountain and river after being soaked in abundant spiritual energy for 100 years. Other than that, most of the refugees from the Tongyi continent who were previously imprisoned by Jiang Shangzhen walked out of the Blessed Land in the Aquarius continent. Almost all of the Qi cultivators had left, leaving behind more than 200,000 ordinary people. It was unknown what method Jiang Shangzhen used. Most of them were coerced and tempted. In the end, they chose to stay in the Blessed Land and await the judgment of God. These were 2 acts of timely help. The painting of mountains and rivers was like this, and it was even more so for the 200,000 souls of the mortal teachers. As long as they lived and multiplied here, they would be able to repaint the white painting blessed land a bit more. Wei Pai praised from the bottom of his heart, compared to consecrator Ju, I am ashamed of my inferiority. As the suzerain of the Jade Gui sect and the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Shangzhen could be said to have given his all for Luopa Mountain. As a consecrator to this extent, even Kui Dongshan wanted to give brother Ju a golden plaque with the words righteous beyond the clouds. It seemed that no matter what Jiang Shangzhen did, as long as he put his heart into it, he would be outstanding. The only private gain under the guise of public office was that Jiang Shangzhen left a small piece of land for himself. A willow branch that fell to the ground and became a shade. It was probably because he wanted to bring a beauty here for an outing. With the additional mountains and rivers that appeared out of thin air, the spiritual energy of the blessed land that was almost solidified began to flow naturally again, surging towards the empty mountains and rivers. Zhu Lian laughed and said, Consecrator Ju is indeed a wonderful person. It's rare in the world. Then, Zhu Lian smiled and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Zhu Lian explained, Consecrator Ju and I hit it off at first sight. We exchanged pointers on a Dao technique and were evenly matched. But in the end, he lost to you. Furthermore, Consecrator Ju lost wholeheartedly. Pei Qian thought for a while and muttered, What's all this about? Zhu Mili gently shook her head, which was considered as knocking on the door to greet Pei Qian. Pei Qian stretched out his hand and pressed on her head, saying softly, Don't say that old chef is talking nonsense. There's no such thing. We, the Bamboo House, treat people with sincerity. In Pei Qian's small account book in the early years, there were many distinct factions. For example, she, Sister Nuanshu, and Little Mealy belonged to the most direct Bamboo House faction. The Gatekeeper faction had Zheng Dafeng and Yuan Lai. The dragon-riding alley faction had Sharu and the others who looked after the shops. There was also the stake-walking and dream-walking faction, Kui Dongshan said. Next, I'll have to trouble Changming Judge and Mr. Wei to take a few more steps to pick up the money and settle the accounts. Hongxia will bring Yunzi to help later. You don't know how lucky you are. It's not good to lie down and enjoy life without doing anything. Hongxia said softly, Yes, Hongxia. Chen Lingjun said, Count me in. Kui Dongshan smiled and looked at Grandpa Chen, who was walking a little light. Then count you in? Do you want to bring that brother of yours along? On this trip to the North Continent, Chen Lingjun had crossed a continent and back. He had been very careful when he walked, but that business of beheading a chicken and burning yellow paper to get to know a good brother was very daring and not the least bit careless. Chen Lingjun shrunk his neck and took a big step forward. He took another big step forward and put his feet together. Thus, he stood next to Nuanshu, the stupid girl, and said tentatively, Then let's forget it, right? Kui Dongshan no longer paid attention to this leader of Luopo Mountain's courage and wisdom. First, there was old Josie, who had never won a fight and never lost a quarrel. Then, there was Liu Kaicheng, who had my senior brother is Zheng Juzhong and I am best friends with Chen Pinggan. Now, there was Chen Lingjun, who had scolded Wan Fei for being shameless, patted Lu Chen's shoulder twice, and even called the people of Zhonlong his brother. Each and every one of them was AF * king talent, the kind that could only be found but not sought. Even Kui Dongshan found it interesting that Luopo Mountain was able to occupy one of these rare heroes in the vast world. Kui Dongshan turned to Cao Qinglang and said, That dragon boat ferry can be brought here to be repaired. If you think that Liu Zhongruan is suitable, you can let her bring some of the more level-headed direct disciples here to choose 2 or 3 mountains to cultivate. But let's make it clear in advance. Within 60 years, other than Island Master Liu, who can freely enter and leave, the direct disciples can't move around casually. Kui Dongshan raised his hands, shook his sleeves, and pointed to 2 places. For example, these 2 places have a lot of water luck. They can be given to Liu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island. One was a part of the South Xuanshui Hall, which was given by Shen Lin, the Duke of Spirit Source, and the other was a stream given by Li Yuan, the Marquis of Longting. When the dragon boat ferry called Overturned Ink had returned to the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, it was already on the verge of collapse and broken. Just the immortal money needed to repair it had actually exceeded the value of the dragon boat itself. Liu Zhongruan wanted to buy this dragon boat. She could not use it as a ferry on the mountain, but as a souvenir, she could park it in the water hall. She did not expect that Luopo Mountain would decline the matter, saying that it wanted to be repaired as before. Liu Zhongruan had good intentions. She wanted to reduce Luopo Mountain's financial losses. Since Luopo Mountain did not mind, she was too lazy to do more. But in the Luopo Mountain's account room, for the distant Cloud City and the nearby Pearl Hairpin Island, even if both sides were small immortals, Luopo Mountain was actually quite considerate of their good intentions. Cao Qinglang nodded and had no objections. If Luopo Mountain wanted to stand tall in the chaotic times of war and peace, and if it wanted to have a foundation for 1,000 years, not only did it have to form an alliance with large sects for mutual benefit, but it also had to try its best to make Pearl Hairpin Island, Cloud City, and Sparrow Mansion, which were not prominent for the time being, grow stronger together with Luopo Mountain. And it absolutely could not only make friends with benefits. In Luopo Mountain, money had to be earned, incense had to be earned, and people's hearts had to be earned. Kui Dongshan said, "I was a little more indecisive today, but I am an exception. Regarding this lotus root blessed land, in the future, it will be up to you to decide. If you want to discuss with others, then discuss. If you don't want to, then do it yourself. Since Sir believes in you, I believe in you, so you don't have to mind what I think. We are of the same generation, so there is no need. Just don't let Sir down." Cao Qinglang and little senior brother bowed to express their gratitude, but in fact, they were not relaxed. Kui Dongshan suddenly smiled at Zhu Lian and asked, "My actions today are more outstanding. Old chef won't be unhappy, right?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "The capable do more work. No one will blame you for making more mistakes, not to mention that Mr. Kui Jr. is doing more right." Kui Dongshan retracted his gaze and looked down at the world. "I've been throwing money, and now I can finally make money. My luck has turned, a good sign, a very good sign." Every top-grade blessed land in the world that had reached the bottleneck was truly a treasure bowl of endless wealth. The sects and magnates who had the blessed land in their hands only needed to plunder the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and bring them out of the blessed land. Some cultivators in the blessed land could also break the cage and be taken away from the blessed land. They could become the immortal masters of the immortal abode in the beyond the heavens. This was what many books in the blessed land called ascending to the immortal world after attaining the Tao. This was how the blessed landholder used the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, or in other words, real immortal money to exchange for real immortals. Moreover, this move did not harm the Tao, the geographical advantage, or the harmony between people. In the end, Zhu Lian pulled Wei Shanjun, who had nothing to do anyway and might as well enjoy the scenery, to continue to guard the sky screen. He was responsible for keeping an eye on the picture scroll. The longevity fellow and the accountant, Wei Wenlong, began to travel far and wide to pick up money. Kui Dongshan left the blessed land with Pei Qian, Old Sword Immortal Mi, and the dispensable Hong Xia. Cao Qinglang quietly went to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Scholar, 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 and Champion were all Cao Qinglang's titles. Cao Qinglang had participated in the imperial examinations of the Nanyuan Kingdom in the past and had been unstoppable. He had obtained the top scorer in the provincial examination, the champion in the general examination, and the champion in the palace examination. He had become the first scholar in the history of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to obtain the top scorer in all three examinations. Even the teacher, Zhong Qiu, did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a series of titles that Cao Qinglang had earned with his own ability. Therefore, when Cao Qinglang left later, it became a major unsolved case in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Back then, in the central divine continent's Li Ji learning palace, he had met the sage of literature who was the ancestor. When the old scholar heard this from the teacher, he was overjoyed and almost burned 3 sticks of incense on the spot. He said that the student had surpassed the master. "Our literary lineage is so arrogant that it soars to the heavens. Whether it's studying, playing chess, drinking, practicing the sword, writing, boxing, or speaking properly, Which one of them isn't invincible in the world? And now, even the only thing that's lacking is scholarly honors, we can hold our heads up high. Kui Dongshan stayed at Luopo Mountain, and Hong Xia followed beside him, trembling with fear. Pei Qian and Miu walked to the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, one south and one north. Pei Qian wanted to take the ferry to the battlefield of the southern peak, while Miu went to the North Continent's Sparrow residence. When they arrived at the Oxhorn Mountain ferry, which was becoming more and more prosperous, it used to be a proper immortal mountain called the Bundle Shop. There were buildings of all sizes, and there were pavilions and markets. That year, the Bundle Shop made a mistake and did not think highly of the Dali Iron Cavalry's southern expedition. It was equivalent to giving it to the Cloud-Covering Mountain and Luo Po Mountain. After that, the Bundle Shop regretted it and wanted to buy it back at a high price. Wei Pai just happened to entertain the Bundle Shop's guests with a night banquet. After that, there was no follow-up. Later, Miu would ask Wei Shanjun to help send it to the border of the northern peak. Then, he would hide his breath and cross the continent on his sword alone. He would also visit the long bridge that connected the two continents. And this time, Pei Qian did not carry the mountain walking staff and the bamboo box on her back. She also left the auspicious symbol of the saber at Luo Po Mountain. She only had a Dali Ministry of Justice jade token on her waist and two sabers on the other side of her waist. She would take a Dali border army ferry to the south and use the name of Zheng Qian. Pei Qian planned to suppress her realm at the golden body level. She would speak with the accent of the snow continent, and her fist technique would be similar to that of the Horse Lake Residence's Leigong Temple. Miu said to Pei Qian, "Be careful." Pei Qian nodded. Same for Sword Fairy. Miu was helpless. Now, when he heard the two words Sword Fairy, he felt uncomfortable. At the stone table by the cliff, Kui Dongshan crossed his legs and casually cast a spell. On the stone table scroll, there was the figure of eldest senior sister and old Sword Fairy Mi. The young man in white was leisurely eating melon seeds. Hongxia did not even dare to sit down. Kui Dongshan squinted at the nascent soul water dragon. "Do you want me to kneel and beg you to move before you invite Master Yunzi here?" Hongxia bowed and hurried to Mount Huameng on the wind. On the way back to Luo Po Mountain from the Blessed Land, Hongxia still did not dare to speak. In fact, she had her eyes on a remote river in the Songlai country. Compared to the place where Pei Xiang chose to stay in the Fox country, it was far inferior. After all, the latter still relied on a dragon vein, but the hidden dragon was not obvious. As a nascent soul water dragon, Hongxia was not suitable to cultivate in the Blessed Land if the Lotus Root Blessed Land was only a middle-level Blessed Land or a high-class Blessed Land. She would take away too much of the local Riki and fate of the mountains and rivers. But now, it was fine. Kui Dongshan saw through Hongxia's thoughts and did not make things difficult for her. Now, the Blessed Land's water fate was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. If there were no restrictions and there were no water fairies or monsters, it would be inappropriate to absorb Riki in the small world of the human body. Therefore, Kui Dongshan let Hong go down and bring the Golden Core Realm Cloud Child along with him, so as to avoid rolling around in the green mud slope of Mount Huameng every day and creating a foul atmosphere. When other immortal masters passed by and saw this scene, they would mistakenly think that Luo Po Mountain was a den of thieves doing illegal activities. The Lotus Root Blessed Land was divided into 4 by the old temple master. Except for the Nanyuan country, which was like a painting, the other people's mountains and rivers were like a drawing technique. Kui Dongshan knew that this was a valuable gift from the stinky Taoist so that Xiu could use it to make up for his Dao. But Kui Dongshan did not plan to accept the gift. Kui Dongshan whispered, "Let's see how good the old chef is at solving puzzles." In the Blessed Land, the longevity fellow had better eyesight. He found an interesting existence that even the painting of the mountains and rivers of the immortals did not show. It was a graceful woman with an ethereal figure. She was the condensation of literature and the manifestation of the great Tao. Now, the woman was secretly flipping through books in the library of a scholarly family in the city below. Although she was not a big deal for the time being, as long as she was cultivated a little, it would be a huge profit for the Blessed Land. Wei Wenlong was pleasantly surprised. He said to Chang Ming telepathically, "Such a rare existence is priceless. There are only 17 of the 72 blessed lands that can be checked." Chang Ming said, "Master will not agree." In fact, she would not agree either. As the manifestation of the ancestor of the gold copper coins, Chang Ming and the woman's great Tao were similar. They were naturally close. Just like on Luopo Mountain, Chang Ming did not hide his affection for Nuanshu. Wei Wenlong smiled. "You're mistaken, Chang Ming." Chang Ming smiled but did not say anything. Actually, he was not mistaken. Otherwise, Accountant Wei, be careful not to bump into coins and sprain your ankle. Chen Lingjun sat cross-legged in the air, riding the wind as he followed behind the two of them. Now that the big white goose was gone, Uncle Chen felt comfortable all over. He said in an old-fashioned manner, "Elder sister, are there any Jindan masters among the cultivators in this lotus flower-blessed land?" "Alas, even if there are, they are 1 generation behind me." Chang Ming said casually, "In 30 years at most, there will be 5 or 6 Jindan cultivators. The cultivators who gradually climbed the mountain, the gods of mountains and rivers who formed their Jindan bodies, the spirits of heroes and ghosts, and the monsters in the wild, would all compete for the great Tao. However, even if there was someone who reached the Jindan stage first, there would be no additional great Tao blessing. This was because the first true cultivator in the Lotus Root Blessed Land's history, Yu Zheni of the Lake Mountain sect, had already formed his Jindan before the land was split into 4. This person was born in an inferior blessed land, but he was able to break through to the Jindan Earth Immortal stage. He could be said to be a genius among geniuses. Therefore, even if there were new Jindan cultivators in the Lotus Root Blessed Land, they could be proud of themselves behind closed doors. As for boasting, they could forget about it. According to Zhu Fei, the consecrator of Luopo Mountain, Yu Zheni was shameless. He went up the mountain to cultivate immortal techniques and then went down the mountain to bully those who practiced martial arts. How could he bully others like that? Chen Lingjun suddenly slapped his head. "I have to go to the Fox country to scout for my good brother. Sister Chang Ming, Wei Abacus, goodbye." Chen Lingjun left as soon as he said that. He really wanted to visit the Fox country. He also knew how to use camouflage. Master Chen's nascent soul stage was not just for show. He wanted to see if he could help his new good brother, Chen Zhuelio, find a wife. Yunxia Mountain, the Fox country, and the Eternal Spring Palace in the north of Dallas capital were all famous for their female cultivators. This was especially true for the Fox country, which the Shu family of Qingfeng City had invested a lot of money to develop for a long time. It was famous for being a hero's mound of gentleness. However, after Pei Xiong used her magical power to move from Qingfeng City to Luopo Mountain, it was isolated from the world and rooted in the blessed land. Then, Lord Wei Shan, who could not climb out of his money, strengthened the restriction, causing the foreigners who were traveling or cultivating in the Fox country to be like headless flies. It was not easy to pacify the Fox country. Those charming women were also infatuated and good at whispering pillow talk. Which hero could beat them? Chen Lingjun, as the senior who first showed the young mountain lord the mirror flower and moonwater, was actually very familiar with the mountains of the Fox country. There was a mountain and a temple in the Fox country, and it was rich in literature. In history, many poor scholars who took a detour to burn incense here were really proud of their exam results and passed the imperial examinations. Chen Lingjun planned to bring Chen Zhuelio here to burn incense in the future and change the unreliable name Zhuelio to Qingliu. It would be more auspicious. Now, the identity of Qingliu in Dallas officialdom was very valuable. As for how to help his brother obtain the identity of a native scholar in Dali, he would ask Lord Wei Shan for it. It was not like he had not asked before. There was a Linlu Academy on Mount Pinning Cloud. Chen Lingjun had thought of everything. He would find a dark and windy night when there were few people on the mountain and secretly visit Lord Wei Shan. This was probably what Chen Lingjun had always been thinking about. Walking the Jianghu, righteousness is paramount. Even though he had become a nascent soul water flood dragon, he could not change his bad habit of puffing himself up at his own cost. His good brother Chen Zhuelio was good at everything. He did not have much money, but he was so extravagant that he did not care about money. He was even more willing to puff himself up than Chen Lingjun. The only thing he could not see was that he was not an official. Normally, he liked to speak in a genteel manner, talking about how he was a wealthy guest, getting drunk 3,000 times, dejectedly getting old, and learning and swordsmanship were boundless. Just listen to him. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a down-and-out scholar who still had evil intentions toward the imperial examinations. How could Chen Lingjun not help him? Zhu Lian suddenly had an idea. He left Lord Wei Shan alone at the skyscreen and went with Pei Xiong to the Fox Country. Zhu Lian also called for Chen Nuanshu and Zhu Mili. Pei Xiong used a camouflage technique for the group, and they landed in a private flower garden called Yu Nu Chin. Ji Yu Shu had many flood dragons, and Ji Yu Yu women were the most affectionate. And with so many emotions in the world, who could compare to a fox's charm? In a viewing pavilion, there was a snow-white bamboo mat made of ivory. Pei Xiong wore a close-fitting brocade robe, but she had a bamboo robe on the outside. At this moment, she was kneeling on the ground. Zhu Mili followed suit, but she felt awkward, so she followed the old chef and sat cross-legged. After Chen Nuanshu obtained his master Pei Xiong's approval, he began to brew tea on the side. The tea set was ready. The bamboo pot was boiling, and the fire was just beginning to turn red. The fragrance was fragrant, and there was a small pink dress with sleeves. Zhu Mili glanced at the old chef. She held a cup with one hand and held it with the other. She lowered her head and took a sip. She accidentally drank too much and quickly spat out most of it. Only then did she nod and pretend to be an expert. Good. Probably because she felt that she was too concise and did not show off her knowledge, Zhu Mili quickly emphasized and added, excellent. Chen Nuanshu smiled. Zhu Lian reached out to rub the little girl's head. Little Mili tilted her head and complained, ah, 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 ah. Old chef, you made me shorter. I used to be too easy to talk to. In the future, other than the good mountain lord, I'll be fierce to anyone who dares to delay my growth. Zhu Lian laughed loudly. Pei Xiong's expression was bleak. She ignored the playful banter between the Luo Po Mountain's butler and the right protector. This ruler of the Fox Nation, who should have been overjoyed, felt a little sad. At this moment, she turned her head to look outside the pavilion, a little absent-minded. Zhu Lian just smiled and drank his tea. Pei Xiong retracted her gaze and called softly, Yang Fang. Zhu Lian smiled and said, when drinking wine, you have to have a heroic spirit. When drinking tea, you have to have a normal heart. Pei Xiong said angrily and shyly, easy for you to say. Zhu Lian asked, then do you think little Mili is easy? Zhu Mili quickly straightened her back. Although she did not understand what the old chef and sister Pei Xiong were talking about, the black-clothed girl was about to frown, but she quickly relaxed her brows. Pei Xiong said helplessly, little Mili can have no distractions. I'm the ruler of the Fox Nation, and I was born a fox charm. How many years have I been immersed in the mortal world? How can you let me have a normal heart? Yang Fang, don't force me. Zhu Lian nodded and said with a smile, around the sword immortal are North Continent's fire dragon Venerable, Lu Shirei Pit's Madame Qing Zhong, Tai Hui sword sect's Liu Jinglong, Fuping sword lakes GCAI, Qi Suling, Duke Yuan Shenlin, Marquis Longting Li Yuan, Tongyi Continent's Jade Pendant sect's sect master Jiang Shangzhen, even Pei Qian is a peak martial artist. There's also the immortal realm Kui Dongshan. As for the previous owner of the Lotus Root Blessed Land, he's the old master of the Eastern Sea Temple, a great cultivator of the 14th realm. Pei Xiong is already very calm for not being frightened to the point that her beautiful face turned pale. Pei Xiong's face was pale and her breathing was unstable. One of her palms gently pressed against the mat. Zhu Mili was about to speak and gave the old chef a look. However, she saw Sister Nuanshu gently shaking her head at her. Zhu Mili quickly shut her mouth and lowered her head to continue drinking tea. She knew that the old chef was talking to Pei Xiong about the big bowl. Chen Nuanshu handed Pei Xiong a cup of tea. Pei Xiong took the teacup and asked Zhu Lian, did Luo Po Mountain know from the beginning why I chose that dragon vein? Originally, she thought that Luo Po Mountain would not think too much about it. She only thought that she had chosen a treasure land with mountains and rivers on behalf of the Fox Nation. But now that Pei Xiong knew the true foundation of Luopo Mountain, she realized that her shrewdness was simply like a child talking about the principles of the sage. It was extremely laughable. Luopo Mountain was too hidden and did not reveal anything. They had only managed an inferior blessed land for a few years, but they had gradually advanced layer by layer, interlocking with each other without any flaws. In an instant, they had raised an intermediate blessed land to the bottleneck of a superior blessed land. Where did so much immortal money come from? Where did so many mountain peak connections and incense offerings come from? One after another, immortal blessings fell like rain on the blessed land as if they did not cost money. Zhu Lian nodded and said, "The Fox Nation secretly gathered a lot of literary luck for the Shu clan of Qingfeng City, and the Shu clan also married the daughter of the first wife to the son of the Yuan clan of the Pillar Nation. I guess that it will most likely be a pair of twins, the boy supporting the dragon, the girl climbing the dragon." Of course, Shu Hun did not have the guts to involve the fate of the nation. Competing with Xiao Hu in scheming was purely courting death. But this kind of icing on the cake, even if the Song clan knew, they would be happy to see it happen. Anyway, literary luck still fell on the Dali dynasty. If it could fall on the Song clan, of course it would be better. Actually, you don't have too much of a burden on this matter. On the account of Luopo Mountain, this is really just a small matter. Pei Xiong's mind was blank. She could only look at Zhu Lian in a daze. She originally thought that she and he were already in front of her, but it turned out that Zhu Lian was still a person far away on the horizon. Zhu Mili also heard this, but she did not remember it. She would probably forget it soon. She heard that it was the duty of the right guardian, but she could not remember that it was the mute lake monster. Her vision was high and her heart bigger than the table. Zhu Lian stopped smiling and put down his teacup. "Pei Xiong, since you've entered Luopo Mountain, do as the Romans do and treat people with sincerity." Zhu Lian pointed at himself. "For example, I can understand your vigilance, so I've been waiting for you to speak up and reveal the inside story. But you didn't." He pointed at Pei Xiong. "I've waited until now to help you reveal it. This has already happened twice. Our Luopo Mountain has an unwritten rule called no more than 3 times. Pei Xiong looked puzzled. She frowned and then shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. Zhu Lian smiled. "Nuanshu, Mili, leave for a moment." The 2 girls immediately bid farewell and left without any hesitation. Zhu Lian slowly stood up. His body was hunched, and his fist posture was still loose. He said with a smile, before Mr. Kui Xiao left, he said that there was a small mystery hidden in the Fox Nation. He wanted to test me and see if I could solve it. Pei Xiong raised her head. Fox tails appeared behind her. She was just seeking self-protection. It was true that the small world of the Fox Nation was her territory, but one shouldn't forget who this blessed land belonged to. Zhu Lian said, "Pei Xiong, I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, the ruler of the Fox Nation will change. Don't worry, our Luopo Mountain will never burn the bridge after crossing the river. Not only will you not die, you can still cultivate your Tao. The Fox Nation's fortune will still prosper. However, you've brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for punching you too hard." Pei Xiong's eyes were red. She bit her lips so hard that blood seeped out. She did not notice it at all. She only said aggrievedly, "Zhu Lian, what do you want me to say to you?" "But what can I say?" Zhu Lian revealed the truth. The real mastermind behind the Fox Nation and Clearwind City, is he related to the Zhengyang Mountain Ancestral Master Hall? Pei Xiong collapsed to the ground. However, when she thought of something, her soul trembled. She could not speak at all. She was in great pain. It was definitely not an act. She hugged her head with both hands and tried her best to stabilize her Tao heart and soul. She looked up at Zhu Lian with a complicated expression. She was reluctant to part with him, guilty, regretful, and self-reproachful. A young man in white suddenly appeared in the pavilion. He put 2 fingers together and gently poked between Pei Xiong's eyebrows. The young man had his back to Zhu Lian. He laughed and said, "Old chef, you're really ruthless. Can't you learn from my husband?" Pei Xiong felt relieved as if she had been pardoned. A nascent soul realm cultivator was actually sweating profusely. She knelt on the mat again. She was like a student who had made a mistake and suddenly had to face the punishment of 2 teachers. Kui Dongshan cast a soul fixation spell on Pei Xiong. However, compared to the body fixation spell of the immortals on the mountain, it was more particular. It was not a method to seal the qi residence of a qi cultivator, but it was specifically used to suppress the mind of a nascent soul realm cultivator, so that the person behind the scenes who was thousands of miles away would not be able to deduce the truth. Kui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, "Old chef, you almost alerted the enemy." Zhu Lian smiled. "You've solved half of the puzzle." Kui Dongshan nodded. "Old chef, no wonder you can cook a table of good dishes." Tricking the entire Fox Kingdom to Luo Po Mountain and isolating them in the Lotus Root Blessed Land was an unreasonable move. His methods were indeed too much, but it could also be considered a divine move. After all, he had cut off half of Qingfeng City's financial resources. However, if Zhu Lian was complacent and kept in the dark, unable to detect the real hidden danger, it would be the key to victory in the long run. Luo Po Mountain seemed to have gained a lot, but in fact, they had been hiding their strength for many years. If they took the initiative to give their opponent a bad hand, they might have won a small geographical advantage and lost the whole game in the end. Not only did they lose a superior bottleneck blessed land, it was very likely that the foundation of Luo Po Mountain would be shaken. Cao Qinglang would feel guilty for his hometown and disappointed in himself. Zhong Qiu, a scholar and martial arts grandmaster, would be even more lost. Pei Qian, who had been unable to let go of the Temple of Heart, would be very angry. Pei Qian's state of mind would affect the warm trees and rice. Luo Po Mountain would be defeated bit by bit. "You want to run?" Kui Dongshan turned his head and looked in a direction. He reached out and grabbed something from the void at the border of Fox Country. He condensed a soul thought into a chess piece and gently crushed it with 2 fingers. He then reached out and slapped it heavily on Pei Xiong's forehead. It returned to its original position with some slight changes. "What a joke! How dare you play mind magic under my nose? Go back obediently." Kui Dongshan bent 2 fingers and gently knocked on Pei Xiong's forehead. "Yes." Zhu Lian was silent. No wonder the world envied immortals for having a variety of spells and powerful abilities. The person behind the scenes who used a secret technique to seal Pei Xiong's mind was an immortal. Kui Dongshan was able to capture a thought that had escaped into the distance, play with it, and return it to Pei Xiong. Of course, it was an immortal's method. Zhu Lian suddenly condensed his voice into a line and said to Kui Dongshan, "Ji Yukan sent a secret letter to Cloud Pinning Mountain and entrusted Wei Pai to deliver it to Luo Po Mountain. She said that Chai Bofu and the Shu family woman beside him are the identities of his senior brothers. Chai Bofu also knows that his junior sister is actually taught by another secret master. However, Ji Yukan said in the letter that Chai Bofu really doesn't know who it is. Therefore, I guess that the Shu family woman and Pei Xiong are both chess pieces of the same person. However, neither side knows about this. The person behind the scenes has also allowed them to fight among themselves for many years as a smokescreen." Kui Dongshan smiled and didn't say anything. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "The human heart is like water. Therefore, communicating with others is like wading through water. It can be a small stream that is clear and the bottom can be seen. It can be a surging river that is extremely turbid, or an ancient well that is bottomless. If you are not careful, you can drown to death." Kui Dongshan sighed and raised his hand to wipe his cheeks with his sleeve. "There are some things that I know but can't say or do. Old chef, your cooking skills are good, so please bear with it. Otherwise, it will only confuse a matter that was originally clear. Once the water is turbid, it will be difficult to see the fish in the abyss." From Zhu Lian to Zheng Dafeng, and then to Wei Pai, the 3 of them had a tacit understanding of one thing. They trusted Kui Dongshan and had to be careful of his true intentions. Kui Dongshan was well aware of this and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In fact, Kui Dongshan had always believed that a mountain should be like this and should be like this. Everyone was a good person who flaunted themselves as moral sages. Perhaps everyone was a snob who was more shrewd than an immortal abode. It was not appropriate at all. Kui Dongshan looked at the scenery outside the pavilion and muttered, "Where does the wind rise and where does the snow fall?" Zhu Lian smiled casually and said, "Hibiscus Mountain?" In the lotus root blessed land, there was a hibiscus mountain. Together with the Bird's Eye View Peak, Spring Tide Palace, and Lake Mountain Sect, they were known as the 4 great places to watch clouds and admire snow. Kui Dongshan said helplessly, "I stared at that place for a long time, but there was no movement at all." "Old chef, don't you think it's worrying?" In the 5th world, in a secluded landscape at the border of Immortal Staff Sect and Soldier Disintegration Mountain's influence, a mountain and lake cultivator who didn't have the identity of a Daoist official in the Qingming world found another fellow Daoist who didn't have an identity yet. It was a young man who looked like a scholar. His name was Yu Zheni. He looked like a child and had quietly ascended to the unpolished Jade Realm in the New World. However, he came from the vast world and went to the Qingming world first before coming here. The young scholar found Yu Zheni. The latter was sitting cross-legged on a long sword and breathing slowly. His nostrils and ears were like 4 white snakes. Yu Zheni opened his eyes and asked, "Fellow Daoist, why have you come to the mountain?" Both of them were now in the Daoist domain, but the man in front of him dared to wear a scholar's robe and wander around alone. It was already very illogical. He looked like a Dragon Gate cultivator, but he could break through several mountain restrictions and find him. Of course, it was even more illogical. The man smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, just call me Zheng Huan. You and I are from the same hometown, so just call me by my name. You don't have to be polite." Yu Zheni looked indifferent and said, "Leave quickly." The scholar who called himself Zheng Huan smiled and asked, "So what if I don't leave? Fighting and killing, aren't you afraid of spilling blood on the ground and polluting the clean water of this place?" Yu Zheni remained silent and carefully sized up this courageous stranger. Back then, the blessed land changed greatly because of a young banished immortal. Ding Ying died and Yu Zheni took advantage of the situation and finally became the undisputed #1 person in the Lotus Flower blessed land. After that, he no longer cared about anything below the mountain and the world and only continued to cultivate. In the world, the only person who could be considered as his opponent was the new leader of the demonic cult, Lu Tai. As for the martial artist Zhong Qiu who parted ways with him and went further and further away, Yu Zheni simply did not have the time to find trouble with the Nanyuan kingdom. After he formed a golden elixir, he went into seclusion 3 times. Twice, he was interrupted by Lu Tai. The last time, he successfully ascended to the Lotus Flower blessed land. However, at that time, the blessed land was already turned upside down and the mountains and rivers changed color. Yu Zheni was even more lazy to care about the Nanyuan kingdom. As for people like Tang Thierry and Cheng Yuanshan, they were not worthy of Yu Zheni's attention. During Yu Zheni's last seclusion, a nameless young martial artist quietly appeared in the world. He used a sword but was not a sword cultivator. After practicing swordsmanship for several years in the mountain, when Yu Zheni broke through to the nascent soul realm, the young man went down the mountain with his sword. The young man's first battle as a fledgling was to challenge the entire Lake Mountain sect without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. However, these disturbances could be considered as Yu Zheni's funeral. Yu Zheni did not care about the honor or disgrace of the Lake Mountain sect at all. Yu Zheni stood up and planned to leave on his sword. "Since you're here, I'll leave." Zheng Huan's words were not to be taken lightly. He smiled and said, "Why leave? Where can you go?" "I'm just here to take a look at one of the old temple head's methods." "I'm not targeting you, Yu Zheni. The real purpose of this trip is to see a disciple of mine. You recognize him. He's one of the banished deities of your blessed land, Lu Tai, or Lu Chue. He's not very accomplished, but he's quite boastful. I'm worried that when I see an unfilial descendant, I won't have anything to talk about. That's why I dragged you along so that you can catch up with him and help warm up the atmosphere." Yu Zheni had already landed on the ground. He bowed and lowered his head, unwilling to get up for a long time. He did not even dare to say a word. "Scholar Zheng Huan, one of the 5 dream manifestations of the Beko Keikyang building's third sect master. It was different from the yin spirit of a cultivator, or the yang spirit of an external body. It was more mysterious and indescribable. This Zheng Huan could be considered a person of the indomitable realm. Yu Zhenyi hated the banished deities the most, so his understanding of the Tongyi continent and the Haoran world was not shallow. However, when he heard that the other party called himself Zheng Huan, Yu Zhenyi did not think in this way. After all, Yu Zhenyi did not think that he was worthy of a Beko Keikyang building's sect master entering the mountain to visit him. In this tiny blessed land, you're just a deity. Of course, there's no need to think too much. However, this habit has to be changed in the future. Otherwise, the higher you stand, the faster you die. Zheng Huan, who was one of Lu Chen's incarnations, smiled. He raised his hand and a lotus crown appeared out of thin air. He casually placed it on his head and asked, "It's not suitable for me to wear it now. Why don't I lend it to you?" Yu Zhenyi bowed even more and said softly, "I don't dare." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's fine if you just bow." The Daoist sect passed down this etiquette, not to make future cultivators weak in the knees. Yu Zhenyi, oh Yu Zhenyi, the higher your realm, the more afraid of death you are. No wonder the sect master looked down on you and asked you to leave just because you're in the nascent soul realm. It's okay, the sect master doesn't think highly of you, but I think you're a talent. I'll give you an opportunity later. It's neither too big nor too small. You'll be able to handle it. Yu Zhenyi remained silent and tried his best to calm himself down. The technique he used was simple. He just had to remember that the other party was Lu Chen and quickly forget everything else. Lu Chen saw that his strategy was not bad, so he did not make things difficult for a person who had cultivated to the pure jade realm. He brought Yu Zhenyi down the mountain and went to a place near the center of the world. Yu Zhenyi was filled with emotions. It was said that this person had 5 dreams. They were the dream of the Confucian master Zhang Huan. In the dream, the skeleton came back to life. In the dream, the oak tree was alive. In the dream, the spirit turtle was dead. In the dream, the butterfly was unknown. There were thousands of ways to interpret the dreams in the future. Before Yu Zhenyi left the Qingming world after obtaining a customs clearance document, the sect master only asked him to cultivate in the 5th world and go with the flow. However, on the way to the door, Yu Zhenyi flipped through many books from various Daoist lineages. Among them, there was the analysis of Taoism by the 3rd chief of the Beko Keikyang building. The only thing they had in common was Lu Chen's void boat. One of the books from the Daoist sect described Lu Chen in an even stranger way. It said that Lu Chen was never the real person in the eyes of others. From Yu Zhenyi's point of view, it was similar to the Buddhists saying that when you see Tathagata, you are not Tathagata. It was another typical Daoist generalization, which made Yu Zhenyi feel helpless. After that, he followed the scholar Zheng Huan or the sect master Lu Chen all the way to the center of the world. This made Yu Zhenyi feel even more helpless. Yu Zhenyi did not even dare to ride on the sword. He only dared to ride on the wind with the sect master Lu. He did not want to offend the sect master. Among the 3 sect masters of the Beko Keikyang building, the great chief was known as the most natural in Taoism. The second in Taoism was of course Na Zhen Wudi. On the other hand, Lu Chen was said to be the most unpredictable. According to the Daoist sect, who did not like to give any face to the Beko Keikyang building, even Lu Chen himself did not know what was going on in his mind. On this day, Lu Chen finally stopped in his tracks. He extended a finger and drew an ordinary talisman. A door appeared in front of him. He turned around and said, "You're about to return to your hometown. After all the hard work, you're finally reunited. Are you happy?" Yu Zhenyi said, "I have no attachments to my hometown." Lu Chen shook his head and looked at him with pity. "You come from afar, but you know little." Yu Zhenyi said sincerely, "I've learned something. One does not leave the house to know the world. One does not pry into the Tao of heaven." Lu Chen brought Yu Zhenyi into the blessed land where no one had ascended. Suddenly, he swept his arm and slapped Yu Zhenyi's face with the back of his hand. A dazzling talisman appeared on Yu Zhenyi's face. It disappeared in a flash, causing a cultivator of the unpolished jade realm to be unable to breathe. It was as if he had fallen to the cave realm. Eugenie staggered. It took him a lot of effort to regain his footing. The doors of several natal Qi residences were tightly shut. Not only that, when Eugenie used his divine thoughts to look inside himself, he was shocked. The spiritual energy of many residences in his body first condensed into water, then solidified into golden jade and fell to the ground. That was why Eugenie's footsteps were heavy. The door behind them closed automatically. Lu Chen walked forward slowly. Languid, he said, the old head is still protective of his disciples. The blessed land that he gave to my disciples was only of medium quality. You're in the unpolished jade realm. If a colossal creature wades through the water, it will affect the weather. Won't there be a storm? There are only 2 of us. Who are you trying to scare? Quickly get used to the cave realm. If you're like the mortals at the foot of the mountain, it will be difficult for you to go from extravagance to frugality. How can you be a cultivator? Eugenie immediately stabilized his Dao heart and followed behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen asked, "Do you know why the saints are closer to water than to the mountain?" Eugenie shook his head. "Please enlighten me." Lu Chen said, "A bowl of water in Buddhism contains 48,000 worms." The old man sighed at the water. He was reluctant to part with the day and night. "My master also said that water is close to the Tao, and the Tao is everywhere." "Why?" "Look, when it comes to water, the Grand Masters of the 3 sects are very amiable. They don't quarrel at all. Look back, there's something about the one who respects the husband is the leader of chaos. Isn't the debate between the 3 sects scary? Then, do you know that before the debate between the 3 sects, the Qing Mingtian was already talking about their own Taos and Dharma in the Western Buddhist kingdom? The Beko Keikyang building and the 7 great Tao lineages lost the most miserably. Have you heard of it? Once Eugenie left the lotus flower blessed land, he tried his best to read the Tao scriptures of the Qing Mingtian. Of course, he knew about this. He said, in the 17 debates, the Qing Mingtian lost all of them. The 17 perfected persons all took off their crowns and shaved their hair to become monks. In the end, they became the 17 monks of Wu-Wu. Lu Chen revealed the heavenly secrets for Eugenie. In the early years, the 5 supremes of the heavenly courts were the masters of the pugilistic world. Other than being in charge of all the blasphemous rivers in the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the one that was truly in charge was the river of time. Every time a god disappeared, his corpse would turn into the stars in the sky. His divinity would fuse with time and gather into a river. The souls of the human race were actually born from the water. Therefore, in the world, only the human race had the physique. Recently, once a god cultivated, he would ascend the fastest. This made the demon race, which had a longer history than the human race, envious of him. They would eat, eat, and eat. In reality, no matter how much they ate, it would still be one. It would not increase or decrease. What was the point? Even if they ate half a one, so what? Lu Chen only walked slowly in the forest. He did not ride the wind. He said slowly, "Back then, when I arrived at the Qing Mingtian, I was not in a hurry to go to the Beko Keikyang building. Because I had nothing to do, I specially collected Buddhist gathas. Their literary talent was outstanding. They were both exquisite and beautiful. I once saw with my own eyes all the remaining temples in the Qing Mingtian. I also heard with my own ears an old monk sing, 'Flowers fall and water flow, silent heaven and earth emptiness.' He then threw down his horsetail whisk and closed his eyes. What a good life and death day, there is nothing, there is nothing." Speaking of this, Lu Chen turned his head to look at the childlike Eugenie. He sneered and said, "Look at you. Can you compare? The difference between our Tao hearts, is it really just a difference in our realms?" Eugenie humbly accepted the advice and carefully pondered over the meaning. Looking at the scholar Zheng Huan in front of him, he only felt that the other party was leisurely walking through the forest. His simple Tao aura was like the moonlight and wind. Lu Chen waved his sleeves hard. The sound was crisp and clear. The current scenery in the blessed land was about the time of light snow. The ground was not cold yet. Eugenie said carefully, "Chief Lu, Are we going to Furong Mountain? The childlike old immortal Yu did not dare to ride the sword. He could only carry it on his back. He was short but his sword was long. He looked very comical. If he carried the sword on his back, it would be fine. However, the third chief, who temporarily changed his name to Zheng Huan, insisted on carrying the sword on his back. He said that if one could not carry a sword properly, how could one have a righteous heart? If one's heart was not righteous, how could one practice the sword and cultivate the Tao? Previously, Lu Chen casually threw the lotus crown to Yu Zheni and said that he would help him wear it. Lu Chen said that he wanted to wear a white cloud as a crown. It was more wild and refined. This lotus crown was the chief's keepsake of the Beko Keikyang building. Yu Zheni would of course not stupidly wear it. He just held it with both hands. Lu Chen said, "What do you think?" Yu Zheni nodded. After becoming an immortal, Yu Zheni traveled around on his sword alone. Therefore, he had appeared under his feet and sword in all the famous places in the world. Chief Lu must have his own reasons. Lu Chen asked, "Are we going in the wrong direction?" Yu Zheni was stunned and nodded again. Lu Chen turned around and hit Yu Zheni's head with his sleeves. He reprimanded, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Chen started to fly and let Yu Zheni lead the way to Furong Mountain, which was thousands of miles away. However, Yu Zheni did not know that the third chief of the Beko Keikyang building in front of him was not the real Lu Chen. Therefore, the lotus crown in Yu Zheni's hands was naturally not the real thing. Lu Chen left scholar Zheng Meng in the fifth world. According to the rules of the Confucian temple, he had to be under the pure jade state. Just like when he went to Lizhu Cave, he had to be under the peak of the ascendant state. Lu Chen missed the old man in the Yang drugstore. He could not help but recite, "Mountains cover the creeks, flowers bloom and wilt, clouds cover the sun and the moon. It's all Dongjuan's fault." Lu Chen shook his head. "Don't blame the heavens." Yu Zheni had long been used to the third chief of the Beko Keikyang building's nagging. For example, Lu Chen would say that the person was planting seedlings, planting trees, and scattering a bunch of grass seeds on the lily plain. Lu Chen suddenly asked, "He likes to hide his identity. Is he a secretary of Songlai country right under your nose? He even opened a shop that sells folding fans and seals?" Yu Zheni answered, "Indeed. Lu Tai is a man of high standards and unparalleled elegance. Therefore, he is known as the second banished immortal after Zhu Lian. He is a noble young master." Lu Chen rubbed his eyebrows. "My head hurts." The lotus flower blessed land was divided into four. The one on Luopa Mountain was renamed Lotus Root Blessed Land, an inferior blessed land. Yu Zheni's place was a superior blessed land. It was placed by the old chief at Qingming Tian. Lu Tai's blessed land and the blessed land where the young man, the little white ape, and the young daoist traveled together were both of medium quality. The blessed land where Lu Chen and Yu Zheni were guests was brought to the fifth blessed land by the little daoist who carried a huge blade-strengthening gourd on his back in the first year of Chun Jia. The two of them flew past the green mountains and clear waters, towering over the white clouds and yellow cranes. Finally, they saw the hibiscus mountain that was known as the Cloud and Water Paradise. The mountain range was like a lotus flower, and the peaks were like hibiscus. Lu Chen landed outside the boundary of the hibiscus mountain and continued to walk with Yu Zheni. Every time the weather was cloudy, walking on the cliff plank road of the hibiscus mountain made the tourists feel like they were in a fairyland. After the devil sect's sovereign sect master Ding Ying, the banished immortal Lu Tai took less than 10 years to unify the forces of the devil sect. Lu Tai took a liking to the hibiscus mountain and opened a summer resort there. It became the most famous forbidden land in the lotus flower blessed land. Today, it was drizzling on the mountain and the mist was hazy. Lu Chen just walked on a plank road and chanted, "The light rain is soft and the wind is gentle, my limbs are free for me to stretch." 3 people blocked his path. The martial artist Dao Xieyang, the daoist Huang Shong, and the martial artist Huan Yin. Every one of them was worthy of the title of a first-class hero in the blessed land. They were the direct disciples that Lu Tai took in at the Eagle Fortress. Then, they were brought to the blessed land and became the overlords of the devil sect. Not only did they look down on the nobles at the foot of the mountain, But they also killed many immortals who cultivated and climbed the mountain in the past 20 years. Moreover, among the 10 people in the previous generation, those who obtained immortal fate, such as Ju Fei from the Spring Tide Palace and Liu Zong the Sharpener, were able to go to the Tongyi continent where the 3 of them were from. Other than that, even those who stayed in the Blessed Land and could be considered a threat were extremely strange. First, Zhong Qiu suddenly disappeared. Then, the most powerful person in the world, Yu Zheni, broke through to the nascent soul realm and ascended. In the end, no one in the world could go against the Devil Sect. The sects of the Jianghu could not do it, the immortal abodes on the mountain could not do it, and even the monarchs below the mountain could not do it. Among the 3 direct disciples of Lu Tai, the Daoist priest Huang Shangxiang had restrained his methods. Currently, he was already the imperial tutor of Nanyuan country's capital city and had obtained the title of Daoist Master Void Pierce Stage. As a matter of fact, when Lu Tai was bored to death, he asked the Daoist sects in the world to nominate the 4 great reverends. Their Daoist titles were Tong Xian, Void Pierce, Nan Hua, and Dong Ling. Apart from Huang Shong, a direct disciple of Yu Zheni from the Lake Mountain sect also obtained one. Without Yu Zheni in the world, Master Lu Tai was truly invincible. He retreated to the mountains and forests like a wild crane. He had no interest in the Blessed Land and left it to the 3 direct disciples to take care of the world. He would only occasionally go to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. He liked the rainy and snowy weather and would walk alone in the streets with an umbrella. Even among the disciples, Huang Shong, who was the immortal protector of the state, was not allowed to approach him. He would never disturb Master Lu Tai's relaxation. It was rumored that Master Lu Tai had accepted another direct disciple. However, Furong Mountain was a forbidden area for everyone. Anyone who stepped into it would die. Dao Xieyang and the other 2 were no exception. Thus, they had yet to meet their junior martial brother. Now, there was a rumor that the youth from the sword-seeking Lake Mountain sect was sect Master Lu Tai's last disciple. Dao Xieyang and the other 2 were each in their own country. However, for some reason, their sect Master Lu Tai suddenly sent them a flying sword message, asking them to come to Furong Mountain to receive guests. The middle-aged Daoist priest Huang Shong greeted Yu Zheni and said respectfully, "Junior Huang Shong pays his respects to immortal Master Yu." Dao Xieyang reached out his hand to hold the hilt of his saber and leaned against the wooden railing of the plank road. He asked with a smile, "Immortal Master Yu, are you returning home in glory?" As for the youthful-looking Huan Yin, his interest wasn't on Yu Zheni, but on the smiling scholar who didn't know if he was dead or alive. Yu Zheni did not dare to act rashly. He only carried his sword and held his Daoist crown in a daze. Of course, it was not because he was afraid of the 3 juniors in front of him, but because he did not know what Lu Chen was thinking. Yu Zheni did not want to draw legs on a snake. Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves and walked forward in large strides. He laughed and said, "I am Zhang Huan. I was lucky to have met immortal Master Yu. I have been by your side for many years. Not only have I learned good martial arts, I have also learned a few Daoist and immortal arts. I can use them to exchange pointers with you. Do you want to come at me together, or one by one?" Although Dao Xieyang had restrained much of his strength, his hand was still as fast as lightning. He casually slapped the side of the scholar's head, causing him to fall off the plank road and off the cliff. The scholar's voice gradually became softer as he let out a long series of miserable screams. Even Dao Xieyang, who had attacked, was confused. Was it over just like that? Yu Zheni still did not move. He sighed with emotion. This kid is lucky. His name will go down in history. In an instant, Yu Zheni knew that something was wrong. He was only in the Immortals' cave realm, and that Beko Keikyang building's 3rd sect master did not seem to show any signs of appearing. Did he just fall off the cliff and die? It was drizzling in the mountain, and the plank road halfway up the mountain was filled with clouds and mist. However, at the peak of Mount Furong, the sky was clear and bright. A distinguished figure in white clothes and a jade belt was standing on the top of the mountain. He was extremely handsome, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He was holding a folded jade bamboo fan. On both sides of the bamboo fan were inscriptions of homecoming invitation and yellow flower invitation. He was standing on the top of the mountain and enjoying the scenery. The cultivator in the mountain had cultivated himself well. He looked fresh and clean, without the slightest bit of vulgarity. Behind him stood two charming beauties with heads full of pearls and jade. One of them was holding a sword with a golden tassel hanging from it. There was a book seal made of the texture of lychee jelly. The words on the side were stone out of the green field, I am in the blue sky. The top style was rise, and the bottom style was pull the sky down. The ancients had a saying that the difficulty of cutting stone was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. However, in the capital of Songlai country, there was a young master of seal engraving. His knife skills were exquisite and unparalleled. He was like a sword immortal writing with a flying sword. The other maid was hugging a snow-white porcelain pillow. It was in the style of the great world's worry-free pillow. It was also known as the longevity pillow, which implied that one could sleep without worries. What was interesting was that in addition to a poem with a lot of words on it, there was a blush mark near the words summer is long, the world is peaceful, the sky turns to summer and the heart is at peace. It was probably the beauty who was sleeping soundly on her side, and her blush was imprinted on the porcelain pillow. Such a romantic and gentle scene was enough to make one's imagination roam freely even if one hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Lu Tai waved his folding fan. The two talisman beauties disappeared. Lu Chen appeared at the top of the mountain and smiled. Pity, pity. Lu Tai smiled. Unattainable. Truly hateful. Then, Lu Tai placed his folding fan on his waist and bowed respectfully. The Lu family's disciple pays his respects to the ancestor. Lu Chen asked, "Are you the one who wants Chen Pinggan to be the cornerstone?" Lu Tai straightened his back and picked up his folding fan again. He said innocently, a few unintentional words from a descendant. How much will the ancestor blame? At this moment, Lu Chen was completely different from the fortune-teller who opened a stall in Pearl Grotto Heaven or Zheng Huan who casually threw a lotus crown to an outsider. He said with a calm expression, "Do you know what you're doing?" Lu Tai opened his folding fan and gently fanned it. There was a sentence written on it, "Descendant Lu Tai comes to see the ancestor Lu Chen." If he had known, he would have reversed the positions of the two names. Lu Tai was silent for a moment and asked with a smile, "It is said that the ancestor has the 5 dreams. Each has its own great Tao. In addition, there are the 7 objects of the heart, wooden rooster, spring tree, mole, kuanpeng, oriole, swan ni, and butterfly. I wonder if the ancestor can let me see one of them." Lu Chen turned a deaf ear and walked to the edge of the cliff. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the distant mountains and rivers. Poor Liu Cai from Tree Shade Blessed Land. Poor Liu Cai from Zhengyang Mountain. The colorful phoenix's wings are connected by telepathy. When it meets you, it will be the time to part. But it's just a fleeting moment. Zuzi shouldn't have asked me about you. Lu Chen suddenly laughed and turned his head to say with a cheeky smile, "What grandchild or grandchild? You care too much but I don't. We can cancel each other out. Come, let's go to your hut to drink. There is no need to worry about food. The wine in Fengnian village is the best." Lu Tai said, "If you don't show up to save him, Yu Zhini will be beaten to death. My disciple Huan Yin is a person who can pick up scraps." Lu Chen slapped his head, "I almost forgot about that." Although he said so, Lu Chen had no intention of saving him. He just followed Lu Tai to Furong Mountain. In fact, it was completely different from what the outside world imagined. It was just a wooden hut. There was the sound of dogs barking at the wooden door. Lu Tai looked up at the sky. Lu Chen tiptoed and put his hands on the wooden door. He smiled at the guard dog and said, "Shoe dogs bark. Strange things." Lu Tai said to the dog, "Lu Chen, shut up." The guard dog immediately prostrated on the ground obediently. Lu Chen laughed loudly, "Wonderful, wonderful. Unfilial ancestor Sun Xiao." Coincidentally, it was snowing at Furong Mountain. Lu Chen decided to spend the night at Furong Mountain. Lu Tai went to the peak to admire the snow. Lu Chen sat on a bamboo chair and smiled, "What a snowy night." 735, Aquarius continent. At the peak of Southern Peak, outside of the Mountain Lord Shrine, there was a rough building that looked like a temporary military tent. Dallas civil and military secretaries, as well as the various vassal generals and generals, flowed in an endless stream, their footsteps hurried. Everyone was wearing a jade pendant that was temporarily treated as a customs clearance document. It was the same style as the jade pendant of Old Dragon City's Fu family. In a relatively secluded area, there were 4 people, old and young, leaning against a railing and looking at the battlefield in the south. They were all from the Central Plains. One of the old men was holding 2 military pills in his hand, and gently twirling them, like a martial artist from a small country playing with a metal ball. He grabbed the jade pendant with one hand and laughed. "Good Xiao Hu, he is good at both earning money and saving money. Old Jiang, have you learned the matter of saving money?" Inside and outside the battlefield of Dali, according to our rough calculations, there are about 3,600 big and small matters. Earning money and spending money is the majority, and saving money is only about 273 matters. Small matters like this jade pendant are actually the key to showing Xiao Hu's skills. In the future, when old Jiang teaches at the Mountain of Ancestors, you can emphasize on this matter. The other old man called Old Jiang, who was dressed in coarse hemp clothes and had a small fish basket at his waist, nodded his head, and then looked at the complicated layout of the battlefield in the distance, and sighed. Attacking has a formation, defending has a seat, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. The disorder is picturesque. All of these are related to the theory of war. Other than that, there are also some books on the art of war that are related to the country's talent reserves, and the 2 matters of alliances. I can see some familiar traces, the context is clear. Seems like Xiao Hu really admires Brother Wei. No wonder people say that when Xiao Hu was young, he repeatedly flipped through 3 books, and one of them was Brother Wei's book on the art of war. The old man with the surname Wei stroked his beard and laughed. The other 2 books are slightly superfluous, and are probably just a side dish. My book on the art of war is the real wine. It wasn't that this old cultivator of the Central Plains couldn't stand the praise. In fact, this old man surnamed Wei had received enough praise in his life, both in and out of books. The old man added sincerely, "I used to think that Kui Dong was too smart and shrewd. His real skills were only in the path of cultivation and learning. He was more than qualified to be the deputy hierarch of the Confucian temple. However, when it came to the art of war, it was very likely that he was just an armchair strategist. Now it seems that I underestimated Xiao Hu's ability to govern the country and pacify the world. It turns out that Howren Xiao Hu is indeed very resourceful." The 2 old men both came from the ancestral court of the military school in the Central Divine Continent. According to the rules, they were the upper sects of the Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain. The Ancestral Mountain, which had a deep relationship with martial arts fate and had a long history, was where the orthodox military school of the world was located. The 2 old men with the surnames Jiang and Wei were, without a doubt, the forefathers of the school of the military. However, Jiang and Wei could only be considered as the rejuvenating forefathers of the school of the military. After all, the old almanac of the school of the military had a lot of blank pages. Beside the 2 old men was a young man and a young woman. One of them was Shu Bai. Due to his proficiency in chess, he had the titles of Young Jiang Taigong and Shu Xian. The other young woman was called Chun Qing. She wore a green robe woven with fine bamboo threads. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that went past her shoulders and hung in front of her. A bamboo blade and a bamboo sword hung from her waist. Chun Qing came from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven and was the only direct disciple of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. She was both the opening and final disciple. Shu Bai asked softly, "The Aquarius continent is not in a mess at all. Is the human heart really that useful? We traveled from the north to the south. During our journey, we even traveled thousands of miles along the coast. It seems like there are no cultivators trying to escape from the Aquarius continent. Isn't that strange? Not to mention the Tongyi continent, even if we were to talk about the Fu Yarrow continent and Jinjiao continent, the cultivators on the mountains would not be able to do such a thing. Many of the wandering cultivators would form groups and secretly leave the continent. Old man Jiang laughed. The reason is simple. The cultivators of the Aquarius continent do not dare to do so. They do not dare to do so because Dallas laws are strict. The existence of the various coastal battlefronts is a form of intimidation. The heads of the immortals on the mountains are not any more than the heads of the mortals. Leaving their posts without permission and killing without questioning, that is the current law of Dali. They do not dare to do so because the various vassal states, the immortals of the mountains and rivers, along with their own ancestral halls and the wild cultivators who spread the news, are all watching each other. No one is willing to be implicated. They do not dare to do so because the war in the Aquarius continent is destined to be more intense than the war between the three continents. But they can still fight. Even the ignorant kids in the countryside, the idle ruffians and scoundrels, do not think that Dali, or rather the Aquarius continent, will definitely lose. Shu Bai looked at the battlefield on the ground. He found a military general dressed in armor and asked softly, he is already the highest-ranking military general in Dali, and he still wants to die. Is he willing, or does Xiu Hu want him to die, so that he can be the role model of the Dali border army, and pacify the vassal states after the war? Old man Jiang laughed. The military generals of Dali border army, which one of them is not a living person who stood up from a pile of corpses? From Song Jiangqiang to Su Gaoshan, Cao Gui, they are all the same. If we say that once the official title is big, they cannot bear to die, and their lives are too valuable to die, then Dalis armored cavalry are not that strong. Shu Bai, have you ever thought about this? The pillar state of Great Li can be hereditary, and in the future, it will continue to move toward the title of civil official. Then, what about the position of hunting inspector, which is a first-class military general? Emperor Dali has never mentioned this before, naturally because Imperial tutor Kui Dong has never mentioned it before. Why? Of course it is because the hunting patrol envoy, or Su Gaoshan, or the Eastern Front's commander Cao Gui, have all died in battle. Then Xiu Hu can bring it up, and at that time, it will be justified. I think Great General Su Gaoshan is very clear about this. Shu Bai could not help but say, but Su Gaoshan is only in his 50s, and he has to die on the battlefield. Even if he uses this grace to bring glory to his descendants, how can he ensure that the military merit of the hunting patrol envoy will be passed down through the generations? It is human nature, we have to worry. At this point, Shu Bai nodded to himself and said, I understand. After dying in battle, they will be promoted to the martial temple heroic spirit, just like Yuan and Cao Gui. With Jiao Cheng and Zhong Kuei's divine power, not only can they continue to command the Yin soldiers on the battlefield, even if they die in battle, they can still take care of their families. Chunqing said, Mr. Kui, you are a man of great talent and vision, and you can see through people's hearts. The young Confucian scholar Kui Dong actually had some grievances with the Bamboo Sea Cave, but Chuanqing's master, the lady of the Green Mountain god of the Bamboo Sea Cave, actually had a good impression of Kui Dong. Therefore, although Chunqing was too young and had never had any dealings with Xiu Hu, she had a good impression of Kui Dong, which was why she called him Mr. Kui with all her heart. According to her Hill Master, a certain swordsman's character was extremely bad, but those who were regarded as friends by that swordsman could definitely be made friends with. The Green Mountain god did not lack those pots of wine. Shu Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. A young man in white was swimming in the water from a distance. He seemed to be leisurely, but in fact, he was as fast as lightning. The heavily guarded southern peak did not seem to be surprised at all, deliberately turning a blind eye to this person. Shu Bai immediately recalled the identity of this person. He was a mysterious existence shrouded in clouds and mist. This fellow had a series of titles and identities. Not only was he the leader of the spies in the southern part of Dali, he was also the behind-the-scenes supervisor of the central part of Dali and a great blasphemous river. He did not have any official position in Dali, but he was an extremely important figure with a transcendent status. The young man continued to swim in the water beside the group of four, his face full of surprise. He shouted, Hey, isn't this our elder Jiang who is really invincible in elephant play? You're still dressed so plainly. You've come to fish. What's the problem? This is such a big pond, there are all kinds of fish and shrimps. There's an auntie called Imperial Concubine Fei, who is the biggest fish? With the help of ancestor Wei, wouldn't imperial concubine Fei be easily caught? I'm just afraid that the little fish basket on Elder Jiang's waist won't be able to hold her. An old Confucian scholar with white hair suddenly appeared and pressed a hand on Kui Dongshan's head, not allowing the latter to continue. The young man in white fell to the ground with a bang. He pretended to shout angrily, but he could not get up. He jumped a few times and fell back to the ground a few times, like the most clumsy Jianghu martial arts style. In the end, Kui Dongshan had no choice but to get up resentfully. Shu Bai, who had always been strict and respectful, was somewhat confused. Dali Xiuhu did not seem to have cast any spells or restrictions, so why was the young man in such a sorry state? Kui Dong, as a Confucian scholar, bowed to the two military ancestors with his hands clasped in front of his chest. The two old men who had been talking and laughing casually also cupped their fists in return. Respect was something that could not be begged for, but if it came, it could not be stopped. Kui Dong smiled and said, "Ancestor Jiang, Mr. Wei, why don't you take a walk with me and have a chat?" The two military ancestors followed Kui Dong into the distance, leaving behind three young men who seemed to be of similar age. If Kui Dongshan's real age was calculated from the time his soul was separated from Li Zhu's grotto heaven, then he was indeed about the same age as Chunqing and Shu Bai. Kui Dongshan leaned on the railing. About 10,000 miles away was the border between the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent and the sea. At present, excluding the old dragon city, the entire southern peak had become the second battlefield of the Aquarius continent after the old dragon city. With the demonic army that was constantly surging onto the land from the wilderness, both sides were on the verge of war. The vast battlefield to the south of the southern peak and the mountain peaks had all been moved away. The elites of the Dali Empire and its vassals had already gathered here. Dali's direct cavalry had 300,000 men, 25 of them were light cavalry and 50,000 were heavy cavalry. The light cavalry and their horses were all dressed in aqua cloud armor, and each armor was engraved with patterns of water and clouds by the talisman cultivators. They did not deliberately strive for perfection in the details of the talisman seal script. Dali's 300,000 men were led by Su Gaoshan. Born of the cold race of the Dali dynasty, he had previously relied on his illustrious military achievements to become the first hunting envoy in the history of Dali. His official rank was equal to the title of the Pillar State of Dali. The 800,000 infantrymen were divided into 5 square formations, and each square formation was separated by a distance of 10 miles. In actual fact, for this kind of war and this kind of battlefield, this distance was completely negligible. A total of 800,000 heavily armored infantrymen were transferred from the vassal states in the south of the Aquarius continent, including the old White Frost dynasty. They were all heavily armored infantrymen, and were stationed in different positions according to the square formations. The infantrymen wore different colored mountain inscriptions of the 5 mountains armor, which was the same as the 5-colored earth of the land of mountains and rivers. All of the 5-colored earth came from the mountains of the various vassal states. In the early years, under the premise of not harming the country's power and the fate of the mountains and rivers, under the supervision of the Dali border army, thousands of mountain spirits, mohist puppets, and talisman strong men worked together to excavate mountains of all sizes and handed them over to Dali and the various vassal government offices to coordinate. During this period, countless laborers from the various vassal states were mobilized, and under the leadership of the cultivators on the mountains, they worked day and night to forge the mountain inscriptions of the 5 mountains armor. The 300,000 cavalry were split into 5 groups, 3 light and 2 heavy, located within the distance of the infantrymen. Together with the 5 heavy infantrymen formations, they formed a landscape of the battlefield. General Su Gaoshan was in the middle of the formation, holding an iron spear in his hand. 30 years of military life, from a nameless soldier of the border army, he rose to become the highest military official of a continent and a country. Su Gaoshan sat on the back of the horse and looked back. Unfortunately, the South Mountain blocked his line of sight. Otherwise, if he looked all the way to the north, he would be able to see all the mountains and rivers. As far as his eyes could see, it was all Dalis land. An ordinary man, at this point in his life, he was born at the best time, and died at the best time. Su Gaoshan lightly patted the hilt of his blade with one hand and raised his helmet with the other. This only hunting envoy from the cold race in Dallas border army had a determined look in his eyes as he muttered, "Let me, Su Gaoshan, pave a bright path for the future generations of the cold race." In front of the cavalry and infantrymen, at the front of the battlefield, there was a horse-repelling formation. It was formed by the young and strong border army of the vassal states, numbering up to 80,000 people. Behind them was the second battle line, each person held a huge saber. Both sides signed a military pledge with each state's imperial court, acting as the sacrificial soldiers. They constructed a horse-repelling formation that had never been seen before. Between the cavalry formation and the saber formation was the great formation of Aquarius Continent's cultivators. There were also 120,000 archers and 12,000 catapults. They were arranged in the shape of a crescent moon. Other than that, there were 3,000 arqueballistas. Each arrow was as big as an iron spear and was as powerful as lightning. Their power was not weaker than the flying swords of the Middle Five Realms sword cultivators. On this battle line, the military cultivators from Mount Shunwu and Wind Snow Temple were the main generals. The cultivators from Mount Shunwu were the most familiar with the battlefield and battle formation. They had already joined Dali and other vassal states, and most of them were already high-ranking generals. In addition to fighting, they also needed to mobilize the troops and punish the generals. The fighting style of the cultivators from Wind Snow Temple was more similar to that of a ranger, and most of them were cultivators who followed the border army of each state. Among them, one of the 10 young candidates, Ma Kushwan, was in the battlefield. He ordered more than 10 gods from Mount Shunwu's ancestral court to stand side by side on both sides of the battlefield. The female suzerain of the hemp sect, Guokai Immortal Master Zhu Quan, carried a saber with the inscription "Mighty Heavenly Might, kill thousands of ghosts." She stood side by side with a white skeleton sword cultivator in the Ghost Valley, the swordsman Pu Sheng. The latter was tall and slender, wearing a black robe. He used a camouflage technique to regenerate flesh from bones, and for the first time, he regained his original appearance. He was a young lady full of heroic spirit. Zhu Quan laughed, "Pu Sheng, I didn't know you were so good-looking." "Beauty, a great beauty. Is the bald donkey from the Great Round Moon Temple blind? If he can return alive, I'll fight for justice for you. You can't bear to scold him, but I'm an outsider anyway. I'll find a reason to scold him, so that he'll be even more confused." Just as Zhu Quan finished her words, a monk and a daoist with Dallas Ministry of Justice's peace plate hanging on their waists arrived together with the wind. They landed on the left and right of Zhu Quan and Pu Sheng respectively. They were a daoist from Xiaoshen Temple and the monk who couldn't solve the knot in his heart in the Great Round Moon Temple. The monk stood beside Pu Sheng. Pu Sheng removed her camouflage technique and reappeared with her white skeleton face. The monk turned to look at her and said softly, "Those who become Buddha will become Buddha, those who pity others will pity them. If you can't become Buddha because of this, you must make a mistake. You can only make a mistake, the Buddha Tathagata." Pu Sheng turned her head and turned her back to the monk, as if she didn't dare to see him. Zhu Quan stomped her feet. "Mother, I'm so jealous." The old daoist laughed. "Lord Zhu, you're ruining the mood again." Zhu Quan held the hilt of her sword with one hand and raised her head high to look towards the south. She sneered, "Bulsh *t. Me, Li Cai, and Pu Meng, the women of the North Continent, regardless of whether they are sword cultivators or not, human or ghost, we are scenery." A large group of cultivators were stationed on the mountains of the southern peak. Most of the Qi cultivators who were of lower realms were stationed at the southern peak ancestral mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so dense that it condensed into mist. Some of the Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms seemed to be drunk. Further up, there were sword boats floating in the air. King Song Mu, who was wearing a python robe, personally guarded the military tent outside the temple on the peak of the southern peak ancestral mountain. Song Mu retreated very late in the Battle of Old Dragon City. The king guarded the country's gate. Halfway up the southern peak ancestral mountain, The heroic spirit of Jingguan City Jiao Cheng and the ghost Zhong Kuei from the Tong Yezhou Academy stood beside an old monk who was touching his own bald head. There was a child behind Jiao Cheng. He looked at Jiao Cheng's back and called him brother. Then, he told Jiao Cheng that his master, Kui Dongshan, had arrived at the southern peak. Jiao Cheng turned a deaf ear to this. On the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain, two 10th realm martial artists, Li and Wang Fubing, stood side by side. In addition, there was also the Yueying Academy's mountain elder Zhu Mi, who also came from the North Continent. He had the same name as the King Stage Great Demon, Yueying Mountain Wen Hai. Therefore, Mountain Elder Zhu left a sentence in the academy to suppress his mother's anger. Then, he brought a large group of Confucian scholars from the academy south to the Aquarius continent. However, Zhu Mi left the academy's disciples in the central region as he went south alone. Now, he was in charge of guarding the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain with his good friend Li and the old boar Wang Fubing. On the southern peak Crown Prince's Mountain, there was a celestial mansion whose height was second only to the temple on the peak of the mountain. A few major families in Old Dragon City were temporarily staying here. Other than the Fu family, the Sun family, and the Fan family, there were also a few great sword immortals and old sword immortals from Xingyang Mountain. There was also the city lord of Qingfeng City, Shu Han. They were all staying in different quiet courtyards. The young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, was catching up with Yunxia Mountain's nascent soul grandmaster, Cai Qin. A few major families in Old Dragon City had already moved out of the city. However, the losses were still immeasurable. Luckily, before the war, there were a few trade routes, and they had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Even if they were injured, it was not to the extent of being unable to recover. As long as the Aquarius continent could be defended, everything was fine. This was a gamble where they would either win big or lose everything. Furthermore, Old Dragon City had no choice but to agree to Dallas' request. Furthermore, as the leader, the Fu family of Old Dragon City was the Fu family, and they spared no effort. The few vassal families could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Normally, they had to squeeze out a smile and put on a calm posture, not daring to show any resentment. After all, if they really won the war, they would be able to reap huge profits. As for the few continent crossing boats in Old Dragon City, including Osmanthus Island and Mountain Sea Turtle, they had all moved to the northern region of the Aquarius continent. The Shu couple, as well as Shu Binxian, were secretly discussing with Zhengyang Mountain's Dao family ancestor, Mountain Protector Consecrator, and the Lady Dao Zi. City Lord Shu Han was currently a Jade Pure Realm military cultivator, and was wearing the Swan Zi armor. His son, Shu Binxian. In the early years, there was a graceful Daoist nun who roamed Clearwind City, and personally gave Shu Han's son a name, which meant a person who is proficient in both civil and martial arts. The relationship between Zhengyang Mountain and Clearwind City was not as simple as being allies. The few people in the study room were closely related to each other. Shu Han was expressionless as he looked at the lady who came to ask for forgiveness anxiously. His tone was not harsh. Fox Country is not some city. After closing the door and activating the city protection array, all news can be cut off. Such a large territory, spanning thousands of miles, it is impossible for it to disappear into thin air without any news. The pawns that were arranged earlier did not send any news back to Clearwind City. The Shu family lady shook her head. For some reason, there was no news at all. Shu Han frowned. That outsider called Yang Fang, is he a survivor of the Zhuying dynasty's Dugu family? Madame Shu said cautiously, the Zhuying dynasty has been destroyed for many years, and the situation is too chaotic. That dynasty of sword cultivators was also famous in the early years for having a complicated network of people on the top and at the bottom of the mountain. This Yang Fang fella is too sneaky, many of the clues in Zhuying dynasty are fragmented, we cannot piece together the truth, so it is hard to confirm if he is a survivor of the Dugu family. It was not a lie. For example, in the mountains and rivers of the old White Frost dynasty, when the Daoist called Cao Rong appeared in the old Dragon City battlefield, he unleashed many mystical divine abilities, causing the cultivators of the Aquarius continent to be shocked. There was such a powerful Tao enlightened spiritual master, although his exact realm was hard to predict, but his methods and techniques were profound. He could be seen as an immortal. His Tao techniques were not weaker than the new great heavenly lord of Treasure Bottle Continent, Shinyarozong Chi Jun. This shocked Treasure Bottle Continent, but also made them feel proud. My Treasure Bottle Continent is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The mountains are too high to climb, the waters unfathomable. So even if Old Dragon City was reduced to ruins of the battlefield, and fell into the hands of the wild beasts, the cultivators of Treasure Bottle Continent and the cavalry at the foot of the mountain belonged to the border army. The morale did not decrease but increased. In such a battle, no matter how many people died, they would not feel aggrieved or cowardly, so if there was a fight, they could fight. As for that Tongyi continent, it was a mess that could be easily broken. To think that we treated our Treasure Bottle Continent as a small family in the early years, and always felt that the big family in the south was very powerful, to the extent that there were many rumors circulating in the mountain and river newspaper, saying that the Tongyi continent's Jindan could kill Treasure Bottle Continent's Yuanying. Many Qi cultivators believed in it, and did not doubt it. In the end, it turned out that our continent had a strong foundation, and great courage. But to the current Clear-Wind City, half of their financial resources were mysteriously cut off, and they could not even find a relatively accurate connection. Naturally they were not in a good mood. Even with the help of Zhengyang Mountain, and some Zhongyu land sword show to search for clues, it is still difficult to dig out Yangfang's roots. The lady was about to cry. She took a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her eyes. Shu Hun waved his hand. Then we will discuss it again. It was better to discuss some of the real inside stories behind closed doors with family members. The Dao family ancestor laughed. Until now, no one from Luo Po Mountain has appeared on the battlefield. Maybe, but they did not earn any fame. Shu Binxian laughed. It seems that they only gave Dali military a dragon boat ferry. Is that considered contributing? Hypocrites, after doing business for so long, they know how to buy people's hearts. That is a good method. Basking in the light of Great Mountain Lord Wei of Cloud-Spreading Mountain, with One Oxhorn Mountain crossing, they hugged the thighs of North Continent's Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Now they have become the largest landlord in Old Pearl Land. The number of vassal mountains has already surpassed the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. The moving mountain ape of Zhengyang Mountain was dressed in white. He was tall and sturdy. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered. What a lucky turn of events, making a brat famous and powerful. Shu Binxian could not help but say, Northern Peak's cloud-spreading mountain is indeed terrifyingly deep. But Wei Pai has clearly been abandoned by Dali. His deity position was only Chiduan Mountain's local lord. His rise is too strange. Who can burn such a cold stove? Luo Po Mountain is lucky, Madame Shu said timidly, but I don't know why there is no news of that young mountain lord after so many years. The white-clothed ape twitched the corner of his mouth. A lowly mud bottle alley. How much can he do in less than 30 years? I asked him to take revenge. In the past, when I was at Zhengyang Mountain, he did not dare to come, but now that he is out of Zhengyang Mountain, he is still hiding. Such a coward is not even worthy of Madame Shu mentioning his name. 7:36. The meeting finally ended. Kui Dongshan sat cross-legged with his back against the wall, chatting with Chunqing telepathically. Why didn't Madame Green Immortal Mountain wait a decade for you to reach the upper 5 realms and the peak realm before letting you leave the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven? Now that the world is so chaotic, geniuses are worthless and can disappear at any time. Madame has given me a huge problem. Let me say this first. You have to return to the central divine continent alive. Don't fall in cultivation and don't die. Kui Dongshan did not want the only direct disciple of Madame Green Immortal Mountain to die in the Aquarius continent. Kui Dongshan still respected and trusted that Madame Green Immortal Mountain. Back then, when the old bastard became a rat hated by the entire world, the Yu family of the Central Plains, the Liu family of the Snow Mountain Grotto Heaven, and the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven had all lent a helping hand to the old bastard. Yu Panshui and Liu Jubao could not help but have some selfishness, hoping that Xiu would be a friend and a helper. Only Madame Green Immortal Mountain did not ask for anything. She just saw her friend in trouble and had enough wine on her mountain. Chun-Ching squatted by the side. Master said that in the Tao of martial arts, no matter how hard you punch or how heavy you attack, you won't die. So it's better to fight with a peak realm cultivator. Don't worry, before I left my hometown, Master and I made a promise. Either I return alive and inherit the Green Immortal Temple, or I die outside. Master will treat it as if he doesn't have a disciple like me. Kui Dongshan nodded. That's true. If you fight with my master, it'll be a matter of my master's 2 swords and 1 punch. And on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, my master met a few people of the same path. For example, the demon race sword immortal Sai Chen, who has a chance of ascending to the throne, and the leader of the moon-supporting mountain's 100 sword immortals, Fei Ran. These 2 sword cultivators specialize in extracting silk from cocoons, exchanging injuries for death. They specialize in targeting young geniuses. Chun-Ching asked, is the difference between me and your master that great? Hidden official Chen Shi. The last of the 10 youths. But it was acknowledged in the central divine continent that there was an insurmountable gap between the 10 youths and the 10 substitutes. Chun-Ching had long been a martial artist of the Wandering Realm, and was a chi cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul Realm. She was proficient in 5-element techniques, thunder, talisman, saber, and sword Dao. And she was also a highly skilled array master, so she was proficient in catching, killing, tracking, hiding, tracking, and escaping. The Green Mountain sect's madam regarded Chun-Ching as her own daughter and personally trained her. Because the Bamboo Sea Cave had friends all over the world, in just a dozen years, there were as many as 4 ultimate-level masters who taught her disciple Chun-Ching martial arts. The most frightening part was that Chun-Ching was only in her early 20s. She was only 14 years old when she was ranked as one of the top 10 candidates. She was the youngest of the 10 candidates. Kui Dongshan said with a smile, the difference between you and my master is not in realms. To be more precise, if realms are calculated on paper, you were slightly higher than my master when he was on the list. It's just that in the battles on the mountain, the difference between life and death can be decided in an instant. It's a good thing that you're proficient in all kinds of skills. You can avoid a lot of accidents. Unfortunately, you met my master, who likes to think about what if. You'll still die. Don't be angry. Chun-Ching shook her head. I'm not angry. I'm just not convinced. Kui Dongshan said with a smile, I like Chun-Ching's straightforward temper. Why don't we become sworn siblings? We can even burn some paper money here. We can go down the mountain and travel in Jianghu. Etiquette is the last thing we need. Chun-Ching shook her head again. In this way, I'll be 1 generation lower than the hidden official. It's not worth it. Kui Dongshan patted his chest. That's easy. We'll be sworn siblings. Chun-Ching couldn't help but turn around and look at this young man with a sincere expression. She was puzzled. Was he stupid or did he think she was stupid? But how could a fool have the cultivation of immortal realm? If Jiang Taigong hadn't reminded her that he was a real immortal realm cultivator before she left, she would have thought he was a real immortal realm cultivator. Chun-Ching would have thought he was just an earth immortal. But on the way from Nanyu Ancestral Mountain to Caiji Mountain, Kui Dongshan was honest with her. He even scolded her and Xiao Hu for their misdeeds in the Bamboo Sea Cave. She felt close to him. As for why Kui Dongshan kept emphasizing that Kui Dong was the peak of that old bastard's life, it was only when they were young. Chun-Ching couldn't understand it at all. Chun-Ching looked at Kui Dongshan for a while, but the young man only looked back at her with clear eyes. Chun-Ching could only look away and change the topic. I hope I can have a match with your husband in swordsmanship and fist techniques in the future. Kui Dongshan pecked at the rice like a chick and nodded vigorously. Sparring is good. You don't know and don't know. My husband is famous for being gentle, courteous, and thrifty. He's a modest gentleman, an elegant gentleman. Especially when sparring with women, he's always been the most rule-abiding and never overdo it. However, my husband is very busy and has yet to return home. Even if he does return home, he won't easily make a move. He likes to reason the most, far more than making a move. Ordinary people can forget about asking my husband to spar with them. However, Given my relationship with Miss Chunqing, it's not a problem for me to spar with her. As my husband's most valued and appreciated disciple, one of them, I can still help say a few words. Chunqing cupped her fists and thanked him. After she withdrew her fists, she said doubtfully, "Stop when it comes to fist techniques. There's no need for that. I don't dare to say much about other things, but I can still take a beating. You can let your husband fight with all his strength. It's fine as long as no one dies." Kui Dongshan's expression was strange. He raised his sleeve and wiped his face. Kui Dongshan didn't want to give up and continued, "In the future, I'll take you to Luopa Mountain. When we come back, you'll be worshipped in name. Isn't that great? Besides, my neighbor, Wei Pai Mountain, actually has some connections with the Bamboo Sea Cave. Wei Pai Mountain has a bamboo forest and calls it half of the Bamboo Sea Cave. He also has the reputation of small green immortal mountain. I tried to persuade him but to no avail. He just said that his bamboo forest is magnificent and called it half of the Bamboo Sea Cave. How can it not live up to the name?" Chunqing didn't care much about the description of half of the Bamboo Sea Cave and small green immortal mountain. She just asked, "Is it Wei Shanjun who likes to hold night banquets?" Kui Dongshan defended himself and said, "Nonsense. What do you mean he likes to hold night banquets? You can't wrong my Wei Shanjun. Holding night banquets is not a matter of whether he likes it or not. Every time, the gods of mountains and rivers of the Northern Mountain and the immortal Master of Records came to congratulate Mount Pailuan. What can Wei Shanjun do? It's hard to refuse such kindness." Kui Dongshan waved his sleeve and said passionately, "Wei Shanjun with two sleeves like the wind, accepts a small gift from me. Night banquets are definitely worthy of his reputation." Chunqing asked in a low voice, "Do you have a grudge against Wei Shanjun?" Kui Dongshan leaned back and said with a panicked look, "What are you doing? Miss Chunqing, you must have misunderstood me." Chunqing said, "I can see that you're not honest." Kui Dongshan sighed and suddenly pressed his face against the wall again. Chunqing asked curiously, "Hasn't that patriarch moving mountain of Zhengyang Mountain, who has a majestic aura, already left the Windy City? Why are you still eavesdropping?" Kui Dongshan muttered, "First, it was the mutual deception between brothers. Now, it's the sincere confidences between family members behind closed doors. It's all very interesting. They didn't say that I can't eavesdrop. It's a waste not to listen." Chunqing said, "You're not honest." Kui Dongshan said with grievance, "How is that possible? Go and ask Jiao Cheng of Jingguan City. If I'm not honest, how can I help him find his long-lost brother?" Chunqing was skeptical, but she said, "Old method, let me have a look. It's really interesting." Kui Dongshan smiled brilliantly. He put two fingers together and pinched something in the air before handing it over to Chunqing. She opened her palm and saw that it was suspended in the air for an inch. Ripples of mountains and rivers could be seen on her palm. If she used a mind mustard seed to travel through it, she would be able to hear and see it with her own eyes. It was as if she was there, and she would be able to observe it with Kui Dongshan. Most of the immortals who stayed in this mansion were candidates for sects in the Aquarius continent such as Zhengyang Mountain and Qingfeng City. Otherwise, they were second-rate immortal sects that were just a hair's breadth away from being a sect. However, in this huge mansion with a deep courtyard, the person with the highest cultivation realm was Shu Han of Qingfeng City, a newly minted unpolished Jade Realm cultivator. Shu Han was only famous in the continent for his great killing power. He was not proficient in other spells, divine abilities, and unorthodox techniques. Of course, he could not detect the secret prying of an immortal realm cultivator. What's more, one of Kui Dongshan's preferred identities was a second-class spy in Dallas Greenwave Pavilion. He had official documents and tokens. In addition, Kui Dongshan also had a lot of titles. For example, he was the consecrator of the Fu family in Old Dragon City, the guest of the Jiang family in Yunlin, and the incense emissary of the Crown Prince's Mountain in Beiyu. Even if Kui Dongshan was asked to take out the Caiji Mountain Temple's blessing certificate within half an hour, Kui Dongshan could also take it out. The mountain god king's wife would also give it to him with both hands. The mountain under their feet was called Caiji Mountain. The wife of the mountain god king was once the king of Southern Mountain. After becoming a vassal state of Dali, Taiji Mountain was demoted to Southern Mountain Crown Prince Mountain. It seemed to be a demotion, but in fact, it was a huge promotion of the mountain's officialdom. In the southern mountain of a continent, Taiji Mountain was above all other mountains. Taiji Mountain produced a kind of 10,000-year-old soil called tranquil soil. It was the best material for otherworldly spirits to open their own Taoist field. It was also the most precious treasure on the mountain that cultivators who cultivated ghosts dreamed of. A middle-aged Qi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm happened to be hurriedly passing by the corner of the road. After seeing the young boy and girl squatting at the foot of the wall, he slowed down and turned his head several times. The more he looked, the more he frowned. They did not pay attention to the taboos on the mountain. They did not wear the peace token issued by the Ministry of Justice of Dali, nor did they wear the rain pendant made by the old dragon city and distributed by the vassal state. Could it be that they were the direct disciples of the ancestral hall of some small mountain and had come down the mountain to gain experience? But now on Taiji Mountain, the rules were so strict. Moreover, this deer mansion was a place where immortal masters gathered at the peak of a continent. How could they be rash? How did their elders discipline them? How could they let these two children come out and behave so atrociously? The cultivator from the great immortal mansion stopped and said with a displeased face, "What are you doing? Which mountain are you from? Do you know the rules? You tell me your names. I'll report this matter to the steward of Deer Mansion, or should I drag you to see Steward Chu?" Kui Dongshan eavesdropped while staring at the sea-viewing realm old immortal. Chunqing pointed at Kui Dongshan and signaled the white-clothed youth beside her to make the decision. Then she stood up and squatted on the other side of Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan did not raise his butt. He moved half a circle and changed his face to the wall, using his butt to face the century-old old immortal from the cloud-stopping house. The first 3 generations of cloud-stopping house cultivators were all immortal masters with extremely tough bones. Their realm was not high, but they dared to beat, scold, and even drop their realm. It was similar to the style of the invincible Divine Fist Gang. However, the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse with each generation. Now, every single immortal master of the cloud-stopping house, from the Hall Master to the Hall of Worship to the direct disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, they were all famous for catching rats like dogs. In the early years, they clung to an old sword immortal of the Zhuang dynasty with outstanding swordsmanship and unparalleled flying swords. Now, they seem to have begun to think about hugging the thighs of Xingyang Mountain. They relied on money, begging, and the incense accumulated by their ancestors to shamelessly live in this deer mansion. And the nascent soul sword cultivator who fled all the way from the Bookslip Lake actually died in the hands of Wan Xiu and Kui Dongshan. The sea-viewing cultivator of the cloud-stopping house was furious, but he did not shout to kill. He planned to complain to Chief Steward Chu, who was in charge of the temple of the Taiji Mountain. Chunqing glanced at him and he disappeared on the spot. There was no trace of him, not even a ripple of qi dynamic. This was very strange. Chunqing only saw Kui Dongshan shake his sleeve. She guessed that he was put into the heaven and earth in the sleeve, which was unique to cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Chunqing asked curiously, "How did you do it?" "I can roughly sense the supernatural power of an ordinary immortal." Kui Dongshan just gently lifted the snow-white sleeve. Chunqing looked at it carefully and found 2 strings of tiny characters swaying on the robe like 2 water plants. The sun and the moon bird in the cage, the heaven and earth duckweed on the water. Chunqing also studied the talisman Dao. She was in high spirits and asked, "Did you use a talisman formation to detain this person just now?" Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "No, I just captured a sea-viewing cultivator to help him sharpen his Dao heart. There's no need to make such a big fuss. I just showed off my robe to Chunqing. It's not worse than the green bamboo robe on you, right?" Chunqing did not say anything. After the 3 of Mount Shenyang left, Shu Han sat in the study with his eyes closed. He did not criticize the woman nor did he speak. The Swan Z armor on his body was completely different from the military armor imagined by the outside world. It was not a defensive treasure, but a mysterious offensive treasure. This made Shu Han even more certain of his identity as the strongest person below the upper 5 realms before he reached the Jade Primitive Realm. The legitimate son, Shu Binxian, leaned against the back of the chair and took out a widely circulated travel book from his sleeve. He never got tired of reading it. The woman of the Shu family slowly stood up. She wanted to say something but stopped. After Shu Han opened his eyes, he did not make a move, but a clear slap was heard in the room. The woman's cheek became red and swollen instantly. Shu Binxian raised his head and looked at his parents. He then lowered his head and flipped through the book. This young cultivator who had never fought a battle had a short sword and a dharma saber hanging on the same side of his waist. They were also tied with a purple ribbon at the 2 ends of the saber and the sword. The woman of the Shu family reached out and covered her cheek. She did not look angry at all. Instead, she reminded her husband with a soft voice, "It's better to isolate the heaven and earth. Otherwise, the Dao family's patriarch of Mount Zhengyang will eavesdrop on our conversation." Mount Zhengyang likes to act in the dark and has always been unrestrained. There's nothing they dare not do. Shu Han sneered and said, "Do you think my Jade Primitive Realm is a decoration? Old Crook Dao is only in the nascent soul realm. You may be stupid, but he's not." Shu Binxian continued flipping through the book. "It's better to be safe than sorry. I always feel that there's something strange about Mount Zhengyang." Shu Han thought for a while and cast a spell restriction unique to Clearwind City. He then stared at the woman and said with a gloomy face, "A Fox Kingdom is equivalent to half of Clearwind City's income. Pei Xiong is also a nascent soul cultivator. The fox skin talisman not only earns money, but also has connections in Clearwind City. Besides, you should know the true meaning of the Fox Kingdom. It's been accumulating literary luck for hundreds of years." Shu Binxian's sister is still with the Yuan family, waiting for this literary luck. The woman of the Shu family kept silent and secretly shed tears. The Shu family married their legitimate daughter to the son of the Yuan family, who was the pillar of the kingdom. They had a great ambition. They wanted to take the family name of the pillar of the kingdom and the position of the military officer of the hunting envoy. Shu Han sighed and his expression softened. "Let's sit down and talk. Your senior brother Chai Bofu disappeared into thin air just like that." In name, Clearwind City had Shu Han and Pei Xiong, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, who were 2 nascent soul cultivators. In fact, the woman of the Shu family had another senior brother with a strange temperament and a hidden identity. Chai Bofu, whose Taoist name was Long Bo, was an old nascent soul cultivator whose whereabouts were unknown. He was experienced and had a high cultivation base, especially proficient in water techniques. He was able to arm wrestle with Liu Zhimao of the Calligraphy Lake and almost fought to the death in order to snatch a copy of the River Severing Sutra. This person was extremely arrogant and was especially proficient in camouflage techniques. In the history of the Aquarius continent, he had used various appearances and identities to appear in various places. Chai Bofu indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After all, there were not many cultivators in the Aquarius continent who could fight with Liu Zhimao, Liu Larocheng and Li Tuanjing, and still be alive today. The white jade belt with dragon patterns on it was hung on Chai Bofu's waist. There were a bunch of jade pendants and bottles. Most of them were camouflage techniques. His real trump card was the white jade belt. It was actually a sleeping dragon that he obtained from the ruins of the Jiyu Shu immortal residence. Back then, it was because of this opportunity that he formed a deadly feud with Liu Larocheng. Chai Bofu even dared to kill several Gong Willow Island Ancestral Master Hall's direct disciples alone. He was bold and ruthless, and had many life-saving techniques. It was not difficult for Shu Han to defeat him, but it was not easy to kill him. Chai Bofu had secretly met with his wife many times. He even dared to teach his son Shu Binxian. Shu Han actually wanted to kill him. This famous rogue cultivator whose Daoist name was Long Bo and his wife were from the same sect. The two of them worked together to kill the person who taught them. They each took what they wanted and betrayed their sect together. However, the people who taught them were not good people either. In the end, Chai Bofu completely walked on the path of rogue cultivators while his junior sister married into the Clearwind City. If it was not for the water techniques taught by Chai Bofu which greatly benefited Xu Binxian's Dao, Xu Han would not have turned a blind eye to this person. In addition, Chai Bofu was equivalent to half of the Clearwind City's guest elder. For example, when Xu Han was in seclusion, the Fox Nation was in chaos. Chai Bofu contributed a lot. Otherwise, when Xu Han came out of seclusion, the Fox Nation would be in a mess. The woman nodded and said, "Senior brother has always been cautious. Since we cultivated separately and met again in the Clearwind City, I have never seen his real face." In truth, it was not that Long Bo, who had been following Liu Kaicheng, had not thought of leaving behind clues for the Clearbreeze City to seek help, but there was no need for him to deliberately make a move against the blind Liu Kaicheng as he had been caught red-handed by Ji Yukan twice. As for the result, one could imagine. Falling into the hands of Ji Yukan, who was more like a rogue cultivator than Chai Bofu, was definitely not easier than falling into the hands of Liu Kaicheng. Therefore, during the journey across continents, that brother Long Bo was practically lying down and pretending to be dead. Liu Kaicheng and Ji Yukan, you two F*King senior brothers, either you kill me, Chai Bofu, and end it all. In addition, the drop in cultivation realm is not a problem at all. We cultivators, don't we use our cultivation realm to drop in cultivation realm? Xu Han suddenly asked, let's not talk about whether the content is true or not. According to the description in this travel book, where is Chen Pingan now, and what is his realm? The woman said softly, in the empty bamboo lake, or the bookslip lake, Chen Pingan did work as an accountant in the Verdant Canyon Island for a few years. It is estimated that this young man's combat power at that time was roughly equivalent to that of a gold core cultivator. Calculating. Xu Han frowned and said, a sword cultivator? The woman hesitated for a moment. It's hard to say whether he should be regarded as a gold core sword cultivator or not. However, this person is very shrewd at such a young age and is good at hiding his strength. This kind of person is definitely not easy to deal with. Back then, I felt that this person was more dangerous than Liu Xianyang. It's just that Zhengyang Mountain is too arrogant, especially that mountain guardian ape. It looks down on a trash who has broken the longevity bridge and is unwilling to eliminate the root of the problem. Pearl Hairpin Island's Liu Zhongruan is now a gold core cultivator. Luopo Mountain seems to be very respectful to Liu Zhongruan. Logically speaking, we can infer a thing or two about Luopo Mountain's background. However, it is very likely that Luopo Mountain is deliberately covering up their tracks. The only confirmed news is that a few years ago, Luopo Mountain and Jade Liquid River's Water God Prefecture had a conflict. In the end, it seems that Pailuan Mountain was very dissatisfied with this. Wei Pai used the mountain's officialdom to suppress the Water God Prefecture. I heard that Chongdan River's Water God Li Jin had a slip of the tongue when he was drunk at the State City Gods banquet. Luopo Mountain has a pure martial artist overseeing the mountain. He is a great grandmaster who has the potential to reach the far travel realm. He is responsible for teaching the younger generation fist techniques. As for the water god of Jade Liquid River, she once resented Luopo Mountain a lot in private. She said that if it weren't for the protection of Wei Shanjun of Pailuan Mountain, she would definitely lose some of her merit and flood Luopo Mountain. Xu Binxian suddenly interrupted with a smile. What if these two righteous gods of the river and the city god of the Dragon Province have actually been bribed by Luopo Mountain a long time ago and are purposefully putting on a show for us? Wouldn't our Clearwind City and the righteous Yang Mountain that possesses the 10-sword immortals have always been going around in circles? The woman smiled. The old ape was right about something. In just over 20 years, no matter how many fortuitous encounters he encounters on his path of cultivation, no matter how smooth his path is, how powerful can he become? Worry is worry, but it's fine if we scare ourselves. Going around in circles? If that travel book is only 50 or 60% real, then the Lord of Luopo Mountain has been wandering around the Aquarius continent like a headless fly. It's actually even more like going around in circles. He wants material benefits, an empty reputation, and a romantic encounter. He wants everything. He can't bear to part with anything along the way. A person like him won't be able to reach great heights. No matter what, the most important matter is for Clearwind City to rise to the top of the clan. Shu Han stared at the woman firmly. Even though he had set up restrictions, he still said to her mentally, apart from this, I've never asked about the matters of the Fox Kingdom and Pei Xiong, but that doesn't mean I'm in the dark. Before this war, any nascent soul cultivator on the Aquarius continent was precious. Even if they were living under someone else's roof, Pei Xiong wouldn't have feared a Dragon's Gate realm cultivator like you so much. The woman paled slightly. Shu Han waved his hand. I only look at the results, not the process. Returning to an elegant courtyard of his family on Righteous Young Mountain, the ancestor of the Dao family immediately used an ability to isolate the world. The white-clothed old ape escorted Dao Zi here before leaving by himself. As the only protector of Righteous Young Mountain, he possessed a venerated status. Even an old sword immortal like the ancestor of the Dao family who sat at the top of the ancestral hall still needed to treat him with respect. Furthermore, on Righteous Young Mountain, everyone knew that the white-clothed old ape doted on Dao Zi the most. He was basically the protector of the mountain range of the Dao family. The ancestor of the Dao family was naturally very proud of this. Dao Zi had already changed from the little girl who first toured the Pearl Grotto heaven to a slender and elegant woman. When the white-clothed old ape bid farewell and left, she had just sat down when she stood up again. She walked the white-clothed old ape all the way to the entrance of the courtyard. The burly old ape patted Dao Zi's head, indicating that there was no need for her to be so courteous. The woman's limpid eyes narrowed into crescents. Dao Zi was indeed very close to this grandpa ape who had protected her since she was young. She even treated him as her own elder. There were many things that she might not even say to her own patriarch, but she was able to speak her mind to grandpa ape without hesitation. Without even needing the ancestor to open the door, the white-clothed old ape pushed open the mountain range restriction and strode away. The eyes of the Dao family's old sword immortal were gloomy and unfathomable. Despite their closeness, this protector of the mountain was a natural ally that could only be chanced upon by luck. However, this old ape was truly too unscrupulous in front of Dao Zi. He did not care about the ways of the world at all. After the white-clothed old ape left, Dao Zi returned to her seat and said with a chuckle, once Grandpa Ape succeeds in breaking through, he will definitely have an additional immortal opportunity. It's a wonderful thing. The ancestor of the Dao family nodded with a smile. For example, Liu Laocheng was the only cultivator of the Aquarius continent who had reached the upper 5 realms. He had a mysterious providence that protected his great Dao. Now, he had indeed become the head consecrator of the True Realm sect. It was rumored that he had reached the immortal realm. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to the Divine Grandeur sect's great heavenly lord, Qi Zhen. The Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin was an excellent example of monopolizing the providence of the Sword Dao. From the looks of it, Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden had been trapped by love for hundreds of years. It was truly a waste of resources and did not know how to cherish his fortune. Otherwise, as long as Li Tuanjing broke through the nascent soul bottleneck, the first native immortal realm sword immortal in the history of the Aquarius continent would be at his fingertips. However, in this way, the one to suffer would be Upright Sun Mountain. The so-called 10-peak sword Daos would only become the greatest laughingstock of the Aquarius continent. Otherwise, Li Tuanjing would only need to ride his sword to the peak of Upright Sun Mountain alone. Who would dare to court death by then? The white-clothed old ape planned to go to the highest point of the shrine to enjoy the scenery. At the foot of the wall outside Deer Cry residence, Chun Qing asked, "What do you mean?" Kui Dongshan immediately stood up and said seriously, "Since we can't fight them head-on, we can only avoid them." The two slipped away together. In a viewing pavilion by the cliff, Chun Qing stood on her tiptoes and looked into the distance. Dust and sand were flying everywhere like a tide. Chun Qing frowned and said, "The savage world wants to disturb the southern mountain battle formation. The wind-riding cultivators that Dali has placed may not be able to completely block the enemy's charge." Kui Dongshan stood on the railing and glanced at the behemoths that revealed their true forms. Most of them were in the Earth Immortal realm, and there were also some mountain and lake monsters that were naturally huge. However, the most troublesome one was far away. There was a remnant of the ancient god that was trailing behind him. Even Kui Dongshan did not dare to say that he could stop him from advancing. In a battle where the cultivators on the mountain and the cavalry below the mountain were mixed together, the most crucial thing was that both sides had to suppress each other and not allow any exceptions. For example, once Kui Dongshan appeared on the battlefield, he would definitely attract the attention of the Sword Immortal advisor. Just like when Fei Fei made a move and used her natal divine ability to move the sea to attack Old Dragon City, Wang Zhu from the Aquarius continent revealed his true form and went against her, dispelling most of her water spells. Previously, when Bai Yi used his sword to support the Yarrow continent, he was the biggest exception. Therefore, no matter what price when high paid, he chose to kill Bai Yi. Before this, Bai Yi killed the sovereign Yarrow Jiao and Yarrow Jiao killed Zhu Shunji for the same reason. In a battle that involved the trend of the world, no matter if you were an Ascendant Realm cultivator or even a great cultivator of the 14th realm, no one could turn the tide. The ones who could decide the outcome of the battle were the immortals on the mountain and the cavalry below the mountain. Chun Qing subconsciously stretched out 2 fingers and gently twirled her green robe. In this way, the demons will die and pay a huge price. However, as long as the army formation at the foot of the southern peak is disrupted, the savage world will still benefit. Kui Dongshan laughed. The old bastard still has some tricks up his sleeve. The white-clothed old ape did not meet the white-clothed young man and the green-robed girl. He went to the mountain peak alone and saw 3 pure martial artists. There was a young woman among them. She frowned slightly and stood alone, looking at the battlefield in the south. The white-clothed old ape recognized one of them. It was Li from the old Pearl Grotto Heaven. It was rumored that this person had once fought with Song Jianqiang. As for the other 2, the white-clothed old ape did not recognize them. Pei Qian, who went by the alias of Zheng Qian, and Wang Dengyi, the oldest martial artist in the North Continent who had once gone mad. The white-clothed old ape sneered. Li turned his head. The white-clothed old ape ignored him. Wang Dengyi clicked his tongue and said, Li someone is not giving you face. In our North Continent, if this isn't the F*King Wen Quan, what is it? Li said, someone? The white-clothed old ape finally turned his head. However, the white-clothed old ape's expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. He could not care less about the boorish Li anymore. Because the destiny of the continent's mountains and rivers suddenly changed. First, a 10,000 feet tall god in armor stood tall, carrying the martial destiny of the Aquarius continent. His figure was ethereal and in the blink of an eye, he flew from the capital of Dali to the southern peak. He stepped on the void and floated towards the south. And that Kui Dongshan was stunned and speechless. Suddenly, he started cursing Kui Dong for being a bastard. It turned out that there was another scholar with a blurry face who appeared from the Chidu temple. He was dressed in a green robe and his figure was no different from a normal person. However, with just one step, he shrunk the mountains and rivers of half a continent. Suddenly, he was 10,000 feet tall and directly appeared in the ruins of the old dragon city. He pressed down on the head of the ancient high god and smiled, "If you are unable to resolve something, ask me for help." (737) In Saiji Mountain, the crown prince of Nanyu, Li took a deep breath and looked to the south. He cupped his fists and saluted the tall scholar in green from afar. Besides, the battlefield was too far away. Even though Li was a martial artist, he did not have the supernatural power to observe mountains and rivers. In addition to the battlefield at the old site of Old Dragon City, the atmosphere had become chaotic and could not be seen. In his hometown of Liju Cave, Li had drunk with Mr. Qi. At that time, Li did not expect Mr. Qi to visit him. There were only a few bowls of inferior wine at home. Fortunately, Mr. Qi did not mind. Although the scholar in front of him was not the real Mr. Qi, it did not prevent Li from cupping his fists and saluting him. Li suddenly used telepathy and said to Pei Qian, "You must trust your master. He and Mr. Qi are both real scholars. They do not only repay evil with good. Moreover, Your master's line does not have the habit of letting the next generation bear the grudges of the previous generation. The line of the sage of literature was the most reasonable. The line of the sage of literature was also the most protective. The old sage of literature was protective of his disciples. Even after his first disciple, Kui Dong, betrayed the Wen lineage, the old Shotzi still protected his disciples and did not hesitate to imprison himself. Mr. Qi protected his disciples, Mr. Zhuo protected his disciples, and Mr. Qi also protected his disciples. In the future, the third-generation disciples of the Wen lineage would also protect their younger disciples. If it were not for this, Li Er would have punched the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain when he saw it. Back then, this old beast had chased after Chen Pinggan and Ning Yao. He had run amok and trampled on Li Er's ancestral home. At that time, Li Er had squatted at the door and sighed. He was worried that he would break the rules and be punished by his master. He would also cause trouble for Mr. Qi and Master Wan. That was why he had endured it. As a result, the woman cursed the heavens and cursed the earth, scolding him the most. In the end, she even implicated Li Huai's family. They had to stay in the woman's home for a period of time and suffered a lot of vexation. On the dining table, the dishes near Li Er's family were all vegetarian dishes. When Li Huai wanted to stand on the stool and pick up a meat dish that was far away on the horizon with his chopsticks, he would be scolded a few times. Things like he had no upbringing, and it was no wonder that his family's Huaizi was always at the bottom of the school. What was the point of studying? His brain was just like his father and mother's. With one look, one could tell that he was a good-for-nothing. He might as well start working in the fields as soon as possible and strive to be a long-term worker for some wealthy family in Peachleaf Valley in the future. At that time, when he saw his son silently take back his chopsticks and obediently put his butt back on the bench, the simple and honest man's heart was about to break. But after all, they were his relatives. The family of 4 was living under someone else's roof. He couldn't hit them or scold them. If he really braced himself and quarreled, in the end, his wife would be in a difficult position. Li could only endure it. Fortunately, at that time, his daughter, Li Liu, didn't care. She went straight to an empty bowl and walked to her uncle's table. She picked up a large bowl full of meat dishes and placed it next to her brother. Only then did Li feel much better. Pei Qian nodded gently. It was not easy for him to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. If his master's wife was the moon in the sky in his master's heart, then Pei Qian was very clear about what Mr. Qi meant to his master. It was something that his master had never told anyone about. Pei Qian had seen his master's state of mind twice. It was just that Pei Qian had never mentioned this to anyone. His master was well aware of this and had never told him. He had not even given him a chestnut. Pei Qian's state of mind after returning from a long journey was a bit similar to his master's state of mind when he returned from the Book Lake. His master had to make a trip to the North Continent, where the people were valiant, to suppress the dragon raising its head in his heart. That was why Pei Qian had to travel to the battlefield of the southern mountains as soon as he returned to Luopa Mountain. Anyway, on the battlefield, there was no need to care about right or wrong when punching. There was no need to pay attention to the weight or the importance of life and death. The heavier the better. It was very simple and pure. On the battlefield of the Jinjiao continent, Pei Qian became more and more clear about the saying there is no one in front of him. In fact, there were 2 situations. One was that after learning martial arts, one had to be bold. No matter how strong the enemy was in front of you, you still dared to punch anyone. Therefore, being invincible in front of you was the boldness that a martial artist should have. The other was that when learning martial arts, one had to be extremely pragmatic and able to endure hardships. In the end, after punching a few times and 100 times, the enemy in front of you would all die and there would be no one in front of you. Pei Qian used telepathy to form a line and asked curiously, "This Zhengyang Mountain Guardian Consecrator has a very high realm and strong fists." It didn't look like it. When he was in Luopo Mountain, Pei Qian only knew that this old ape was famous for being unruly and arrogant. Even in the 10-sword celestials of the 10-sword celestials of the 10-sword celestials in Luopo Mountain, it was too obedient. It seemed that it wanted to become the first demon of the upper 5 realm in the history of the Aquarius continent. If that was the case, why did it have such an arrogant aura like that of a sovereign stage demon when it had yet to reach the 5 realms? Did it secretly learn Xiaomi's arrogant way of walking? However, when he thought about how his master and mistress had to work together to deal with this old beast when they were young, Pei Qian could not help but feel a little afraid. Although his fists were not careless and did not hinder the peak of fist intent, he was still a little afraid. Li Xiao replied, "It's passable." In the past, he was able to rely on the advantage of his physique to spar with the vassal king, Song Jianqiang. Don't look down on him. Fist intent needs to be higher than the sky, fist techniques need to be bigger than the earth, fist techniques need to have a normal heart. The combination of the 3 is the theory of fist. However, this is what Zheng Dafeng said. Uncle Li can't say these theories. Pei Qian nodded. Uncle Li's theory of fist is in his fists. Zheng Dafeng is indeed more eloquent, but his fists are not as good as Uncle Li's. Master once told me in private that although Uncle Li did not study, there were many principles outside of books. Moreover, Uncle Li's vision was even better because Uncle Li was the first person to see that my master had the aptitude to practice martial arts. He even wanted to give my master a dragon king basket and a golden carp. My master said that it was a pity that his luck was not good at that time and was unable to receive these gifts. However, my master has always been grateful for this. When Pei Qian talked about her master, her expression would naturally soften, and her state of mind would become tranquil. Li Xiao grinned. He did not have any insight. Back then, he liked the straw sandal boy the most. After all, he had watched him grow up. When Chen Pinggan was still a child, he had a lot of dealings with the Yang family's medicine shop, and Li Xiao had seen it all. Sometimes, old Yang would ask Li Xiao to help watch the children go up the mountain to pick herbs. Just as Pei Qian said, Li Xiao was the first person in Lizhu Grotto Heaven to think highly of Chen Pinggan. In fact, Li Xiao had a good impression of Pei Qian, Chen Pinggan's first disciple. The little girl respected her master and could endure hardships when learning martial arts. When she succeeded in learning martial arts, the better her fist technique was, the less she would punch. Who was she like? Li Xiao. Wang Dafeng complained, "What are you two whispering about?" Zheng Dafeng. "Do you think I'm an outsider?" Pei Qian smiled. Wang Dafeng asked, "Zheng Dafeng, are you sure you don't want to change your master and practice martial arts with me? If you become my last disciple, you'll definitely be the female martial god of the North Continent in the future." Pei Qian shook her head, once again rejecting the old martial artist's good intentions. As a martial artist, when learning martial arts, our greatest enemy is ourselves. We don't seek fame. Wang Dafeng was stunned, then laughed angrily. "What *T principles did your master teach you?" If it was the young Pei Qian, she would have dug up all 18 generations of Wang Dafeng's ancestors in her heart just because of this nonsense. Now, Pei Qian just said calmly, "Elder Wang, my master said that if today I'm better than yesterday, tomorrow I'll be better than today. That's true success in martial arts. Only with this in mind can one be qualified to compete with outsiders and with heaven and earth." Wang Dingyi exclaimed in surprise. He nodded and laughed. "That does sound reasonable. Could it be that your master is a scholar? Otherwise, how could he say such scholarly words?" Pei Qian nodded and said, "Of course my master is a scholar." Wang Dafeng was a little regretful. These days, he had been trying to trick Zheng Qian into becoming his disciple, but the little girl was still unmoved. This girl called Zheng Qian was extraordinary. Not to mention the origin of her martial arts, she was a martial arts fanatic who seemed to be possessed by the devil. She practiced martial arts all the time. After meeting Li she took the initiative to ask for 4 extremely strange talisman from the Lion's Peak. The light talisman was actually very heavy. Pei Qian pasted them on her wrists and ankles to suppress her own martial arts and strengthen her body. Therefore, at first glance, Pei Qian looked like a martial artist who had not met a good master and had gone astray in his martial arts. Wang Dafeng was very interested in the talisman, but Li Er's temper was not very good. He said that he could not buy it with money, but he could give it away for free. The premise was that he could defeat Li Er's fist. If he won, let alone 4, even 40 talismans would not be a problem. When Wang Dafeng thought about the Lion's Peak that did not have any rules and regulations, he felt a headache coming. Forget it, the fist was afraid of the young and strong. A young lad that could kill an old master, what kind of ability was that? This old man was magnanimous and could tolerate the impudence of the younger generation, and would not bicker with a young man like Li Er whose body and spirit were at the peak. If this old man was 100 or 200 years younger, I would take a dozen more punches from you and fall to the ground. Wang Dafeng asked, "Your master, how old is he?" Pei Qian treated him with sincerity. "He is older than me, younger than Uncle Li and Senior Wang." Wang Dafeng was surprised, and could not help but ask again, "Then he is an expert in suppressing the opponent's fist?" Pei Qian nodded her head, "Of course." Wang Dafeng asked Li Er, "Does the Aquarius continent really have such a young martial arts grandmaster? Why is there no news about him? Even the Pure Jade continent has a sister Xiong, her name has reached my ears. The Aquarius continent is so close to the North continent, her name should have spread across the 2 continents." Li Er said bluntly, "I am not familiar with you, ask someone else." Wang Dafeng, the famous old boorish man, immediately became angry. He rubbed his hands and said, "Li Er, let's find a place to fight." Li Er said, "Then lay on the ground after 3 to 5 punches, and pretend to be dead." Li Er was indeed not good at chatting, he was good at tearing down the ancestral hall. Wang Dafeng did not mind having a fight with Li Er, but with Zheng Qian beside him, he let Li Er off for now. Pei Qian glanced at the white-clothed old ape from the corner of his eyes. He did not seem to be in a good mood. "Very good, then I am in a good mood. The upright young mountain that is filled with sword immortals, just wait." Wang Dafeng said regretfully, "It is a pity that our sword immortal drinking buddy is not here, otherwise, we can see the strange phenomenon at Old Dragon City more clearly. This is the bad thing about martial artists, we do not have those messy techniques." At the Crown Prince's mountain, the only thing that martial artists could see clearly was the strange phenomenon at the battlefield in front of the southern peak. In the pavilion, Chun-Ching quickly took out a pot of green immortal mountain wine. She drank a mouthful to calm herself down. How did the Dali dynasty, or rather, embroidered tiger Kui Dong, manage to refine the fate of a continent's civil and martial officials so completely, and finally make it his own? The bodies of mortals could not be compared to true deities after all. After this battle, it would probably no longer be the final conclusion of the cultivators in the world. The 10,000 feet tall golden-armored deity from before appeared from the capital. He held an iron mace in his hand. Another armored deity held a Dali standard battle saber, standing in the mortal world without warning. One on the left and one on the right, the 2 armored generals appeared one after another in the center of the battlefield, like a family's door gods, blocking the ferocious charge of the demons who broke the formation like a swarm of locusts. In reality, these 2 martial arts deities who enjoyed the worship of countless mortals were the ancestors of the Yuan and Cao families of the upper pillar state of Dali. They were the 2 faces that everyone was most familiar with in the land of a continent, mountains, and rivers. The 2 martial arts deities, who were equivalent to the Ascendant Realm, said loudly almost at the same time, "Those who invade our land shall be killed. Those who trample on our land shall be killed." But what was even more unbelievable was the green-robed scholar who pressed the ancient deities into the sea with a slap. Then, he stomped down again, creating a huge wave. He stomped the originally invincible ancient deities into the seabed. The high-level god who had come from outer space to visit the vast world struggled to get up, but the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with broken and scattered glazed light, revealing the terrifying combat strength of this god. In the end, he was stomped even deeper into the sea by the green-robed scholar. The 2 armored martial arts deities were hit by the countless spells and attacks of the demon cultivators. Although they were still standing, some of their divinity was still damaged. Only the Dharma of the green-robed scholar in Old Dragon City ignored the attacks completely. Because he was in the center of the battlefield where the demon army gathered, the thousands of brilliant spells and powerful weapons all missed him. Simply put, the green-robed scholar could suppress the remnant of the ancient deities, and even turn the glass shards of the river of time into attacks. Like sword boats that kept shattering, countless flying swords freely splashed and killed the demon army within 1,000 miles. But the demons in the desolate world seemed to be facing an opponent that did not even exist. This scene shocked even Chun-Ching, who was far away from the battlefield. Higher than the Ascendant Realm? Wouldn't it be the 14th realm? Logically speaking, even Kui Dong, who was in the Ascendant Realm, would not be able to handle it. The Song clan's martial arts fate was prosperous, and the two deities, Yuan and Cao, could be seen everywhere in the human world. However, literary fate was not something that could be casually placed in a basket. It was too demanding for the deities' realm when they were alive. Even the 4 sages of the Confucian Temple couldn't do it. As for the 4 sages of the Confucian Temple, excluding the sage of literature, the sage of rites, the sage of ceremonies, and the old scholar, all of them had the tolerance. However, the 3 of them had their own paths, which was equivalent to cutting off their paths. Otherwise, the Confucian school would have used this method to deal with the desolate world. The 3 hierarchs of the Confucian Temple were all willing to do this. By then, there would be a 14th realm in the Tongye continent, another in the Fuyao continent, and another in the South Hassa continent. Chun-Ching took out a pot of wine and asked Kui Dongshan, "Do you want to drink?" Kui Dongshan stood on the railing and laughed. "Drink? I'm drinking right now. I'm already drunk." Kui Dongshan raised his arms high and jumped up and down as he shouted, "Uncle Master is awesome, Uncle Master is strong, Uncle Master is fierce, Uncle Master is invincible." Chun-Ching understood that it was indeed Mr. Qi. In the line of the sage of literature, other than Liu Shiliu, who was the most inconspicuous, Qi Jingquan's 2 senior martial brothers were actually even more famous. Kui Shi of the 3 noble and splendid triads started practicing the sword very late, but his swordsmanship was the best in the world. On the other hand, it was Qi Jingquan who was the old scholar's favorite. There were more rumors on the mountain that had little to do with the depth of one's knowledge or the level of one's cultivation. For example, the Lord of White Emperor City, Zheng Juzhong, was willing to take the initiative to leave the city and invite an outsider to the colored clouds for a round of chess. Kui Dongshan suddenly fell silent. He turned to Chun-Ching and said, "Give me a pot of wine." Chun-Ching threw him a pot of wine. Kui Dongshan opened the mud seal and gulped down the wine until his face was covered in wine. The green-robed figure had 1 foot on the land of Aquarius continent's old dragon city, and the other foot trapped the ancient high-level god at the bottom of the sea. Every time the latter struggled to get up, he would be kicked, and his huge body would sink even deeper. In the southernmost sea region of the Aquarius continent, the wind and clouds surged and the waves surged. The originally orderly battle formation of the wasteland was broken by him alone. The white-robed ape at the top of Tsaiji Mountain saw this scene and his eyelids trembled. He clenched his fists and almost revealed his true form, as if only then would he feel more at ease. The green-robed scholar's figure became more and more ethereal, like the yin spirit of a cultivator at the top of the mountain. One of his Dharma forms first formed the Aquarius seal, then the Sutra seal, the Fearless seal, the Vow seal, the Demon Subduing seal, and the Dhyana seal. In an instant, 386 seals were formed. The green-robed scholar was like a scholarly sage who spoke in Buddhist language, lion's roar. The light of treasures flowed between heaven and earth, shining brightly in all directions. The other green-robed scholar formed a Daoist spell, forming a total of 356 seals. Each seal was a talisman, and in the end, a lightning formation was formed. The scholar raised his hand and said the 2 words lightning pool. The sage's words were law, but he used Daoist edicts to change the fate of the heavens, and a huge golden lightning pool appeared in the sky. This person was like a Buddhist sage who had appeared in the human world, but also like the talisman Yu Xian and the Grand Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu. The lightning formation crashed into the sea. Previously, it used the landscape to imprison the remnant of the ancient god in the sea, and then used the lightning pool of heavenly tribulation to refine it. In addition, half of the nearly 400 Dharma seals of the Buddhist sects took root one after another, causing the densely packed demon race army to disappear into thin air and fall into various small worlds. The remaining half, almost 200 seals, all landed in the vast sea between the two continents. The whirlpools were endless, and the seabed could be seen. The great demons of the wasteland were either running for their lives to escape or trying to fill up the whirlpools that destroyed the sea path. On the top of the southern peak, the old monk in chicken soup shook his sleeve. Then, the old monk's shoulder suddenly tilted, and his body staggered, as if his sleeve was a little heavy. At the southern end of the Tongya continent, in the ancestral mountain of the Yugue sect, a young Daoist smiled and said, "So Mr. Chi is very knowledgeable about the 5 thunder spell of Mount Longhu. Just by using the formation to imprison the lapis lazuli pavilion master, he was able to deduce this lightning formation. Mr. Chi is really a learned man." Chunqing started drinking again. The master of the mountain master was right. There was always someone better than him. Chunqing was young, but thanks to the incense burning on the peak of the green immortal mountain and her own extraordinary talent, she learned a variety of things and was also praised for the purity of her magic arts. However, now that she had seen the means of the green-robed scholar with her own eyes, Chunqing felt embarrassed. No matter how modest this young girl who had walked out of the bamboo sea cave for the first time was, and how she knew the immensity of heaven and earth, the magnificent picture in front of her eyes still made her heart sway and she felt ashamed of her own inferiority. She always felt that it would be difficult for her to reach the old dragon city in this lifetime. Kui Dongshan laughed and said, "Miss Chunqing, don't be discouraged. After all, he is my master's senior brother. It's normal for his spells to be better." Chunqing murmured, "That's too high. I can't even learn it." Kui Dongshan carried the wine pot that only had a few mouthfuls. He walked sideways until his shoulder leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, and then he fell silent. Qi Jingchun had F*King reached the 14th realm a long time ago. Unification of the Tao. What kind of Tao? The right time, place, and people. Qi Jingchun directly merged with the root of the 3 sect. In the battle back then, he didn't fight back. He only used his natal characters to resist the divine tribulation and eliminate the karma. Why did the old bastard ask him to go to the Dragon Pearl Cave? It was just in case. If he really pissed off Qi Jingchun, it would arouse some long-lost teenager's temperament. Then, he would flip the chessboard and directly attack outside the chessboard. He wouldn't die, but he would inevitably suffer. Facts proved that countless hardships, big and small, fell on Kui Dongshan alone. First, in the old house of the Yuan family in the Dragon Pearl Cave, his realm fell. When he finally left the Dragon Pearl Cave, he was beaten by the old scholar. Then, he stood at the bottom of the well to enjoy the cool air. When he finally climbed up the well, his head was sealed by the little treasure bottle. When he arrived at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was beaten and scolded by Maro Xiaodong at every turn. Then, he was bullied by a grandson named Cai Shenjing. Everything happened one after another. His bitter tears could be used as ink to write a few long tragic poems. However, at that time, the old bastard wasn't sure about Qi Jingchun's real realm. Immortal realm? Ascendant realm? It wasn't until Kui Dongshan and Kui Dong re-examined the scroll of the River of Time that they accidentally found a scene. At that time, Qi Jingchun and the youth in straw sandals were standing under the old locust tree. After that, they connected all the things that Qi Jingchun had arranged, such as traveling to the Lotus Cave, discussing Taoism with the Taoist ancestor, and finally getting a lotus flower that covered the mysteries of heaven for the old sword. If an ascendant realm cultivator died and only a remnant of his soul was left, how could he ascend to the green underworld? How could Qi Jingchun be able to use his finger as a sword and split the dragon-slaying platform? Qi Jingchun was not a sword cultivator, and he didn't have a suitable weapon in his hand. How could he split the dragon-slaying platform with a finger and let Ron Qiong, the military sage who was also in charge of heaven and earth, try? Kui Dongshan sat down and leaned his head against the pillar of the pavilion. He held a wine pot in his arms and stood still like a snowman on a mountain. The sages of the secondary saints of the Confucian temple in the Central Plains were probably worried about the future of the literary lineage. They were worried about whether or not they would be confused and whether or not they would harm the origin of the literary lineage. Therefore, It was not strange for them to choose to watch from the sidelines. What about the Holy Master? Or the Sage of Rites who admired Qi Jingchun since a long time ago? Why didn't they stop him? Why did they hope that Qi Jingchun could go to the Western Buddhist kingdom? The reason was simple. As long as Qi Jingchun wanted to live, he didn't need the Confucian temple to save him. It wasn't that he could live by escaping or hiding in the hairpin of the old scholar. As long as Qi Jingchun was willing to fight, he could live and even win. However, if Qi Jingchun fought with all his strength, not only would the fate of the continent be affected, the heavenly axioms counterattack and karmic tribulation that had been accumulated for 3,000 years in Liju Wonderland would also be destroyed. This was where the fundamental difference between Xiu Hu and Qi Jingchuan's great Taos lay. According to the doctrine that Qi Shi had constantly perfected over the past 100 years, it seemed that Qi Jingchun absolutely shouldn't have made such a choice. However, if Qi Jingchun didn't want to settle the score, what could outsiders do? At that time, Qi Dongshan didn't believe in heresy. Instead, he ended up in an awkward situation. In the Yuan clan's ancestral home, he insisted on competing with Qi Jingchun in scheming. In the end, his cultivation base fell endlessly, and he ended up in a miserable state. After Qi Jingchun passed away, what happened to the martial arts fate of all the young people and children in Liju Wonderland? What about literary fate? There was no need to talk about literary fate, just martial arts fate. Vassal King Song Jianqiang reached the 10th realm, Li Er reached the 10th realm, the Bamboo House Elder who almost reached the 11th realm, Zheng Dafeng of Old Dragon City, and then there was Chen Pinggan, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian. This was Qi Jingchuan's way of settling the score. With me alone, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods and not be as good as the mortals in the world. Thousands of heart lamps lit up. The way of the world was good, to be independent, to study. The way of the world was not so good, to help the world, to risk one's life, to not pass on one's responsibility. Qi Dongshan suddenly plopped his butt on the railing, feeling extremely sorrowful. He muttered in his heart, in the end, Qi Jingchun still left her cultivation of level 14 to that old bastard, and still treated that Qi Shi as her senior brother. Qi Dong, that bastard, even in this state, he still set up the calligraphy lake introspection trap and wrote that travel book. The old bastard never told me these things, purposely keeping me in the dark and not knowing anything. Qi Dong had truly concealed many things. For example, the matter of digging Qi Du, and the few copybooks, Qi Dongshan only treated it as Qi Jingchuan's backup plan. For example, he allowed Wang Zhu to successfully walk through desecration, causing the first true dragon to appear in the world. Adding on the great desecration, it caused the water fate of the Aquarius continent to explode. Adding on the 5 mountains of the continent, it was actually a hidden mountain array. Qi Dong had actually secretly refined a water word seal and a mountain word seal, causing the entire great desecration to be a water word seal, while the southern peak of Dali that was built up from dirt was a mountain word seal, or strictly speaking, it was a sky-flipping seal. Where was the final seal? It was the old site of Old Dragon City, including the old site of Old Dragon City, the vast land, which was the southernmost mountain and river of the entire Aquarius continent, would be smashed into pieces, and would not allow the savage world to touch the land of Aquarius continent. Who dared to do such a crazy thing? Who could do it? In the entire world, only Xiu Hu dared to do it. Once it was done, he would be able to let the people on and off the mountain feel satisfied. Are you afraid? Qi Dongshan himself was afraid. Qi Dongshan was clear about all of this, because all of these plans were made by Qi Dong and Qi Dongshan, who were separated from their souls, playing chess with themselves, and had long planned out their strategies. So all these years of hard work, he was willing to work himself to the bone. Only in the Qi-Du shrine, there was a person who seemed to be a limitless realm, and was also a level 14 Qi Jingchun. Qi Dong did not mention a single word about him to Qi Dongshan. Qi Jingchun, this junior brother and senior uncle, even lied to his senior brother and martial nephew. That was fine, but in the end, this bastard Qi Dong even lied to him. Qi Dongshan had originally thought that Emperor Song his announcement to the world and the large-scale construction of temples and Taoist temples was still Qi Shi's effort on the matter of the people's hearts. He had never thought that all these actions were ultimately for today, for the sake of making today's Qi Jingquan's 14th level more stable. The golden lotus flower that used the land of the Aquarius continent as its flower pot, and the old monk in chicken soup that made Kui Dongshan thicken his skin to invite, and even earlier, as a key chess piece for the Dali Iron Cavalry to go south. Why did the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xie Shi, go south to the Zhuiying dynasty? Why was there the calligraphy lake questioning heart game? Kui Dong, this shameless person, even the old man who was not in the Confucian lineage, the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Shenhu sect, He Xiaoliong, Fan family's old Juzi, and Cao Rong who was cultivating on the mountain of the White Frost dynasty, had all been schemed against by Kui Dong long ago. But Kui Dongshan could be sure of one thing: Qi Jingquan was destined to not say a word to Kui Dong. In the literary sage's lineage, both senior and junior had always had the same bad temper. Although left and right were stubborn and not easy to talk to, in fact, among the literary sage's lineage, left and right were the easiest to talk to. In fact, they were much better than junior Qi Jingquan, much better. Qi Jingquan only placed one chess piece on the chessboard, and after Kui Dong took over the chessboard, he played chess with the whole wild world. After that, it all depended on his ability to place more chess pieces on a continent. Even when Qi Jingquan died, Maro Xiaodong was only the deputy headmaster of the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. In the end, Kui Dong took over as headmaster and led the academy back to the top 72. This was all calculated by Qi Jingquan. Kui Dongshan sat on the railing in a daze. He had already thrown away the empty flagon, but there was still wine on his face. I know, it's because of the Chun seal. Qi Jingquan gave this seal to his disciple Zhao Yao, but it was intercepted by Kui Dongshan and easily crushed it, causing the spring breeze of the Chun seal to scatter between heaven and earth. And that year, the whole world. He should have been schemed against by Qi Jingquan and Kui Dong, that old bastard. Kui Dong and Qi Jingquan, the two senior and junior who had fallen out with each other for a long time, had been playing chess with each other for so many years, but they were in the same camp and played a game of chess together. Of course, it was more about the skills of the two chess players. In the end, the two of them became enemies with two world powers. Kui Dongshan said to himself, there was a year when spring left very late and summer came very late. He suddenly turned his head and asked, Chunqing, do you know how many strokes there are in a Chun ? Chunqing was confused. Is it not 9 strokes? Kui Dongshan asked again, how many continents are there in the world? Chunqing said helplessly, you already know the answer, there are 9 continents. Kui Dongshan nodded and muttered, that's right. On the peak of Southern Peak, the two military ancestors that Kui Dong respectfully called Old Ancestor Jiang and Mr. Wei, after seeing the strange phenomenon at the old site of Old Dragon City, immediately looked at each other. And Kui Dong had asked for a large stack of papers earlier, and now he was looking down and flipping through them one by one. They were the answers to a large examination that the military disciples of the ancestral court of the Central Plains had given last year. The questions that old ancestor Jiang gave were very simple. If you were the imperial tutor of Dali, Kui Dong, how would the Aquarius continent deal with the demon race's attack from the Tongyi continent? Kui Dong was like a teacher who was the chief examiner of an imperial examination. Whenever he saw a sentence with appropriate wording, his mind would be moved, and he would annotate 1 or 2 lines of words. Kui Dong flipped through and annotated very quickly. He quickly took out 3 sets of papers and returned the rest to old ancestor Jiang. Kui Dong smiled and said, these 3 people, if they are willing to come to Dali to serve in the future, I will send people to protect them. But I hope that when they come here, they will not break the rules. When in Rome do as the Romans do, they will take it 1 step at a time. Their final position will depend on their own abilities, and if any of them are young and impetuous, and want to talk about backing me, Dali, it will not have much meaning, and will only cause the mountain to collapse. I will say the ugly words to old ancestor Jiang and Mr. Wei first, eat sugar cane. Old ancestor Wei laughed, that's it. Kui Dong laughed and asked, did Mr. Wei compile another military book? What he meant was, if it was just the previous book, Kui Dong had already read it thoroughly, and there was no need to flip through the pages in the Aquarius continent. Old ancestor Jiang sighed, just based on the foundation on paper, The Tongyi continent is actually not bad. Old ancestor Wei laughed. They are lacking in Xiu. Who would have thought that Dong would shake his head? There will be a time when a person's strength is exhausted. The Tongyi continent has 2 Dongs, but they are not of much use. The realm of a cultivator, in times of peace, would be interesting, but not necessarily meaningful. In times of chaos, it would be interesting, but not necessarily meaningful. Old ancestor Jiang asked, I am very clear that the literary luck on this Qi Jingchun is just a smokescreen for your Xiu. How did he do it in the past? Dong was silent for a long time. He placed his hands behind his back and leaned on the railing, looking towards the south. He suddenly laughed and answered, I also want to ask about the spring breeze. The spring breeze has no words. Old ancestor Wei's expression became serious. If this continues, that Jiao Sheng, who has always been hiding his head and tail, will finally make his move openly for the first time. Dong's figure dissipated. His wandering yin spirit was about to return to the sky above Pidu, leaving behind a joke for the 2 military ancestors. That banner in White Emperor City that worships the world's ancestors should have been removed long ago. Dong's yin spirit returned to the sky above Pidu, and fused with his true body. Today, there was no preaching or lecturing, so there was no one in the sky above the sea of clouds. Dong raised his hand, hovering in the air a seal that had once been shattered and then reformed by Dong. The seal script originally read, the world's welcoming spring. But after being shattered by Dong Shan, all that was left of the seal was a lonely spring character. Lin Shuyi rode the wind over from the great blasphemy temple outside Pidu. He was perhaps the only exception of the Dali dynasty, and outsiders simply did not dare approach the Sea of Clouds at this time. The fact that Lin Shuyi could temporarily serve as the temple attendant of great blasphemy was enough to explain everything. Lin Shuyi clasped his hands and bowed, then sat upright and still on the Sea of Clouds not far from the imperial tutor, Dong, and martial uncle Xiu. He softly asked, Martial uncle, teacher? Dong said a Buddhist phrase, although the light is extinguished, the lamp still remains. Although Qi Jingchuan's body was dead, there was absolutely no suspense, but the great Tao did not disappear. Using the Confucian sage's natal character, tranquility, and then using the Buddhist meditation method, with the posture of a person without a realm, only a little spiritual light was preserved in the spring character seal, surviving until today, and finally being placed in the Qi blasphemy temple. Lin Shuyi's eyes were filled with tears. Teacher has 3 natal characters. Dong nodded. No one has done it before, and no one will do it in the future. Dong gently pushed the seal, and for the first time, he was somewhat sentimental, and said softly, Go. In the vast 9 continents, in the mountains, in the water, in the books, in the hearts of people, there was spring wind everywhere in the world. 9 vast spring winds first appeared from a school in the Aquarius continent, and the other 8 continents stirred up one by one, silently gathering in 9 places. Finally, the 8 spring winds of the 8 continents came to the Aquarius continent, lingering around the sleeves of the green-robed scholar. Finally, they condensed into a natal character, spring. The vast spring winds were proud. Bai Yeshe was invincible. The spring winds were Qi Jingchun. The 10,000 feet tall Dharma image disappeared, and a middle-aged scholar with white hair appeared, looking at a certain place in the Tongyi continent. The Dharma image condensed into a tranquility character. Imperial concubine Fei used a move no weaker than the move of water that flooded the old dragon city, and smashed it towards the small scholar. The scholar put 2 fingers together, and with the Qi character, he chopped down, shattering the natal ability of a sovereign great demon. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he dispersed the water of the sea that was split into 2 further away. 3 natal characters, one of the 14 realms. This direct disciple of the literary sage's lineage, who was not famous for his divine arts, cultivation base, or fighting, completely ignored the imperial concubine Fei and asked with a bright smile, Where is Jiao Sheng? "738, at the peak of Mount Sui. The old scholar and the deity in golden armor sat side by side at the top of the stairs. The deity in Mount Sui, who was taller than the old scholar even when he was sitting, asked, Why don't you take a look at the south of the Aquarius continent? This doesn't seem like your style. The old scholar sat on the right side of the deity in Mount Sway, as if he could stay away from the Aquarius continent. He shook his head and said, "No, no. No matter how hard a person's heart is, how many times can it be broken?" The deity in golden armor suddenly looked into the distance and said in surprise, "There's a rare guest visiting Mount Sway. Do you want to see him? If you think he's annoying, I won't open the door." The old scholar said, "If it's Dong, Han, and Zhu from the Confucian temple, tell them that the old man said not to bother our holy teacher." Those 3 old Confucian masters were the 3 sect masters of righteous under the heavens. They were the true masters of literature for 100 generations. They were the backbone of the Confucian orthodoxy, passing down the torch, and their contributions would last for 1,000 years. The master of Confucianism was the hierarch of the Confucian temple, old scholar Dong. He proposed the perception of heaven and man. In his hands, he integrated the complex literature. Other than creating the framework of the 3 learning palaces and 72 academies, he also set up the imperial college and promoted the official school. He also proposed a set of pure and righteous methods for the cultivation of Confucians. He also made the emperors of the later generations announce their crimes to the world whenever they encountered natural disasters or discovered mistakes in the governance of the country. In the past dynasties, the emperors of the various countries announced their crimes. The first draft of each crime was kept by the scholars of the Confucian Academy and was eventually stored in the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains. One of teacher Dong's greatest feats was that he almost dethroned the 100 schools of thought. However, the sage of rites refused to do so. The hierarch of the Confucian temple had to settle for the next best thing. He used his own strength to evaluate the 100 schools of thought. The founding monarchs of the secular world would usually create a genealogical ranking for the 100 schools of thought within their jurisdiction. Teacher Dong used the Howran 100 schools of thought to determine the ranking of the 100 schools of thought. Among them, the Shu school and the Shong school, who ranked at the bottom, could only accept it. Not only that, old scholar Dong advocated the integration of rites and dharma. Therefore, the hierarch of the Confucian temple's knowledge had the greatest impact on the school of legalism and school of yin-yang. Therefore, old master Dong was known as the world's Confucian master. The vice-sect masters, old man Han and old man Zhu, sorted out and reshaped the entire Confucian orthodoxy. Moreover, they further divided the lines between gentlemen and sages. Teacher Han was naturally the closest to the secondary saints. It could even be said that Teacher Han was partly responsible for the rise of the secondary saints in the Confucian temple. The other opened a new path and raised the peak of the literary vein, evolving Li into Li. Coincidentally, the old Shotsai's branch of knowledge had many disputes with the 3 Confucian temples' hierarch and vice-hierarch. Old Master Dong had long since said, "The right path is not to seek benefits, and the right path is not to seek merit." In the end, the line of the sage of literature pushed out the scholarly work, and in the end, it led to the battle of the 3rd and 4th who walked out from behind the scenes onto the stage. Although the scholarly work was proposed by the sage of literature's first disciple, Kui Dong, within the literary vein of the Confucian orthodoxy, it was naturally seen as the second most orthodox theory after the old Shotsai's human nature is evil. Therefore, at that time, the Confucian temple in the Central Plains saw the scholarly work as the fundamental principle of the old Shotsai's knowledge. Furthermore, Kui Dong kept on suggesting that the word mie should be changed to zhangji, which was more appropriate. This caused old man Zhu's literary vein to be unhappy. Kui Dong was also criticized by old man Zhu for using the word evil. In turn, old man Zhu questioned Kui Dong, who was more pretentious and shocking. The student did not recognize the teacher as a teacher, but which teacher did not care about the student? The golden-armored deity admired the old Shotsai's courage. In the past, it was only the 2 of them on Mount Sway. It was fine if they talked nonsense, but now, the sage of literature was sitting right beside them. How could the old Shotsai be so bold? Unexpectedly, the old man smiled and said, "I didn't hear anything." Since the old Shotsai had the guts to talk nonsense, he was not afraid of being scolded in the Confucian temple. Moreover, when they quarreled, it was hard to say who would be scolding who. The golden-armored deity said helplessly, "It's not the 3 Confucian temple hierarch, it's Mr. Zheng from White Emperor City." The old scholar laughed and threw a look at his friend beside him. Perhaps he did not believe that the other party would open the door immediately and waste his saliva, so the old scholar stretched his neck first. When he saw that the door was indeed open, he deliberately turned his head to the golden-armored deity and said loudly, "Mr. Zheng? If the old man isn't happy, I'll take care of it. I won't make things difficult for Brother Huaixian. Look at this old Zheng. He's a big shot of the devil Dao, yet he dares to meet the sage ancestor. Just based on his boldness, how could he not be the number 1 person of the devil Dao? He's the number 1. If it were someone else, I would be the first to be unconvinced. If it weren't for the second sage stopping me, I would have sent a plaque to White Emperor City. Do you know the couplet in front of Brother Tianji's house on Mount Longhu? It's just SOSO, but it was still hung up by Brother Tianji. In Brother Zheng's White Emperor City, as long as I drink, I'll be in the mood for poetry. As long as I use 80% of my power, I'll definitely be able to suppress the Taoist master's residence." After the Suishan deity opened the door, Zheng Juzhong, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, stepped out from the edge of the boundary and walked directly to the foot of the mountain. He stopped there and bowed to the sage of literature first. Then, he looked up at the eloquent old Shotsai. The latter stood up with a smile. Zheng Juzhong snapped his fingers and the 2 pocket-sized restrictions beside his ears were broken. The city lord of White Emperor City was obviously unwilling to accept the old Shotsai's favor. The old Shotsai, who had wasted his effort, was stunned on the spot. How could Zheng Juzhong be so shameless? Next time, he would definitely give him the White Emperor City's shameless chess basket. The golden-armored deity asked, "Do you still want to meet him?" The old Shotsai sighed and nodded. He put his hand on the Suishan deity's shoulder and walked to the mountain gate together. Zheng Juzhong said, "I've always wanted to play a game of chess with the 2 of them. Now, I can wait for one of them. As for the other one, if he can also wait, I can bring people to the South Swirl continent or the Liuxia continent. There aren't many people in White Emperor City, only 17. However, they can still help a little. For example, 6 of them can use the White Emperor City's unique secret technique to infiltrate the wasteland demon race and steal the middle positions of the army's tents. It won't be difficult at all." The old Shotsai sat down on the steps. "Forget it. Don't rub salt in my wound. You can go to those 2 continents if you want." In any case, he would definitely go. Perhaps White Emperor City had already done this. Zheng Juzhong's way of doing things had always been very wild. It seems that Mr. Wen Sheng's 2 disciples have no way of turning back. Zheng Juzhong sat beside the old Shotsai. After a moment of silence, he said, "Back then, after the chess game with Xiu Hu in the colorful clouds, Xiu Hu actually left behind a message that the world doesn't know. He said that his junior brother, Qi Jingchun, was better at chess, so Kui Dong could only win against him and not against the Wen Sheng's lineage. That was why I was so curious back then. I wanted to go out of the city to welcome Qi Jingchun and invite him to play a game. Because I wanted to know who in the world could make someone as proud and arrogant as Xiu Hu admit that he was inferior to an outsider." The old Shotsai was silent. However, Zheng Juzhong said something that no one expected. "But I've always felt that Kui Shi's chess skills are higher when he's outside the chessboard. Back then, when he lost, especially the last game that hadn't been spread out, Kui Shi lost because the chessboard was too small for both sides. Even to this day, I still think so. Qi Jingchuan's chess pieces were scattered all over the place. Kui Dong had to place his chess pieces alone, but he also had to be able to connect all the pieces on the chessboard. In the end, he had to make the entire chessboard as one. It wasn't easy, and normal people wouldn't be able to imagine it." The old Shotsai was still silent. Zheng Juzhong suddenly asked, "Years ago, before Master Dong entered the Confucian temple, he once preached in the countryside. Was the uninvited guest who didn't seem to care much about the teachings of the Confucian temple an ordinary old fox from the wild, or a flying squirrel transformed from Lu Chen's Dao heart?" The old Shotsai said softly, "I'll help you ask later." Zheng Juzhong asked, "Old Shotsai, Are you really unable to persuade Kuidong to change his mind? The old Xiuzai shook his head. All the disciples are too good. Mr. doesn't have the heart to persuade them. Even if you did, it would be useless. Zheng Juzhong stood up. The city lord of White Emperor City would immediately return to Fuyao continent. This was a secret agreement between him and Kuidong. In exchange for giving White Emperor City a disciple who could inherit his mantle and Dao, Zheng Juzhong had to exchange the lost Fuyao continent for this person. And the disciple that Zheng Juzhong really wanted to nurture was Jiyu Kan, who was brought by Kuidong to question Chen Pingan's heart at Bookslip Lake. In that mind-questioning game, the Dao heart was sharpened. Both Chen Pingan, who was in a daze, and Jiyu Kan, who refused to admit his mistakes but learned to respect the rules. If Jiyu Kan admitted his mistakes, it would be nothing more than the Dali dynasty or the Aquarius continent. A half-baked scholar Jiyu Kan, who refused to admit his mistakes but was willing to correct his mistakes, would appear in the vast world. Then, there would be another White Emperor City's Jiyu Kan, who would make many of the later generations, who thought they were smart, understand the true demonic path in the hearts of Kuidong and White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong. Beside the pavilion on Caiji Mountain, there were hundreds of pine trees, which were rooted in the crevices of ancient cliffs. The branches and leaves slanted across the pavilion, as if an immortal master was drawing eyebrows for the pavilion. When the wind blew, the pine trees rustled, and the mountain became more serene. Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves of the ancient pine trees and sprinkled on the ground. The fine fragments of gold in the pavilion moved with the wind, making a soundless song. There was also a white-clothed youth and a green-robed girl sitting at the two ends of the cliff's railing. Kui Dongshan's body was curled up, his head leaning against the pavilion's pillar. He asked Chunqing for a pot of the world-famous green immortal mountain wine. This was the most indispensable item for the green immortal banquet in the Bamboo Sea Cave. Chunqing had brought a lot of wine with her this time, and there were hundreds of jars of various sizes in the near hand. Master Mountain Master had said that if one met someone who hit it off, regardless of whether it was a Jianghu hero at the foot of the mountain or a peddler in the marketplace, one should not be stingy with their wine. Chunqing's movements were gentle. She threw a pot of wine to the mysterious Mr. Kui Xiao. The white-clothed youth twisted his neck and held the wine pot with his head. His head shook again, and the wine pot fell forward. He caught it with his hand. Chunqing was young, but she had seen a lot. However, she had never seen someone like Kui Dongshan. Kui Dongshan opened the mud seal and sniffed. He stretched his neck and looked outside the cliff. He clicked his tongue and said, "How many people in the mortal world are on the flat ground? Look at my green immortal mountain." Chunqing said, "Mr. Kui Xiao is already in the immortal realm. Don't flatter yourself." Kui Dongshan turned his head and said with a smile, "Miss Chunqing, do you know how to play chess? Go or Chinese chess is fine." Chunqing shook her head and said, "I know how to play, but I don't have much interest in it. I'm not good at it." Jiang Taigong often played chess with Shu Bai. It was not good for Mr. Wei to interrupt the game. He would stand on Shu Bai's side, hoping that Shu Bai would win. He liked to ask Xu Xian if her move was good or not, but Xu Xian's move was not perfect. How could I know if it was good or not and how to play it well? That's why it was a bit annoying. Kui Dongshan sighed and said, "Miss Chunqing, you still suffer from not treating people with sincerity. As long as you come to our Luopa mountain as a guest, you can go to the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley for a few days and learn the art of speech from an old immortal surnamed Jia. In less than 10 days, you will benefit a lot and your power will increase greatly. You will be invincible from then on." Chunqing said, "Forget it. I don't have any thoughts about the Luopa mountain and the indomitable Cloud Mountain. If Mr. Kui can teach me an instant method, I will reconsider whether I want to go or not." Kui Dongshan immediately smiled and said, "That's not difficult. I will teach you a method that is guaranteed to work. For example, the next time old Wei bothers you, you can first make yourself look serious and deliberately look at the chessboard as if you are deep in thought. After a while, you raise your head and seriously tell old Wei that Shu Bai is called young Jiang Taigong. No, It should be changed to Ancestor Jiang, who is called Old Shuxian on the mountain. Chunqing asked doubtfully, can it really work? Kui Dongshan said, then let's make a bet. If it works, you will give me 100 jars of the immortal wine of the green immortal mountain. If it doesn't work, I will owe you 100 jars of the most famous wine of the Luopa mountain. When the time comes, you can go to the Riding Dragon Alley and get it yourself. Chunqing thought about it. She had saved more than 700 jars of wine in total. Winning or losing would only be 100 jars. It didn't seem to be a big problem whether the quantity was increased or decreased. However, Chunqing didn't understand why Kui Dongshan kept urging her to go to the Luopa mountain to be a consecrator and guest minister. Did the Luopa mountain need it? Chunqing didn't think so. Moreover, she had seen Kui Dongshan's strange behavior with her own eyes and heard about the famous night banquets of the cloud-covering mountain. Chunqing felt that even if she went to the Luopa mountain, she would most likely not be acclimatized. Kui Dongshan sat on the railing, swinging his legs and humming an unknown song, the song of the dragon and snake. A dragon wants to fly, 5 snakes to assist. The dragon has already ascended to the clouds, obtaining its place. The 4 snakes follow it, obtaining its rain and dew, each entering its own universe. A snake with a single grudge, withered and died in the wilderness. Chunqing asked, are you talking about the true dragon of Lizhu Cave Heaven? Kui Dongshan didn't explain. He just changed the topic and muttered, Bai Shi and Su Ci are here, the flames of light are 10,000 zhong long. Thousands of images are cast, that is, a literary heart. Chunqing suddenly said, when Mr. Qi was young, was his temper not very good? Kui Dongshan thought for a moment. Not to mention when he was young, his temper has never been good since he was a child. He often quarreled with Kui Dong and complained to the old scholar when he couldn't win. He liked to fight with Zuozua the most, but he never won. Sometimes, Zuozua couldn't bear to beat him anymore. The young man with a bloody nose and a swollen face still continued to provoke Zuozua. Zuozua was dragged away by Kui Dong, and he would find a chance to kick Zuozua a few times. If I were Zuozua, I wouldn't be able to bear it either. Chunqing sighed. Kui Dongshan continued to say strange things to himself. In the middle of winter, the lotus pond dried up, withered leaves withered, and broken branches slanted. There was no longer a rain cover, so the fish all left. In the middle of the night, there was thunder, and the sky was spinning. The poor old man couldn't sleep well. Coincidentally, the children were crying, sighing and crying together. The road of life was sheep intestines, and the path of birds was flat. There was no water in the dragon palace. The snow fell, leaving the plum blossoms outside the door cold. The white-haired old man was speechless. He thought that he was the flower, he was the snow and the flower were both him. It was better to sleep together. Central Tongya Continent, Great Quan Dynasty, Peach Leaf Ferry. On the ferry, Kui Yu was still serving tea to his guests. However, there was one more person drinking tea, the head of the 100-sword immortals of moon-supporting mountain, Fei Ran. Kui Yu had never been interested in fighting and killing. The 2 fights he had had were completely senseless and unreasonable. Moreover, it was the other party who had been pestering him. These 2 bastards, one surnamed Jiang and the other surnamed Chen, also liked to say weird things that poked at people's hearts. No wonder they could become good brothers. Jiang Shangzhen was a smiling tiger, and Chen Pinggan was the kind of person that Kui Yu didn't want to see again in his life. He was young, but he was cunning. If his cultivation level was the same as Jiang Shangzhen's, that young hidden official would probably be even more ruthless. But Fei Ran was the only one among all the military tents that did things on credit. She got Luhua Island and a cave of fortune on the sea. When she arrived at Tongya Continent, Fei Ran only took the Mirage City into her pocket. After crossing the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Fei Ran didn't seem to have killed many people. So she felt that Fei Ran was a kindred spirit. Therefore, the round-faced girl grabbed a large handful of tea leaves from the long-necked tin teapot. After a while, seeing that the tea leaves were about to be cooked, Kui Yu handed a cup of tea to Fei Ran. Fei Ran took a sip of the tea leaves and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes. She blinked her eyes and asked expectantly, "Is the taste of the tea really better?" Fei Ran said helplessly, "Kind of. It is indeed not right that the tea is not bitter." Kui Yu was a little happy and said eagerly, "My tea-making skills are actually quite ordinary, but my cooking skills are really good. This Taoye ferry can use local ingredients. I can catch a few fat mandarin fish, steamed, braised, and stewed them. The kitchen on the ship also has all the seasonings. Can you and Mr. Ju try it? Do you want some rice? I have a few 100 kilograms of rice in my bag, and I was worried that I couldn't finish it." Ju Mi nodded with a smile, "Okay, I think it is better than drinking plain water and eating tea leaves." Kui Yu was a little annoyed. Earlier, Mr. Ju wanted to use some moonlight to disguise himself and go to the Moon Palace. "It's fine, I am not as good as you, so there is nothing to complain about. But this tea-making is not a big deal, Mr. Ju, why do you have to be so calculative?" Ju Mi smiled and said, Okay, I apologize to Miss Kui Yu for not drinking tea. Steamed mandarin fish tastes better, and you can cook a pot of rice for me and Fei Ran. Actually, smelly mandarin fish has a special flavor, but I will forget about it today, I will teach you later. Kui Yu nodded and went to busy herself. She went to the bow of the ship to find a few mandarin fish that ate more peach blossoms near the water. Making tea was too tiring and not pleasing. Fei Ran was a little impressed by this lady's big heart. She really did not care about anything and only cared about eating, drinking, and playing. Previously, Kui Yu was outside the demon-suppressing pagoda in Tongyi continent and was captured by Ju Mi, her life and death unknown. In the end, only Fei Ran was worried about it, while Kui Yu herself did not care about it at all. Such a strange lady, who knew who would be lucky enough to marry her in the future. Kui Yu was busy. Fei Ran wanted to say something but stopped. She had too many questions in her heart, but she did not know where to start. Why was senior brother Kye Yun willing to die? In the desolate world, great demons cherished their lives. Before Kye Yun rushed to the battlefield in Fuyao continent, the conversation he had with Fei Ran were his last words. Ju Mi took out a seal from his sleeve and threw it to Fei Ran, smiling, "This is for you." Fei Ran caught it. There was nothing special about it. In the desolate world, Ju Mi, who called himself the Old Bookworm, had a private collection of books that he liked the most. There were many seal words on the side, accumulated 3 million books. I amuse myself in the cold weather. He had eaten his fill of celestial characters. His life was not in vain. The bottom line was the Old Bookworm hungry but unable to fill my stomach. However, Ju Mi did not take out the books on this seal easily. Fei Ran had studied under Ju Mi for many years and had seen the seal twice. The seal was not made of precious materials. Putting aside the owner's identity and the cost of the cutting, just the price of the seal's material was not even comparable to that of a rich scholar's family. The seal in Fei Ran's hand was this item. Ju Mi joked, "The seal's material was a stone at the foot of a mountain that I casually picked up when I was leaving my hometown. Compared to the sword that Bai Yi gave me, this item is indeed less valuable." Fei Ran's heartstrings tightened, as if she was facing a great enemy. Fei Ran asked, "Mr. Ju, have you ever thought of winning this battle?" Ju Mi smiled. I didn't expect Fei Ran to ask this question first. Until today, Fei Ran still could not understand why Bai Yi was willing to give one of the fates to her, a foreign demon from the desolate world, when the celestial sword Tai Bai was split into 4. Fei Ran admitted that she had nothing to do with Bai Yi. Even if she had the teachings from her hometown, she still had no connection with the most prideful person in the human world. Her master and her senior apprentice brother Kye Yun had never been to the vast world, and Bai Yi had never ascended to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In fact, Bai Yi had never even set foot on the inverted mountain in his entire life. Ju Mi explained to Fei Ran, Bai also used his last sword as a 14th level cultivator. The atmosphere was chaotic, so he might have seen through some of the heavenly secrets. Perhaps he saw a certain painting of time, and the scene was of the future crossing of the river of time. Therefore, he knew that you were extremely important to me. Fei Ran gently put the seal on the table beside her and said, "Mr. Ju, there are many sword cultivators among your direct disciples. Ju-mi had a unique vision and was willing to train his disciples. Therefore, among his direct disciples, his first disciples Sai Chen, Kaiying, Tong Xian, Tong Yin, Yu Zhao, and Jioshining Liu Bai were all sword cultivators, and they were all listed among the 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain. Only the new last disciple, who changed his surname to Ju Qinggao, was not a sword cultivator. Ju-mi said with a smile, since ancient times, Confucian scholars have been warning against lending their books to others. Some scholars from scholarly families often admonish their descendants, who turn over books, in the beginning and end of their family's book collections, that they should give away their wealth and not lend books to others. Some people even write a sentence in their family's ancestral teachings to frighten others, such as to borrow others is to be unfilial. Fei Ran said, "Mr. Ju, please tell me what you want to say." Ju-mi shook his head and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle swipe, a painting of mountains and rivers that looked like a ruler appeared. In the alien battlefield, in a vortex formed by countless stars, a snow-white light column appeared. It was like the purest sword light in the world, and it went straight to the middle-aged scholar who protected the whole world. This painting, which was suspended between Ju-mi and Fei Ran, was only touched by the ripples of the true meaning of the Great Way, and then it shattered. Fei Ran's face turned pale. Because in the depths of her heart, Fei Ran admired the Sage of Rites the most. Fei Ran did not even mention a word about this in front of her senior brother Kie Yun. Ju-mi still smiled and helped Fei Ran to say what was in her heart. Heaven and earth are orderly, the human world has laws, and all living things have their own destiny. Everything in the world has its own Tao, and everything is peaceful. Everything is harmonious. What the Sage of Rites did was certainly admirable. In fact, I was almost the same as you in the past, and I also respected the Sage of Rites the most. Almost. Since Ju-mi saw through her, Fei Ran did not hide anymore. She said in a deep voice, "In my eyes, the Sage of Rites of the Confucian school is the one I admire the most among all the sages of the 3 religions. This is because he hopes that all living things in the world, all sentient beings, can survive in the world at a relatively small price. They can pursue freedom, cultivate, and ascend to greater heights to obtain more freedom. Within the rules, they can satisfy their bestial nature, and their human nature will gradually become pure. In the end, they will be close to divinity, but not divinity. All sentient beings will still be sentient beings. The lights of the human world will slowly move up and ascend. The strong will protect the weak and lead the weak. The Sage of Rites hopes that one day, he will be able to walk out of the existing one that is neither increasing nor decreasing." Fei Ran finally looked at Ju-mi and said, "I never thought that you could do better than the Sage of Rites." Ju-mi smiled and asked, "Since that is the case, it is destined that you can't do better. Why not change your path and go higher? Or you can just destroy it and rebuild it from the beginning. Wouldn't that be more perfect? Killing with a blunt knife for 10,000 years, people dying for no reason, inexplicable resentment, vengeful spirits unable to be freed, people who do not know what they are doing, and endless otherworldly demons that can't be killed. These are just not known by the world. In fact, compared to a clean knife, more people will die and more trouble will arise." Ju-mi raised a hand and chopped with his hand. A swift knife cuts the Gordian knot. The tangled knot is broken, and the world is clear again. Fei Ran gritted her teeth and said, "It is said that the sage of the first master felt that it is the greatest selfishness to see 1,000 people in the world." Ju-mi retracted his hand. "Then you'll have to convince me with your own abilities. As long as I'm here, I'll agree to one thing. Fei Ran can be the new Sage of Rites, and also the new Bai Zi. You'll be the one to treat all humans and demon folk alike. Because in the future, you will have great authority over how the rules of the world will change. Other than the big framework that I have already set in my heart, everything else will be decided by you, Fei Ran. I will not interfere. Fei Ran, don't you admire the Sage of Rites from the bottom of your heart? Then why don't you grab this easy opportunity and be the Sage of Rites yourself?" Fei Ran was willing to risk her life to say the words that she had been accumulating in her heart for a long time. "I don't trust the Ju-mi who is the one who asks the way and cuts the woodcutter." Ju-mi smiled knowingly, let's wait and see. In the ancient times, the Sage of Rites personally set the celestial phenomena and the law of the earth. He set the 5 measurements, observed the time, forged the cauldron, and created the almanac. This was the beginning of the human race's civilization. For the first time, the Sage of Rites, whom Bai Zejing called Little Master, confirmed the measurement of length, size, and weight that could be checked and followed by examples. In addition, he also needed to determine the scale of time, survey the world, and use the method of Kui to measure the mountains, seas, and the long river of time, calculate the amount of spiritual energy in the world, and set the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the time, the 12 months, and the 24 solar terms. The length of the measurements was not off by even a millimeter. He named the 5 powers and gave the 5 objects to 5 people. 3 of them were the founders of the school of Yin and Yang, the school of art, and the school of geography among the 100 schools of thought. He personally made the first copper coin and snow coin in the world. The celestial phenomena, the earth forms, and man forms fate. Heaven, earth, and man each had their own destiny and each had their own Tao. The 3 elements converged, and the Tao was harmonious. Size, length, short, weight, height, time, and spiritual energy were all illusory words. However, in the hands of the Sage of Rites, these illusory words became real objects. Therefore, in the Confucian temple, the Sage of Rites was also jokingly called Big Accountant. There was also a sage accompanying him who was called Little Accountant. He earned real money and was good at it. He did not let the merchants monopolize it. Ju-mi traveled around the desolate world and discussed Tao with the desolate world's grand ancestor on the moon-holding mountain for 1,000 years. Both of them deduced thousands of possibilities. One of Ju-mi's requests was to make the world turn upside down and everything become dizzy. There was no yin and yang, no consciousness, and no Tao to rely on. That would be the real collapse of rites and music. In the end, it was up to Ju-mi to redesign the celestial phenomena and redesign the sun and the moon. Under the suppression of Tao, everything was not worth mentioning. The so-called ups and downs of people's hearts and the so-called transformations of the world. After the 3 of them finished their rice, they had stewed mandarin fish. Ju-mi put down his bowl and chopsticks and suddenly laughed. Those who wait for a long time will fly high. Those who take the lead will thank others early. When the green-robed Confucian from the Aquarius continent laughed and asked, "Where is Jiao?" Ju-mi stood up and laughed. "Ju-mi is here." Ju-mi said to himself, "Indeed, I have to do something to teach all the scholars in the world what are real." Halfway through his sentence, Ju-mi stood up and smiled at Fei Ran and Jiao Yu. Jiao Yu said, "Do you know how earth-shaking a fight between immortals of the 14th realm is?" Fei Ran glanced at the seal and said softly, "It's good to open a book." The 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought had 3 million books. Bai Ying from the Fuyao continent and Lu Feiyan from the wasteland world seemed to have shrunk mountains and rivers at the same time. They came to a peach leaf crossing in the Tongye continent and stepped on the water. Ju-mi took a step forward and merged with the withered bones great demon, Bai Ying. Then, he walked towards the green-robed Confucian who had a bamboo flute hanging on his waist. The 3 of them combined to form the real Jiao and the real Ju-mi. In the past, there was a Confucian scholar who was born agile. When he read books at a young age, he had a photographic memory. He neglected sleep and food, reading and copying books day and night until he became skinny. After recovering from a serious illness, he began to cultivate Taoism, just to have a longer lifespan and read more books. However, he insisted on pursuing the boundless. The Confucian scholar began to build a mountain of books in his heart. When he was cultivating Taoism, he did not have a preacher by his side, nor did he have a real immortal's secret manual. He only relied on the books of the 3 sects and hundreds of schools in his heart to extract the essence from the vast sea of books. He forcefully pieced together a secret manual of cultivation from bits and pieces of words and reached the unpolished jade realm from the realm of Qi cultivator in one step to the sky. After that, he manifested a boundless sea of knowledge in his heart. He used his yin spirit to travel far away and divided his attention to immerse himself in it. He studied the 8 extremes and his mind wandered. In the long journey of learning and cultivation, he continued to search for books and asked about the fundamental principles of the 100 schools of thought. He continued to expand the sea of knowledge in his heart. With the knowledge of Confucianism, he reached the unpolished jade realm. However, with the secret method of Taoism, he reached the immortal realm and returned to his original state. He then turned to study the 16 visualizations of Buddhism and finally chose the White Bone Temple. He was able to reach the ascendant realm. Then, he used the miscellaneous knowledge in his heart to reach the 14 realms of immortality and secretly annexed Master Kye-yun. Now, there were a few new sovereigns in the wasteland. After the battle in the Fuyao continent, there were not many sovereigns left. In the Flood Dragon Valley, there was the grey-robed Confucian elder who fought non-stop with Sui Shan. Xiao Chuo, the sword cultivator who promoted the sovereigns to the second highest position, did not care about the Ju Mi at all. The swordsman Liu Cha, Yang Ji, who went to the sea area of the South Bosa continent, was to deal with the Zhenhai Tower that stood in the middle of the continent. As for Chen Chunan, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders, she was to be dealt with by Liu Cha. Fei Fei was still on the battlefield between the Aquarius continent and the Tongye continent. Niu Dao, who had lost the restraint of the golden armor, was overseeing the golden armor continent. The great demon Wu Yu and the guy who held a long spear and used the corpse of a high-level deity as a sovereign were already on the battlefield of the South Bosa continent. There was also Yuan Shou, who was in charge of dealing with Yugui sect and Jiang Shangzhen. This sovereign great demon was also the little brother of our Zhengyang Mountains ancestor moving mountains that Kui Dongshan and Chunqing had mentioned at the Caiji Mountain. In addition, the Lotus Nunnery Master, Huang Luan, Yarou Jiao, Kye-yun, Bai Ying, and the 14th level Lu Feian in the wasteland had all been Dao fusing by Ju Mi. Among them, there was actually an ascendant realm human from the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Larojing. One had to know that Bai Ying, who was the external body of Ju Mi's young god, had refined countless demon cultivator puppets in the thousands of years in the wasteland. An old bookworm who couldn't fill his stomach? Whether it was Ju Mi or Haoran Jiao, after eating again and again, their stomachs were indeed rumbling with hunger. After Ju Mi left, Jiao Yu put down his bowl and chopsticks on the small table, sat cross-legged, and let out a long breath. Fei Ran smiled and said, "You can be afraid too?" Jiao Yu rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not stupid. If I pretend not to be afraid, it's no problem. If I'm really not afraid, I can't do it." Jiang Shangzhen, Chen Pinggan, and Mr. Ju were all like birds of a feather. They were all terrifying. Fei Ran really couldn't refute. Jiao Yu suddenly asked, "Immortal rice, stewed mandarin fish, and fish soup mixed with rice, how does it taste?" Fei Ran said helplessly, "Not bad." How could he be in the mood to eat and drink soup just now? If he only said that he saw his teacher with his own eyes, how would Fei Ran feel? How could he hate Ju Mi? His master was already very careful. Not to mention that even his senior brother Kye-yun was very careful. In fact, if the overall situation was determined in the future, Ju Mi could completely return Fei Ran a master and a senior brother. But Fei Ran didn't dare to be sure who the future Fei Ran would be. Only at this moment did Fei Ran understand why Li Jun was so pitiful. Jiao Yu was a little regretful. In any case, he's an educated person, but he doesn't have a single good word to say. Fei Ran lay at the bow of the boat, as if he had never felt so dispirited and powerless in his life. Jiao Yu said, "Don't think too much, eat and drink to your heart's content and you'll go far." Fei Ran said, "I envy you." Fei Ran sat up and covered his face that he was somewhat used to wearing. Jiao Yu only glanced at him and was furious. Spit out all the tea, rice, and fish soup. Fei Ran planned to ride the wind and soar into the sky to see the great battle. It was very likely that it was a 14th level, peak catch and kill. In an instant, Fei Ran and Jiao Yu's bodies tensed up almost at the same time, not only because Ju Mi had returned and was standing next to Fei Ran, but also because there was an extremely unfamiliar green-robed scholar on the other side of the bow of the boat. Then, the two scholars separately put Fei Ran and Jiao Yu into their sleeves. I laughed. You took it without saying anything in front of me. Even if you die, you will come back to life. The green-robed scholar said, I've read many books, but I've read them all wrongly. I thought that I was the only one, a saint inside and a king outside, so it's not good to say that a person is too smart. I suggested, you can't bear to part with half of the Aquarius continent, I can't bear to part with half of the Tongi continent, why don't we change places? The heaven and earth changed, and the two of them were in a vast sea of books. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the two of them returned to the bow of the boat. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.